43 women around the world gave birth to children, but the thing is, they weren't pregnant when the day started. This anomaly caused an eccentric billionaire named Reginald Hargreaves to seek out the children and try to see how many of them he could buy. He was able to buy 7 of them. And that's where the show picks up about present day when they all find out their father died. So we'll start out with introducing the kids. There's number 1, his name's Luther. He's extremely big, he's extremely strong, and he's been living on the moon collecting samples, sending them back to Reginald. Number 2 is named Diego. He's basically a vigilante crime fighter who's really good with throwing knives. Number 3 is named Allison. She's currently a movie star, and her power is, if she's speaking to you and she says the words, "I heard a rumor," whatever follows will happen. So she says, "I heard a rumor that you like me," all of a sudden you're infatuated with her. Number 4 is named Klaus. He's a drug addict who can speak to the dead. We don't know what the deal with number 5 is yet. He literally just disappeared a while ago, and no one's ever heard from him since the age of 12. Number 6 is named Ben. His power is basically tentacles shoot from him, and he's able to just beat people to death. But unfortunately for Ben, he's dead. And finally, number 7 is named Vanya, and she has no powers. She's just ordinary. And all of these kids were used by Reginald Hargreaves as like a crime-fighting group. Think of like the X-Men. And Reginald was very diligent in training these kids. He would track their brain waves. He would prepare them, but he wasn't a good father at all. There was no love in him whatsoever. And the kids really grew to disdain the guy. Pretty much all of them left except Luther, who went to the moon, but he went to the moon on the behest of his father. But they're all forced now to come back because the dad is dead. Now, Luther is convinced that the father didn't just die of natural causes, it was indeed a murder, because when the dad was found, he didn't have a monocle on them, and he always had a monocle on him. Diego used his ability of sneaking around at night, if you will, to sneak in the coroner's office and find the autopsy, which says dad just died of a heart attack, even though Luther doesn't buy it. The body was found by the butler, if you will. He's a monkey named Pogo who talks, and he's grown up with the children. He is kind of a caregiver, if you will. But he was also probably the best friend to Reginald Hargreaves. This is a guy who didn't really have a social life. There's also the mother who raised the kids, but the thing with the mother is she's legitimately a computer. She was created by Reginald Hargreaves to take care of the kids, and she doesn't age. But she's also the only loving thing that they know. This is how cold Reginald was. He didn't even name the kids. He left that to the computer mother. Reginald had no interest in actually giving them names. He would literally just call them by their number. So they have a lot of resentment for Reginald, but they also have a lot of resentment for Vanya, who wrote a tell-all book telling the world all of their secrets. Because she was the only one who didn't have powers, she was made to feel inadequate. You end up learning a little more about the characters in this episode, like Allison, who was married and had a kid, but has since been divorced. The father got custody of the child after it was revealed that Allison was using the "I heard a rumor" trick on the daughter. Klaus found out about the dad dying coming out of rehab, which he basically left rehab and went right to a dealer immediately. He's followed around by his dead brother Ben because he can talk to the dead. And then finally, there's number 5, who was missing for the past 17 years. And Reginald was convinced that he was still out there, but the kids have long given up on it. But all of a sudden, he shows up out of a time vortex in the sky. While all the kids have grown up, he's still stuck looking like a 12-year-old boy, though. But he's seen some shit. It was perfect timing by him because he shows up right before the memorial service for their father. But he isn't really interested in the funeral or exchanging pleasantries. He seems like he has a mission to attend to. Apparently, he's been trying to get back to this time period for quite some time and finally got the math right. He sneaks away and goes to a coffee shop at night, and while he's sitting there, he gets attacked by a couple mercenaries who were tracking him by a chip in his arm. He's able to take them out, and he also takes the chip out. But he knew that they were coming. He kind of roped them into this, and he at one point even says, "I'm surprised you guys didn't show up earlier." He heads to Vanya's apartment and explains that you're the only one I can trust because of the fact that you're ordinary. And he ends up revealing what happened to him. He says that when he jumped in the future, he saw nothing. Literally, the world was over. And he doesn't know exactly how it happened, but he does know a day. The world is going to end in 8 days, and I need your help. Finally, the episode ends with Diego, who the whole time had his father's monocle and just chucks it in the ocean. Episode 2 starts out with a flashback of when the kids are all smaller and they're talking at the dinner table. And number 5 chimes up that he wants to start time traveling, but Reginald says, "You're not ready for that at all." Being a young kid who thinks he knows everything, 5 says, "Yeah, I am," but Reginald still says, "You're not ready for that." 5 storms out and starts time traveling, and everything's going well. He's traveling to different eras until all of a sudden he travels to the wrong era where the world's ended, and that's where he was stuck for all those years. We return in present day where he's in Vanya's living room, and he tells Vanya exactly what happened, but she's trying to make sense of it all, and it's not really clicking. He tries to leave, but Vanya says, "Look, I've lost you once. I'm not going to lose you again. Why don't you just sleep at my house?" He agrees, but he does end up leaving because he's being hunted by people. It's those same people from the diner, and they've shown up. They're two people named Hazel and Cha-Cha. They've got a briefcase and orders to get to number 5. They even say it's at one point, we've never had to hunt our own before. They check into a shitty motel, and it becomes evident that Hazel's not exactly a fan of his bosses and how cheap they've gotten recently. Now, they've located the tracking device that number 5 took out of his arm, and they did so before the cops could locate it. The cops have arrived at the donut shop and start asking questions to the woman that was working there that night, and she starts to explain everything, but then goes, do I have to explain this to you again? I mean, I already did this to the other cop. To which a female police officer says, what other cop? And that's when it clicks for Detective Patch, who ends up going around the back of the donut shop and catching Diego. She tells Diego that he can't keep doing this. He can't pretend to be a cop. It's obvious that these two know each other. Not only do they know each other, but they previously dated in some kind of capacity. Detective Patch ends up taking Diego down to the precinct where, through conversation, you learn that Diego was kicked out of the police academy. He basically lives and works as a vigilante now, trying to help the cops, but really just trying to serve the community when the cops aren't going to do it. But Detective Patch is pretty pissed and says, you need to stay away from my witnesses. Now, we'll get back to Diego and move on to Allison, who's going through a tough time because all she wants to do is see her daughter. She's supposed to have visitation rights, but had to come out here for the funeral, and she's kind of going through withdrawal a little bit. She tells Luther that she hopes one day he can meet him, and he's surprised that her daughter even knows who Luther is. She says, of course, I always told my daughter about her uncle up in the moon. But the moon is the farthest thing from Luther's mind because he's still convinced that somebody murdered their dad because of the monocle, even though all the brothers and sisters are saying, dude, his heart just gave out, give it a rest. But Luther definitely has his suspicions and heads out to find Diego. He ends up heading to where Diego lives, and Diego lives in a boxing gym. In the basement, he basically trades off janitor work for rent, but Diego's not there. Luther starts snooping around and sees a boxing poster that Diego participated in, and it basically exonerates him because it's the exact same day as their father's death. Now, the last brother we haven't talked about is Klaus, who's having a tough time because he can talk to the dead, including his dead brother Ben. He wakes up to find Pogo asking him if he knows anything about this missing box that is very important. It's obviously the box that he stole from Reginald's office and then sold at a pawn shop. But being a good junkie, he just denies everything. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know where this box could be. If you remember, he pawned the box but threw a book that was in the box in a dumpster. And that's really what Pogo wants, is the book. Pogo says the items in that box were very important and very valuable, and if someone were to bring that back, they would be forgiven for what they did. But of course, Klaus is like, yeah, I don't know anything about it. Now, we're going to get to Klaus in a second because he's going to end up helping 5, who has brought this eyeball back from the future, and he thinks it's of vital importance to figuring out how exactly to solve the apocalypse. He takes to the company that made it, but they're not giving him any information because number 5 looks like a 12-year-old boy. So he enlists Klaus to play his father in this role so they could get the information to find out who exactly this eye belonged to. The issue is when he heads over with Klaus, they still won't give him the medical information. But Klaus has a plan, and he says, I can't believe you hit my son, and then he punches number 5. And then he grabs a snow globe and bashes it over her head and says, I can't believe you assaulted me too. The doctor immediately grabs the phone and calls security, but Klaus grabs it and says, yeah, there's been an assault. Can you head up here? And then he hangs up and turns to the doctor and says, look, there's going to be 2 security guards that show up here, and we're just going to tell them that you beat the shit out of us unless we get these medical records. The doctor reluctantly looks up the information, but the issue is, whose ever eyeball that belongs to, yeah, it hasn't been made yet. As they're leaving, Klaus says, why are you so stressed? I mean, I guess it's because you're like 50 years old, but you actually look like you're 12. You haven't gotten laid yet. And he goes, I was with somebody for 30 years. Her name's Dolores. The issue I have is the world's going to end in 8 days, and someone in the next 7 days is going to lose an eyeball, and I need to start getting some answers to figure this thing out. So number 5 heads off, but Cha-Cha and Hazel, the 2 people that are looking for him, have located that driver who is in the coffee shop along with number 5, and they're torturing him for answers. They're convinced that this guy is 5 and he's the person they're looking for, but obviously that's not the case. They finally, after torturing him enough times, come to the realization that this isn't 5. And the only information he can give them is that 5 wanted the location of this department store. We'll get back to number 5 and Hazel and Cha-Cha in a second, but let's get back to the sisters Vanya and Allison, who have had a little bit of a blow-up in regards to Allison's daughter. She's kind of taking her anger out on Vanya and says, how would you know how it feels? You've never been in love with anybody, and you've never had a relationship. Vanya kind of blames her dad, and then Allison shoots back, well, did dad make you write that book? You're an adult. Start acting like it. Take responsibility. So Vanya heads home kind of depressed, but she's a violin teacher, and she has a new appointment. This adult named Leonard. He's pretty dorkish, unassuming, the kind of guy you would expect to want to learn violin at the age of, 35. He starts small talk with Vanya, asking if it's weird that he's wanting to learn violin at this old age, which of course she says no, and you come to find out that he wants to learn violin because of his father. He's really describing the relationship that Vanya had with her father, but this guy had a similar relationship with his father. And he's trying to understand music because his dad loved it. At the end of the lesson, Leonard tells her that he owns a wood shop and invites her there, but she's like, hey, maybe another time. Remember, they've only known each other for maybe like 45 minutes. It's kind of weird you're asking somebody out on a first date. Now, the other end of this blow-up was Allison, who ends up heading up to the attic to smoke a cigarette, and Pogo finds her there and says, yeah, I figured I'd find you here. You always came up here when you were upset. I want to show you something. He brings her into the room with all the surveillance tapes that her dad had collected throughout the years. She says it's hilarious because most families have home videos and photo albums, and we have surveillance tapes. Pogo apologizes, saying, I'm sorry, I thought this would make you feel better, but Allison says, look, it does. I just kind of find it amusing. Pogo says, look, you can watch as much as you want, just lock up, and she starts to watch all the videos, but then she puts in one videotape and just says, oh my God, Dad, and we can't see what's on the tape, but whatever it is pretty upsetting. Now, at this point, Diego has made it back to his basement in the boxing gym, and Leonard apologizes, saying, hey, I didn't know you had a fight that night. I'm sorry. And Diego says, well, I didn't know I had to let you know that I had a fight that night. Luther says, well, I just thought, and Diego cuts him off and says, I know what you thought. So that same night, number 5 heads to that department store that he ended up telling the truck driver about. And you come to learn that Dolores isn't a person. She was a damn mannequin. We're talking like Castaway, Tom Hanks, Wilson type. Like, that's the kind of relationship he had with this mannequin. Unfortunately for him, Cha-Cha and Hazel have also shown up, and they start shooting up the place. 5 is able to jump and avoid their shots and ends up escaping back to the house. And the next morning, Allison finds Luther and says, look, I have to show you something. You were right about Dad. As they head to the surveillance room, 5 is just arriving back and starts walking up the steps, and they're like, dude, you don't look so good. Are you all right? You need help with something? And he goes, there is absolutely nothing you could possibly help me with. And then you get a flashback to when 5 jumped forward in time. That eyeball that he found, well, Luther was holding it. The issue was Luther was dead, and 5 had to find all of his brothers and sisters' bodies spewed out across the rubble. Episode 3 starts out with a flashback of Vanya writing her tell-all book. It started off as a hit, but quickly went to the bargain bin, and Vanya quickly went out of the spotlight back to reality, where she's in an orchestra, and she's basically the third chair, which is no different than being the third string. After the practice, she compliments the girl who is ahead of her, and the girl is just flat out rude to her and basically says, you know, you've been third chair all these years. Maybe it's time to find something new to do with your life because this clearly isn't it. It's another hit on Vanya's confidence, and she's feeling pretty down, so she decides to head to the woodworking place that Leonard works at. Leonard's pleasantly surprised to see her and starts showing her around and shows her all the things that he creates, including something that he stayed up all night making, which is a little violinist, which is obviously supposed to be for Vanya. He ends up asking her out to dinner, and she is kind of taken aback, but says, yeah, sure. Says, it's weird, like, I've only known you for a little bit of time, but it seems like I've known you my entire life. At that moment, Allison gets in touch with Vanya and says, we need you back at the house now. We have a family emergency. And the emergency is that when Allison watched the tape of what happened to their father, she's convinced that the mother had something to do with it. So they go to the mother, and they start asking her, and she's about to say something, but she just stops and changes the subject. Now, there's only a couple of people at the house, and they're trying to find everybody. Diego's off, and he's gone to the department store because he's trying to find the 2 people who have shot up the place. Klaus is sleeping in the back of number 2's van, and number 2 has no interest whatsoever of meeting with the family because he's trying to save the world. But eventually, they do all end up meeting, and they're trying to make sense of this whole situation. And finally, they go, it kind of makes sense because Dad created her, and he must have treated her like shit because he treated all of us like shit, and she must have snapped. The monocle keeps getting brought up over and over, and Diego finally gets tired of it and says, look, I had it. I found it in Mom's things, and I knew that if you, Luther, were to find it, you were going to just assume things and go off, so I took it. Now, Diego is very protective of the mother, and you find out why thanks to a flashback. Before one of the missions, the mom is helping all of the kids get ready, and you find out that Diego actually had a speech impediment when he was growing up, and he had a tough time getting over that, but thanks to the mother, he was able to overcome his speech impediment. So Diego is very close with the mom. Now, number 2 could not care less, so he's not at this meeting. He's actually staking out the Eye Institute and the doctor in there to try to figure out what the hell's going on with this guy. He's still trying to figure out how to save the world, and he's quickly running out of time to do so. But the issue is, Hazel and Cha-Cha are still after him, and they go to the donut shop and end up questioning the woman who owns it, and she says, well, he actually had a tattoo. And they're able to track him down to the Umbrella Academy. So they show up at his front door. They break in looking for number 2. Of course, he's not there, but everybody else is. And the issue is they have no idea what they've walked into. They have no idea about the Umbrella Academy. They don't know anything about these kids. And they start with a shootout, but it's not going their way. Cha-Cha and Hazel barely escape with their lives, but Luther is injured, and when he takes off his shirt, you can see he is all messed up. He basically looks like a half monkey, half human being, like Planet of the Apes kind of. It's not a good look for anybody. The more shocking thing is nobody in the house had any idea of what the hell happened to Luther. So this is coming as a surprise to the audience, but also his brothers and sisters. At this point, though, everybody is on edge because of what happened, and Diego ends up taking it out on Vanya, saying, you never should have been here in the first place. So she flees to Leonard's house, crying, saying, I really had nowhere else to go. Diego then heads up to the mom's room where she is doing needlework, but she's literally needling into her own arm. So Diego knows what he has to do. He ends up pulling the plug on her and saying, it'll be all right. But the biggest issue is that Hazel and Cha-Cha didn't just escape with their lives. They escaped with Klaus, who they are now holding hostage. All right, on to episode 4, and you quickly find out why Luther looks like a silverback gorilla. After all of the kids left, his dad sent him on a mission that he wasn't ready for, and he basically died at the mission. He gets brought back to the house, and to save his life, his dad injected him with a serum that was from Pogo, and it did in fact save his life, but it also turned his body into that of a silverback gorilla. So he's half man, half gorilla at this point. Once again, it's not a good look. Now, on the present day, the rest of the family is trying to deal with some shit because they found the mother dead. They have no idea that Diego did it, but also they're trying to figure out who the hell attacked them in the previous night. Now, they all know that it has something to do with number 5, but the issue is they can't find number 5 because number 5 has successfully located the doctor from the Eye Institute that he was looking for, and he wants some answers. It turns out that doctor is a pretty shady dude who makes prosthetics eyes and sells them on the black market. And there is a chance that he actually already made the eye that 5 found in the future and has already sold it, but he's not 100% sure. Now, he does keep records in his office, so him and 5 end up heading over there, but the place is on fire. And it was set on fire by Hazel and Cha-Cha, who found out about the Eye Institute from Klaus. Klaus was doing a really good job holding out, but then he started going through withdrawal and eventually just gave it up. He told them about how number 5 was acting weird and had him go to the Eye Institute and pretend to be his dad. So they headed over there, lit it on fire. As they're leaving, they read a note on a car that just says, say hi to your brother for us. And that is important because the cop that finds this is the cop that used to date Diego. It's the same cop who, as she left the house, found Diego sleeping on her front step. Like, that's not weird. But hey, Diego's going through a tough time. He just had to murder his mom, and he buried his dad, and people are coming and attacking him in his own place. You kind of understand where he's coming from. Diego confides in the police officer and tells her how his mom died in the previous night, but he's got other issues because him, along with Luther, are now on the mission to find number 5 to not only inform him, hey, mom's dead, but also to get some answers as to who attacked him in the previous night. And by the way, these two don't want to work together, but for the common good, they're going to. So they head to number 5's van and find a note about a library, and when they head there, they find number 5, and he is completely shit-faced. They end up dragging him back to Diego's place to get some answers. 2 people that we haven't talked about are Vanya and Allison. Vanya wakes up in Leonard's place, and the two head off to practice together. And while they're walking, they see the girl who's the first chair, and Vanya says hi to her, but she kind of just blows her off and is rude again. Leonard asks, who is it? And Vanya describes, oh, she's the first chair. She's like the number 1 quarterback. But then she starts freaking out because she doesn't have her pills. She wasn't planning on sleeping at Leonard's place, and she feels like she can't function without these pills. She heads off to practice, and Leonard says, hey, I'll go grab your pills for you, and grabs her keys and heads off to her house. He enters the house, but what he didn't know was that Allison had also dropped by. Allison just hears some guy rummaging around, and as he enters her room, she kind of throws him down on the ground, and they're both surprised to see each other. What are you doing here? No, wait, what are you doing here? And when Leonard asks Allison, what are you doing here? She's pretty taken aback and is like, it's none of your business. And that's when Leonard gets really defensive, saying, well, you wanted nothing to do with her yesterday, but now all of a sudden you want to hang out with her. He reluctantly gives the keys to Allison, but it was kind of weird behavior for a guy who's known her for about 17 minutes. Allison ends up getting the keys and finding Vanya and giving it to her, but also kind of giving her a little bit of a warning of Leonard. Now, when Vanya heads back to her apartment, she finds flowers that are left there from Leonard, but Leonard wasn't just leaving flowers. He'd also taken those pills he was supposed to grab and dumped them down the drain. Those are the same pills that Vanya's been taking since she was a little kid. Now, a lot of this episode has to do with Klaus, who's going through withdrawal, and you get more backstory on this whole situation. And because the more he goes through withdrawal, the more the dead start coming to him and talking to him, and it's a pretty haunting situation. When he was a kid, he had to deal with this, and his dad literally just put him in a mausoleum and just trapped him there. And he would keep him in there for hours to get over his fear of the dead. It obviously didn't work because Klaus became a drug addict to make himself forget. As more and more dead people come to him in this room, Ben, the dead brother, by the way, says you can use it to your advantage. Look at how these dead people are looking at Cha-Cha and Hazel. They clearly killed them. So why don't you use this information to freak them out and possibly escape? And when Klaus does this, it does indeed freak out Hazel and Cha-Cha. How does he know about this? How does he know about that? And while this is going on, Detective Patch has shown up at the shitty motel because she's tracked down Hazel and Cha-Cha. She also ends up calling Diego for backup after he said, hey, don't just go in there. Call me if you need me. But Diego's not at the gym, so she ends up heading in there anyway. When she enters the motel, she finds Klaus, and when she goes to free him, that's when she's kind of ambushed into a gunfight. She commands them to put down their weapons, but obviously they're not going to listen. As she tries to wait them out, Cha-Cha sneaks around back and ends up shooting her and killing her. Now, while all this is going on, Klaus was able to escape through an air vent, and it's the same air vent where they were keeping that briefcase that they're supposed to keep on themselves at all times. So he ends up taking the briefcase with him and escaping in the process. Klaus ends up taking the bus and opening up the briefcase looking to see if it's anything he can pawn, but it's not. It's a time machine, and Klaus just disappears. Diego eventually gets the message and heads to the motel, but it's too late. Detective Patch is dead, and he is pissed off. He does find a receipt from the donut place that they were eating at, and he heads there looking for answers. In episode 5, you find out exactly where 5 was during the whole apocalypse. He was traveling around kind of lost until a woman finally appears and offers him a proposition. She's from a company that keeps everything in order. So everything is supposed to happen for a reason. You've probably heard that, but in this reality, everything actually is supposed to happen for a reason. There are people that want to alter that reality, and then there are people from this company that keep everything in order. 5 says, well, why don't you just solve this? Why don't you just solve the apocalypse? She says, because this apocalypse was supposed to happen. Now, 5 accepts the proposition because the alternative is staying in the apocalypse, and he's really good at this job. The whole thing with this job is you have a 5-year contract, and then you have a pension. But the whole time, 5 is just trying to get the math right to get back before the apocalypse to try to save it. So he ends up breaking his pact and leaving before his 5 years are up. His last job was ironically killing JFK because he finally is able to get the math right, and that's what led him back to his brothers and sisters. And that is why Cha-Cha and Hazel are after him, because they're from the same company and they're hunting their own because 5 is trying to stop the apocalypse. And you can't screw with the space-time continuum. Now, speaking of Hazel and Cha-Cha, they're still searching for their briefcase, which helps them travel through time. And the person who has it is obviously Klaus, who just got back from 1968. During that time, Klaus joined the army, met friends, saw them die, and he is clearly affected by this. As soon as Klaus gets back from 1968, he destroys the briefcase and starts heading home, where 5 ends up running into him, and 5 can tell that he is going through the effects of time travel. So 5 wants to know where the briefcase is, and Klaus tells him, look, man, I destroyed it. And that doesn't sit well with 5 because he starts screaming at him, calling him an idiot, saying, I could have just kept going back in time to try to restart this thing until I figured it out, but now I have one shot at it because you destroyed the briefcase. Now, one of the people that's really pissed off at number 5 is Diego. Diego basically blames number 5 for the fact that his girlfriend died. Diego will deal with number 5 later, but he's on the hunt to find out exactly who did this and make them pay. At this point, Klaus just wants to get away from number 5. So he offers help to Diego to try to figure out who killed his girlfriend. They end up setting up shop in the donut place's parking lot and doing a little bit of a stakeout. And they end up seeing Hazel. And that's when Klaus goes, hey, that's the guy who tortured me. So Diego and Klaus end up following Hazel back to the motel/apartment area. But Hazel's on to them. He's not going to let Diego just sneak up behind him and make him pay. So him and Cha-Cha sneak out the back, shoot up their car, and leave them with nothing but an ice cream truck to drive. But they're not just fleeing an apartment, they actually have somewhere to go. Because 5 has left them a note saying, hey, I have your briefcase, meet me at this location. Obviously 5 doesn't have the briefcase, but he does want to meet with them. He ends up bringing Luther, who is just being Luther, nosy, needs to know everything, needs to be involved. And 5 has explained to him, look, we need these people. 5 has done some quick math and realizes that there's about 4 people in the world that if I kill these people, it'll alter the space-time continuum and it'll help save the world. And by the way, these people aren't politicians, they're literally everyday people. So as they're waiting for Hazel and Cha-Cha to show up, they finally do, and 5 goes, look, I need you to get me a face-to-face meeting with your superior. Hazel ends up going over and calling her superior and having a conversation, but out of nowhere, Diego and Klaus ruin everybody's plans and show up in the ice cream truck looking for vengeance. And of course, Hazel and Cha-Cha think this is a setup because they're all related. So all parties involved start getting into a firefight, and a little bit after the shit hit the fan, time just stops. And the woman who offered Five the deal way back in the apocalypse is back. She goes, look, you aren't going to be able to stop what's going to happen. What's going to happen is going to happen. But we're actually here to offer you a new contract. In this situation, you'd actually be management. So you're not going to be doing your old job. You'd be at the home base, and you would be a manager. He's a little bit hesitant, but Five agrees to it under one condition. You keep my family safe. So it looks like the apocalypse is still going to happen, but the family is going to remain okay. They shake on the agreement, and both of them disappear. When time starts back up, this allows Luther, Klaus, and Diego to escape, and Cha-Cha and Hazel are left with the shit end of the stick. And then there's the issue of Vanya and Allison. Vanya is still seeing Leonard, and there's something about that just kind of skeeves Allison off. So Allison does a little bit of digging, goes to the library, and starts trying to research him and realizes there's absolutely nothing on this guy. There's an article, there's an address, but there is nothing else. She confronts Vanya about this, but Vanya is not wanting to hear any of it. She tells him, I like him, it's nothing. And Vanya's mind really isn't on Leonard because she's a tryout for first chair. Amazingly, the girl who was first chair has just disappeared. So she's pretty nervous. She has this big tryout. Her sister is telling her that her boyfriend is weird. And on top of it, she's doing all of this without her medication. But she says she's never felt better. And during the tryout, out of nowhere, something happens. This spirit kind of comes out of her. It changes the whole mood of the room, and she blows everybody away. Figuratively, not literally. Now, while Vanya dazzles the committee on her violin skills, Allison is not taking no for an answer and ends up breaking into Leonard's home. She's forced to leave early because Leonard comes home. So Allison is able to escape, and it's a pretty good thing, too, because later on, Vanya and Leonard end up meeting up. She tells him, hey, I got first chair. They end up hooking up, but above them in the attic is, of course, the former first chair, dead. So Leonard killed her. The episode doesn't end there, though. It ends with Pogo, who is fixing the mother. He says to the mother, do you remember what happened? She says, yes. And Pogo says, well, you know that the children can never know. The mother kind of looks away uneasy, and Pogo says, do you understand? And she says, yes. And he says, good. In episode 6, the Umbrella Academy is trying to figure out how exactly they plan on stopping the impending apocalypse. While they're all meeting to try to figure out how to do so, Vanya shows up along with Leonard to tell them that she got first chair in the orchestra. She's planning on inviting all of them to her concert, but when she sees that they're having another meeting without her, she flips out. Basically saying, I was shut out when Dad was alive, now I'm shut out when Dad is dead. She storms out. Leonard goes back for his coat, and another example of him being weird, he doesn't just take his coat back, he also ends up taking an action figure of their father. He ends up meeting up with Vanya in the street, and the angrier Vanya is getting, it's having an effect on literally everything. All of a sudden, it starts storming out, and the light posts are turning inward into the street. Leonard stops her and says, Vanya, look, you're doing this. She scoffs it off, but it's clear that she actually might be. Now, after this meeting, the Umbrella Academy is all trying to figure out what they're going to do. Allison has decided that if the apocalypse is actually going to happen, she's going back to California to be with her daughter. We also get some backstory on what happened with Klaus in the Korean War. He ended up falling in love with a guy, and that's why he didn't leave earlier. But when that guy died, he ended up coming back. He plans on getting clean because he wants to see this guy, and he can't see the dead if he's on drugs. So he gets with Diego and has Diego tie him up, much like Hazel and Cha-Cha did, to try to get him clean. This trick ends up working, and Klaus does in fact see his Korean War boyfriend. Afterwards, Diego walks downstairs and sees the mother, and to his surprise, there's the mother, all good to go. He's shocked, but pretty quickly asks her, do you remember anything? And she remembers something from a week ago, and he says, is that it? She looks over in the corner, and there's Pogo just mean-mugging her. So her only response is, wow, what a beautiful day, I should take a walk. And that's when it dawns on Diego, that's right, you've never been outside, Dad never let you outside. Let's do that, let's go for a walk. And as they walk, the mother turns to Diego and says, there's something I haven't been telling you. We'll get to that later. Because there's the issue of Luther, just being typical Luther, never giving up. He figures there's gotta be a way to stop the apocalypse from happening, and it has to do with his research from the moon. So he goes and searches the entire house to find out exactly why his father sent him to the moon. But when he gets to his father's study, there's Pogo. He confronts Pogo about it, and Pogo just points to the floor, where under the floorboards, there's all of the samples that Luther sent back, completely unopened by his father. Pogo tells him that after the accident, his father figured that Luther needed a purpose in life, so he sent him to the moon to, quote, collect samples for data. But in reality, he was never going to use the samples and never even needed them. This really pisses off Luther. This really upsets Luther, who's basically wasted a bunch of years of his own life on a fool's errand. He's really pissed off, and he ends up seeing Allison and venting to her. There's also strong hints of a relationship when they were younger. But Luther isn't the only pissed off Hargrave. There's obviously Vanya, too, who's trying to be convinced by her boyfriend Leonard that she has special powers. And there's a reason why he keeps harping on it, because he knows that Vanya has special powers. He is the one who stole Reginald Hargrave's diary out of the trash when Klaus just threw it in there thinking nothing of it. And in the diary, it states that Vanya has incredible powers that need to be suppressed. And the way you do this is with those pills. So that explains why he keeps telling her that she's got all these powers, but also trying to hinder her from taking the pills. But most of this episode has to do with number 5. Hazel and Cha-Cha are no longer hunting him because he's made a deal with their bosses. Now they're hunting something else, each other. Earlier in the episode, they both got messages from the company stating that they were to take out the other. While it's weird, neither of them really question it. But the messages weren't sent from the company. They were sent from number 5, who is getting acclimated to his new position, but also doing some spying. You come to find out that there are people that are all tasked with a possible outcome. And that's all they work on. Assassinations, fires, bombings, and then, of course, the apocalypse. Everything to keep the space-time continuum intact. Number 5 ends up meeting the woman who was charged with the apocalypse, the one who was out to stop him. But really, he's more concerned with his boss. While meeting for lunch with her and trying to kind of weasel some answers out of her, the girl from the apocalypse ends up coming and giving her a folder. 5 later sees her walk up to an older woman whose job it is to send messages out to the agents. And he overhears the apocalypse girl tell the older woman that their boss is on in number 5, is convinced that he is still snooping around for clues, and she has to get this message to Hazel and Cha-Cha immediately. Well, 5 obviously can't let that happen, and he takes the old woman out and ends up grabbing the message that just says, "Protect Harold Jenkins." Now, 5 was never one for the office, so right before he leaves, he sends a message to Hazel saying to kill Cha-Cha. He sends a message to Cha-Cha saying to kill Hazel. He throws 2 grenades in, destroys the entire place, and right before he does, he grabs a briefcase to get back to the beginning of the episode. But now he has his lead. He's got to find out who Harold Jenkins is and to take him out. So who is Harold Jenkins? Well, in episode 7, you find out that Harold Jenkins was born on the exact same day as the Umbrella Academy, except he has no powers. His mother died during childbirth, and he grew up with a very abusive father. At one point in his life, he even tried to join the Umbrella Academy, literally by hopping over a guardrail, but Reginald Hargraves was having none of it, and basically told him, "Kid, you're not special, go home." Later on, he went home, he was pissed off, and he ends up killing his father and getting 12 years. Harold Jenkins was released from prison 5 days ago, and the first place he went was the Umbrella Academy, where he saw Klaus leaving, and he dumps Reginald's journal into the dumpster, and that's when Harold Jenkins grabbed it. Harold Jenkins is Leonard. When 5 returns to present day, he ends up telling everybody about Harold Jenkins, and with Diego's police contacts, they do end up getting a file on Harold Jenkins and realizing, holy crap, this is Leonard. But Diego also finds out that he is wanted for murder for Detective Patch. But that's not going to deter Diego. They end up heading to Leonard's house, but they don't find anything. Not Leonard, not Vanya, nobody. And that's because Leonard took Vanya to his grandmother's cabin in the woods. His plan is to have her harness this power that she clearly has. One thing they do find out in Harold's place is that he is obsessed with the Umbrella Academy, has been obsessed with the Umbrella Academy, and for whatever reason has a disdain for a lot of the members of the Umbrella Academy. Now, while Diego, Klaus, and 5 go try to track down Vanya, Luther is still fuming over the fact that he wasted a large portion of his life on the moon for no reason. He goes to the one person he thinks he can get answers from, and that's Klaus, because he can talk to the dead. He demands that Klaus talk to their father and find out why he sent him to the moon for no reason. But Klaus can't, because he's not sober yet. On top of it, he ends up getting dragged to a rave by Luther, because now Luther wants to let loose and live a little and live like Klaus does, with not a care in the world. But that's like the worst place to go for someone trying to get clean. At the rave, Klaus ends up getting into a fight and killed, and when this happens, he basically goes to heaven. For anyone curious out there, God is a little girl on a bicycle. She sees Klaus and points to a shack and says he's waiting for you. When Klaus enters the shack turns into a barber shop, and he sits in a chair, and the barber is, of course, their father. So Klaus is going to be able to get some answers. The father admits, yes, I sent Luther up to the moon for no reason. But he also tells him, I know the apocalypse is coming, and I was preparing all of you for this moment. and I knew that something drastic would have to happen to get all of you guys back together, so I committed suicide. Reginald's about to tell him one more thing, but all of a sudden Klaus just pops out of it, and now he's back. But back to the other Hargrave children, who are trying to track down Vanya, and realize that 5 has been concealing a gunshot wound the entire time. So now it's on Allison and Diego. Diego has luckily retrieved an address of Leonard's grandmother's house. And right before they're about to leave, the cops show up and arrest him for murder. So really, it's just on to Allison. So she heads to the cabin to try to save Vanya. But Vanya doesn't need saving. That night, Vanya and Leonard end up going to a bar, and as they're walking out, they get accosted by just a couple of douchebags. And they end up beating up Leonard pretty good. When this happens, Vanya freaks out, and the power ends up coming out of her, and she ends up messing these guys up. Leonard ends up getting taken to the hospital, where he's lost an eye in the fight. But don't worry, he gets replaced with a prosthetic eye, which is the eye that number 5 brought back from the apocalypse. Now, 2 people we have yet to talk about in this episode are Hazel and Cha-Cha. Hazel doesn't want to kill Cha-Cha. He just wants to go off with Agnes, who owns the donut shop, and live a life. But Cha-Cha doesn't really see it that way. Unfortunately for her, she's tied up, and Hazel's trying to make amends and say, look, just let me go, live my life. But Cha-Cha says, you better kill me now, because if you don't, I'm going to hunt both of you down, and I'm going to kill her right in front of you, and then I'm going to kill you. You just hate it when a partnership breaks up. In episode 8, Allison arrives at the cabin, but nobody's there because Leonard is still in the hospital. But he doesn't end up planning to be there for long, and he ends up leaving. Right before he leaves, however, Vanya asks one of the nurses what happened to the guys that she messed up, to which she learns that all but one of them died. This really messes with Vanya because she realizes she just killed a guy, but Leonard's thrilled because it's proof positive that she does indeed have powers. So Leonard takes it upon himself to try to help Vanya harness these powers. In the middle of the woods, there's a lake, and they post up shop there. And he's telling her, just go back to how you felt when they were beating me up. While all this is going on, you're getting flashbacks of Vanya being trained by Hargraves. When she was a child, she was able to focus and shatter a glass here, a glass there, but one day she just doesn't want to do it. Hargraves continues to urge her along, but finally she just snaps and shatters all of them. And that's when he realizes she's pretty dangerous. But while Vanya is relearning how to harness her powers, her brothers and sisters are trying to figure out what they're going to do about the end of the world. Diego has broken out of prison with the help of the police officer who gave him Leonard's file. He heads back to the house and meets up with 5, Klaus, and a very hungover Luther, who's still reeling from the fact that his father wasted years of his life. Klaus tells everybody what he saw when he went to heaven and what their dad said. But the thing that 5 can't understand is how their dad knew when the apocalypse was going to hit, but also when to kill himself. So while they're focused on that, they also have to be focused on the fact that their sister is literally with a murderer in Leonard. And their other sister has no idea what she's really walking into, and she's by herself. And because she's alone, Allison doesn't have many leads, so she befriends a cop with her celebrity status and convinces him to bring her along to visit the one remaining survivor. She basically says, hey, I'm training for a bit part in a show. You could help me out. When they meet with the survivor, they learn that Leonard paid these guys to beat him up, and it just went too far. And of course, Vanya has no idea this is happening. Eventually, that lone survivor ends up going to get taken for tests, but you never see him again. Which is interesting because at that exact moment, Vanya is in the woods practicing her powers, but Leonard is nowhere to be found. At this point, however, Allison has arrived at the cabin and does find Vanya. Because Leonard's nowhere to be found, she can alert her sister to the fact that she is with a literal murderer. To which Vanya doesn't really take this too well. And that's when Allison drops a bombshell on Vanya. When Vanya was about 4 years old, Hargraves realized that her powers were too strong and she was never going to be able to harness them. So he had Allison whisper in her ear that she wasn't special. And that's one of the reasons why she's always thought she isn't special. But she's really the strongest one. And when Allison tells her this, Vanya freaks out. She's blaming not only Allison, but the entire family for making her feel average her entire life when she actually had powers. When this is going on, the room starts to shake, and Allison gets kind of scared and says, don't make me do this, and starts to get the words out of, I heard a rumor, but Vanya stops her in her tracks by slashing her throat. As soon as this happens, Vanya immediately regrets it and starts freaking out. And that's when Leonard busts the door, sees what happens, and says, we gotta go, and ushers her out quickly, as Allison is literally gasping for life. And one of the reasons why Leonard wants to get the hell out of there is because he killed the lone survivor. A short while later, Diego, 5, and Klaus all arrive at the house to find Allison's body. Now, two people we haven't talked about are Hazel and Cha-Cha. Hazel has gone to a motel with Agnes and says, there's one more thing I gotta do. And he leaves her there because Cha-Cha has escaped and she's coming after them. In the 9th episode, we get a little more background into Vanya's powers and the mother. The mother was created because Vanya was literally killing any nanny that would get close to her. So Reginald needed to create a nanny that couldn't die and thus created the mother. But present-day Vanya is still a little freaked out that she might have just killed her sister. She's getting cleaned up with Leonard when she finds Reginald Hargrave's diary in Leonard's belongings. She actually found this diary before, but when number 5 went back in time, it erased that. So she actually finds it for a second time and confronts Leonard about it. Leonard's trying to justify this by saying I was the only one there for you, they didn't care about you, but she's not really having it. She ends up killing Leonard in basically a tornado of objects found around the house. It's a pretty cool scene. After this, she leaves Leonard dead and heads on home. Shortly thereafter, 5 and Diego arrive and find Leonard's body and, of course, the eye and say, oh, well, that settles it. But 5 brings to the point that the note said to protect him, and obviously they didn't do that because he's dead. And someone must have killed him, so they need to find that out, having no idea that the person that killed them is actually their sister. While they try to figure that out, the rest of the group is tending to Allison, who has been saved, but she can't really talk. Her vocal cords are completely trashed. Eventually, she wakes up, and Luther is there, who hasn't left her side. She grabs a piece of paper and a pen and writes that Vanya has powers. This shocks everybody in the room, except for Pogo, who admits to everything. Shortly after this, Vanya arrives home, and the first person she sees is Luther. She's distraught, she's remorseful, and she asks, how is Allison? Luther just gives her a hug, but he won't let her go. He basically bear hugs her until she passes out, and shortly thereafter, he puts her in that tomb-like room that Reginald used to put her in years ago when she was a child. Luther says that we need to keep her in here as long as possible until we figure out exactly what her powers is, but Luther's the only one that wants her in this room. Even Allison, who comes downstairs, ends up writing on a piece of paper to let her go. This really puts a rift between Allison and Luther. But in the end, Vanya isn't going anywhere. Luther's going to get his way. And while Vanya is sitting in this room, just a girl with her thoughts, the younger Vanya ends up coming to her and talking to her. The younger Vanya is telling her that Luther is right, the entire family is scared of her, and she needs to harness her powers and get out. The older Vanya is feeding into this thought and ends up breaking out of this room that you're not supposed to be able to break out of. When she does this, she looks completely possessed. That's how the episode ends, but let's get into some minor storylines, and one of them involves Klaus, who wants to go back to a life of drugs, but Ben, the dead brother, is arguing with him and ends up punching him. Normally, this would go right through him, but Klaus actually feels this. Obviously, this isn't supposed to happen because Ben is a ghost, and this forces Klaus to rethink the conversation he had with Reginald when he went to the afterlife. When he was in the barbershop, Reginald said, you never even tapped into half of your powers. So this is making Klaus think that maybe this is a sign of that because he hasn't been on drugs in a while. And then finally, there's Hazel. The place that he had to go was to locate 5. He wants to make amends and help save the world. When he arrives at the house, he ends up talking to 5. Unfortunately for him, though, Diego notices him and then still blaming him for the death of Detective Patch. So those two get into a huge fight. Eventually, this fight ends after 5 knocks out Diego, so he can actually have a conversation with Hazel. After the conversation about helping save the world, he gives number 5 the guns of both Hazel and Cha-Cha, and that should help acquit Diego of the murder of Detective Patch. So Hazel heads back to the motel where Agnes is, but unfortunately, Agnes isn't the only one there, so is Cha-Cha, and she's ready to make true to her word and kill Agnes and then Hazel. They get in a little bit of a fight, but then all of a sudden time just stops. Their boss shows up and says, you guys have really made a mess of this. Alright, let's get into the season finale, episode 10. This episode starts out with a little backstory on where Reginald came from. He left a dying wife who was a violinist to make a new world in America. On his first day in the States, he ends up buying a struggling umbrella factory, which is where the name the Umbrella Academy comes from. Fortunately for Reginald, though, he's dead, and one person that's not dead is Vanya, who is tearing through his house, destroying room after room in a fit of rage. Vanya is taking this out on everybody, including Pogo, who she streams at, did you know, did you know? And Pogo admits, yeah, I did know. And she kills him. Now, this does allow everybody in the house to escape, but come on, you just killed Pogo. It's not cool. Now, Diego barely escapes. He gets knocked out from falling debris, and he thinks that Klaus is the one who saved him, but it's actually not. It's Ben, the dead ghost brother. Once again, giving credence to the fact that Klaus might never have tapped into his actual potential. But the Umbrella Academy is in shambles. The mother's dead, Pogo's dead, Allison can't talk, and Vanya's trying to kill all of them. They end up meeting up in a bowling alley where number 5 brings a newspaper from the day that the world ended and said, look, nothing's changed. The apocalypse is still on. And we're going to need to act quickly to save the world. So while they're trying to figure out exactly how to save the world, Klaus ends up coming clean and saying, hey, Diego, I'm not the one who saved you. It was actually Ben. But nobody believes him because 1, it's Klaus, and 2, no one's seen Ben since he died. Now, while the entire group is a little suspect of that, he does say, by the way, we know where she is, and he puts up a flyer of her concert. While the group is discussing this, number 5 gets a message from the commission saying that the boss wants to meet with him in the hotel room of Agnes and Hazel. So 5 heads off to this meeting, and when he does, the entire bowling alley is getting shot up by agents. They're able to fend the soldiers off and escape through the back of the bowling alley. But now with no home and no bowling alley, they really only have one place to head, and that's the concert hall where Vanya will be performing. Oh, and that meeting that 5 was to attend? Yeah, that was just a trap to get 5 away from the bowling alley. He's far too valuable to the commission, and they just wanted to kill his brothers and sisters. So when he arrives, his boss basically admits this, so he quickly heads back to the group. So the people left in the hotel room are Agnes and the head of the commission. But where is Hazel? Well, Hazel is back reunited with Cha-Cha. After having a conversation with their boss, they quickly realize that they had been played by number 5. The commission didn't want them to kill each other. It was number 5 all along. And the boss brings up a new plan. Protect Vanya Hargreaves at all costs. If they're able to do this, they're going to let Hazel retire and go back to a time period of his choosing with Agnes. So they're following around Vanya Hargreaves, and after she gets off a bus, Cha-Cha undoes her seatbelt, but when she does this, Hazel speeds the car up and gets into an accident, which forces Cha-Cha to fly out of the front of the windshield. She's banged up, she's bloodied, and that's when Hazel goes back to the motel looking for vengeance. Hazel busts through the door and ends up killing her. He looks at Agnes and says, I understand if you don't want to be with me because you didn't have any idea about my life. But luckily, Agnes is cool with it. Hey, everybody's got a past, and these two crazy kids continue their torrid love affair. But back to the topic at hand, though, the whole world ending thing. Vanya is playing out her concert and performing beautifully, but her brothers and sisters are headed there to take her out. They're going to use Allison as a distraction, and it does work, because when Vanya sees Allison, she ends up smiling. But stupidly, Luther ends up running on stage to take her out. And when she sees this, she unleashes her powers, to which the entire audience runs out in fear. Vanya continues to play the violin, and when she's doing this, she's getting more and more powerful. Now, while the group tries to formulate a new plan, Klaus was outside supposed to be playing lookout, but it's Klaus, and he wasn't doing a real good job, so he heads off to get a burrito. And when this happens, all those soldiers from the bowling alley show up at the concert hall. Klaus turns around to see this, but he also sees a very bloodied up Cha-Cha. So Klaus ends up running into the theater to alert his brothers and sisters that, hey, they're coming, but it's too late. They're already there. They're in a firefight, and this is when Klaus really harnesses his powers. And Ben ends up acting through Klaus and taking out all of the soldiers. At this point, Diego has seen Cha-Cha and heads on over to finally get vengeance for Detective Patch. But at the last second, he realizes this probably isn't what she wanted, so he lets Cha-Cha slide. Without any real threats from the outside, the brothers and sisters reconvene and realize that we need to stop Vanya from playing this song, because if the song ends, then the world probably ends. They try and go after her, but Vanya ends up picking up all 4 of them, kind of like Ben with his powers, and has them just up in the air. She's left her brothers immobile, but she forgot one person, and that's Allison. Allison has a gun right behind her head, but she decides not to blow her brains out and just shoot near her. When this happens, it kind of stops her powers, and Vanya just passes out. She's still breathing, but her brothers are no longer hanging in the air, immobilized. The issue is, when Vanya passed out, a very powerful beam shot out of the concert hall and hit the moon. And that beam broke off chunks of the moon that is now barreling towards Earth, and that's the apocalypse. And they don't have much time. So number 5 says, hey, we can probably rectify this using my powers, but I've never time traveled with this many people. But number 5 realized that we need to change time, because this is always going to happen. Vanya's always going to be the bomb. No matter what we do, it's always going to end here. So we need to go deep back in time and change things. So he uses his powers to have them all travel back in time, and sure enough, it does work. Right before the world ends, the Umbrella Academy is able to escape. In episode 1 of season 2, all of the Hargreaves children are sent back in time to the same alley in Dallas, Texas, only they're sent back in different years. Klaus and Ben arrive in 1960, with Allison arriving in 1961, Luther arriving in 1962, Diego arriving in September of 1963, Vanya arriving in October of 1963, and then finally number 5 arrives in November of 1963. But he arrives to a very different alley, because the Soviets have invaded the United States and there is a war going on. And 5's first thought is, alright, what did we do now? But to his surprise, when he goes out to the streets, all of the Hargraves children are fighting alongside each other, and fighting against the Soviets. Diego says to him, hey, it's about time you showed up. But then Hazel shows up and says, hey, if you want to live, come with me, because those things in the sky right there, those are nuclear weapons, and everybody here is about to get blown off the map. And 5, who realizes that he can't save his family if he's dead, goes with him. So Hazel and 5 travel back to the same location just 10 days earlier. And Hazel's not really interested in helping 5. He's really just fulfilling a promise to Agnes on her deathbed. Agnes died of cancer, but they had 20 good years. And as they're making small talk about the commission, all of a sudden these 3 albinos get off a bus and draw guns at both Hazel and 5. And Hazel slips something into 5's pocket, hands him the briefcase, and gets lit up. 5 is able to get away and evade these guys, but the briefcase is shot to bits. He then goes back to the alley that he arrived in and notices that there's a place that has a camera set up, filming and taking pictures of the alley. So he heads into there to find a conspiracy theorist. And this guy used to just sell TVs and radios in this place until 3 years ago when Klaus showed up. He tells 5 that 5 times in the past 3 years there's been an electrical anomaly, a blue light, and then someone appears in that alley, and he wasn't quite sure what was going on, but he's got pictures of aliens and newspaper clippings all typed up. So 5 is looking at the pictures, and sure enough, it's his brothers and sisters, and he asked the conspiracy theorist, a guy named Elliot, if he knows where any of these people are, and the only person's location that he knows of is Diego's, because there's a newspaper clipping about this crazy guy who was arrested and thrown in an insane asylum. And in that insane asylum, Diego's been locked up because he keeps talking about how somebody wants to kill the president in a few days and he needs to stop it. And they chalk it up to just a guy with a hero complex, which Diego kind of does have. So 5 goes to visit him to tell him that the world is once again going to end in 10 days. But all Diego can think about is getting out of there and saving the president's life. Even after 5 explains that Diego saving the president's life probably started a nuclear war, all Diego can focus on is the fact that he was able to do it. He was able to save Kennedy's life. And 5 doesn't want to let that happen. It's the butterfly effect. So he realizes that he can't rely on Diego and tells the guards, hey, by the way, he's planning an escape so that they'll lock him up and he can't get out. Now, the other Hargraves children are either in Dallas or slowly making their way back, like Klaus and Ben, who were out in California for a while, and Ben never wanted to leave California and is really being dragged against his will back to Dallas because, he's still dead. And they get into a fight about that and a fight about Klaus allowing their car to break down. So the two are forced to walk to this bar in the middle of nowhere and ask the bartender, hey, do you know when the next bus to Dallas is? And he says, yeah, tomorrow at 3 p.m. And Klaus is wearing this flamboyant outfit in the middle of Texas. So he's kind of getting some guff from the bar patrons who ask him, hey, do you want to play some poker? Thinking that he can be an easy mark. But Klaus is taking them for all their money. And one of the guys there is kind of sick of losing, so he's trying to bully Klaus out of a huge pot and offers to put up more than the money. He wants Klaus to put up his necklace. And Ben, who is behind this guy, tells Klaus, by the way, he's bluffing. So Klaus obliges and says, okay, well then put up the keys to your car, because that could be their way to Dallas. But when the guy puts his cards down, Ben screwed him over because the guy's a full house. And that was something that Klaus is shocked to learn of, but he still grabs the keys. The guys want to fight him, and Klaus tries to harness the powers of Ben, but Ben says, no, I'm going to sit this one out, being petty. So it forces Klaus to run out of the bar, hop in the truck, and get the hell out of there. Although they're arrested for stealing the car shortly after they arrive over the Dallas border. Then there's Allison, who is married to a political activist named Raymond. And both Raymond and Allison are very active in the African-American community in Dallas. Shortly after Allison arrived, she saw the segregation firsthand when she entered a bar and it said whites only. And Raymond is really excited about President Kennedy and the future. And Allison, who knows what happens to Kennedy, tells him, I just don't want you to get your hopes up, because she still hasn't told him where she came from or about her powers. And Allison's doing pretty well for herself. She owns her own salon, where both her and Raymond hold community gatherings to talk about how to enact social change for their people. But one night, as they're having one of those meetings, this racist from across the street comes over and demands to know why they're having a gathering that late at night. And when Raymond basically touches his foot, he claims that he was assaulted, and that's when Allison actually jacks him up. And this future MAGA bro has to leave with his tail between his legs in a seersucker suit. Now, Vanya crawled out of that alley delirious and was hit by a car, and the family that hit her has taken her in because Vanya doesn't remember anything. And she's been staying with this family for about a month, taking care of their child named Harlan, who doesn't speak. And while the woman of the household, named Sissy, likes having Vanya around, the man of the household, named Carl, seems to want to get her out of there, constantly posting ads in the classifieds about a missing woman. And Carl is kind of a jackass. He's a salesman. And that night he heads out to meet with a client, saying that he would be back late. That same night, Vanya can't sleep and heads into the kitchen to find Sissy smoking, and the two go off to the barn to smoke outside and have a chat about how Carl and Sissy met at a young age, and how Sissy had to give up her dreams. Sissy also tells Vanya that she has a coffee can with a bunch of money squirreled away, but not to leave Carl. It's actually in preparation of Carl leaving her, either on his own or by death. And while she does like Carl, it doesn't really seem like she's that in love with him. And then finally there's Luther, who's working as a bodyguard for a club owner. He's also doing these underground fights for money. And one of the guys in the club that night just so happens to be Carl, Sissy's husband. And Carl is talking to the owner, Mr. Ruby, about a business opportunity, but he is drunk. And as Luther is talking to one of the waitresses, asking if that guy's a problem over there, she says, no, not yet. The person I'm actually worried about is the kid over there. And the kid is number 5. But Luther doesn't really want to have anything to do with 5 because he's still pissed off for leaving him in the 60s. But 5 tells him, we don't have time to squabble like this. We have 10 days to wrangle everybody up because the world ending followed us. It's going to happen again. But Luther says, I don't really care, and walks off. But Luther should care, because Diego, who was locked up in the insane asylum in one of those padded rooms, has picked his way out. He ends up stumbling down the hallway and getting caught by an orderly, but the orderly is knocked out by a girl named Lila. And Lila and Diego have kind of formed a friendship in the asylum. But there are alarms going off. And it's not for Diego, it's because the 3 albinos have broken in there and are trying to track him down. Diego unlocks all of the doors, letting everybody out as to cause a distraction, and he is able to get away. Now in episode 2, we'll start off in the bar where number 5 isn't taking no for an answer. He follows Luther, trying to pester him about the importance of saving the world, but Luther has carved out a nice life being this guy's bodyguard. And that's when 5 realizes who he's working for. He's working for Jack Ruby, aka the guy that shot Lee Harvey Oswald. And Ruby is still being pestered by Carl, while sitting behind Ruby are these guys with black suits and sunglasses on, at night in a bar. Just very shady looking people. But Luther wants to go take care of Carl because he's outworn his welcome, but 5 stops him saying, I get it. You got sent to the moon, you watched Pogo die, you saw the world exploded, and then you get sent back to the 60s. And I'm sorry about that, I really am. But the Umbrella Academy needs you. You're number 1. And Luther says, I'm not number 1. Because there is no Umbrella Academy in the 1960s. And the Umbrella Academy never needed me. Luther then goes and takes care of Carl, and as he's kicking him out, Carl drops his wallet. And as 5 turns to watch Carl get kicked out, he tears his jacket a little bit. But when he checks his jacket, he finds the thing that Hazel put in his jacket. And it's something called the Frankel footage. And it has the date 11/22/63 on it, which is the day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated. So he heads back to Elliot's place and has Elliot develop the footage, and as Elliot is doing that, he heads off to try to go find Diego, which we'll get back to later. Because after Carl got kicked out, he calls up Sissy to pick him up from the bar. But as Sissy is leaving, Harlan wants her to stay and read him a bedtime story. So Vanya volunteers to go pick up Carl. And you can tell that Sissy is really grateful to have Vanya in her life. And when Vanya picks him up, Carl is asking, does she hate me? Does she still love me? And Vanya says, yeah, she still loves you, but she's pretty pissed at you because you lied to her. At this point, though, back in the bar, Luther has found that wallet. And when he steps outside to see if Carl is still out there, he sees Vanya picking him up, although Vanya doesn't recognize him because she doesn't remember anything. And he still holds a lot of resentment towards Vanya about what she did. So the next day, he heads over to their place to try to talk to her, but when he finds her, she's playing hide and seek in the barn with Harlan. He approaches her, calling her by name, but she doesn't recognize him. And she asks, do I know you? And he thinks she's playing a joke on him, but she says, I'm sorry, I had an accident. I don't remember anything. And the innocent nature of the conversation kind of turns Luther, because Vanya apologizes if there's anything she did to this guy, and he says, no, I'm the one who's supposed to apologize. I wronged you, and instead of helping you, I did the opposite. And I don't know if you're just playing off not remembering. I don't know if you want to start a new life here, but just know that I really am sorry. She still has no idea what he's talking about. She's just relieved that somebody knows who she is. Although Sissy sneaks up behind him and has him at gunpoint, demanding to know why he's there, and he hands over Carl's wallet to her, saying that he dropped it in the club. That night, Sissy and Vanya are talking alone, and Vanya is saying how she wished she remembered. She wished she knew what this guy was talking about. And Sissy warns her to just stay away from him, because any guy who apologizes in that day and age, he must have done something really wrong to you. She then tries to read Vanya's palm, but you definitely get some lesbian vibes. That night, though, as she's sleeping, she has her first memory of her old life. And the memory is of her on stage holding up Luther with her powers. And she wakes up from this nightmare, grabs the keys to the car, and leaves in the middle of the night. Now, over at Allison's, she's sitting there with Raymond just watching TV when the cops burst in and arrest him for assaulting that guy. Even after Allison says he didn't do anything, it was me, they're still taking him in. She tries to do the rumor trick, which you can tell she hasn't done in a while, and she even has the one cop under her spell, but after Raymond says it's fine, she lets him go. The next day, she heads over to the police station and wants to see her husband, but the cops are giving her a hard time, saying that he's still being processed. And Raymond just so happens to be being held in the same jail as Klaus. And we get more of an idea what Klaus has been up to the last 3 years when a guy gets arrested for handing out pamphlets without a permit. This guy gets thrown in jail, but when he sees Klaus, he goes, "Dude, you changed my life. I saw you speak at Berkeley, and I quit my practice that day and have been spouting your teachings." Although Klaus doesn't want to talk to this guy. He actually goes on the opposite side of the cell and mentions how heavy is the head that wears the crown, and Raymond corrects him because Raymond used to teach Shakespeare before he got involved in politics. And they have a whole conversation about how Klaus no longer wants to be looked up to by these people. But Klaus ends up getting bailed out when the governor calls in a favor for him. That's how powerful Klaus has become. And as he's walking out, Raymond says, "Well, hey, if you really do have powerful friends, let them know that there are brothers in here who are being held without cause." And Klaus looks back at the cop and says, "Is that true?" And the cop says, "You're more than welcome to file a complaint." That night, Klaus heads to this big mansion that has been abandoned for a while because there's sheets all over the furniture, and lays down. But on the wall, there is a painting of Klaus, painted as kind of this god with the words hello written on one hand and goodbye on the other. Now, Allison didn't see Klaus get bailed out, but later that day, she is able to finally meet with Raymond, and she does the typical thing, apologizing for him being there when she should be there, vowing to get him out. But as she's leaving, she notices that pamphlet guy's hands, which say hello and goodbye. And she says, "Where did you get that?" And he says, "All the children of the prophet have them." And she says, "Well, does that prophet have a name?" And of course, yeah, the name's Klaus. Now back to 5, who has located Diego, who successfully broke out with Lila, and they've driven over to Lee Harvey Oswald's work and are waiting to take him out. And 5 teleports into the car and wants Diego to come with him, but Diego has no interest in that whatsoever. Problem is, Diego is wanted by the cops, and number 5 uses that to his advantage, threatening to bring them over there if he doesn't come with him. So Diego reluctantly agrees, but says, "I'm bringing Lila with me." So the 3 of them head back over to Elliot's place, but Elliot, who has developed the film and seen it, is pretty shook by it. And he's got them at gunpoint, demanding to know if they are enemies of the people. And they kind of look at each other like, well, I guess it depends on the people. But neither Diego or 5 are too worried about this. 5 teleports over to him, knocking the gun away, and Diego grabs it. They then tie Elliot up and watch the tape. And the tape is nothing more than the Zapruder film with just a different name. But they're trying to figure out why Hazel gave it to 5. And that's when they see it. It's Reginald Hargraves, of all people, on the grassy knoll. So they need to locate their dad, and they head to the phone book and find the address of his umbrella company. And as they're leaving, they're planning on leaving Elliot there, but what do you do about Lila? And Lila has hidden off in a closet because she's kind of worried about what she's seen. Not only 5 teleporting over, but film of something that isn't supposed to happen for another 6 days. And the last time she started seeing stuff like this, they threw her in an insane asylum and she doesn't want to go back. So Diego kind of talks her off the crazy ledge and then asks her if she can keep an eye on Elliot. Then both Diego and 5 head over to the umbrella company, and 5 makes mention that he hasn't seen his dad in 40 plus years. But every day that he was alone in the future, he could hear his dad talking to him, telling him, "I told you so." And Diego reminds him, well, this Reginald Hargraves hasn't met you yet, so he can't tell you I told you so. But 5 has a sneaking suspicion that he'll find his own way. They're able to break into the umbrella company, but it looks like it's a front because everything is covered in dust. And upon snooping around, they're wondering what kind of stuff Reginald is into, because he's got rooms set up with mannequins and fake cul-de-sacs on the walls. He's even got an invitation to the Mexican consulate in Dallas. And as Diego is snooping around, he hears somebody leave, and it's Reginald, so he starts following him. 5, who is also snooping around, hears something, but it's a monkey. And he's relieved to see baby Pogo, but when he gets down, Pogo doesn't know him like that. He's also not talking yet, and Pogo attacks him and escapes. Diego, who was tracking his father, has lost him, and Reginald now has the jump on Diego, and they start getting into a fight. Diego ends up getting the better of him, but as he's about to hit him with a pipe in the head, he can't bring himself to do it, saying, "Dad?" Although once again, Reginald doesn't know these guys. So Reginald takes that opportunity to stab Diego, calling him an amateur, and leaving him to bleed out. And as he's walking away, he claps for Pogo to join him, and the two escape in an alley. And finally, you find out what happened to the handler. Yeah, she was shot in the head, but she survived because there was a plate in there. And after 3 months, she heads back to work, but she heads back to a different commission. And when she goes into her office, she finds a talking fish named AJ who has told her that while he's thankful for her service, she is being demoted. And she is not happy about that because she wants to go after number 5. And he says, no, we've already taken care of that. And they've taken care of it by sending those 3 albinos that they call the Swedes, who are being instructed to go after all of the Hargraves children. And they have posted up shop at this old woman's house after they killed her, where they await instructions. So the handler heads over to her new desk, pissed off, and she gets even more pissed off when she sees the irony in the fact that she is sitting at the desk that she put number 5 at. So in episode 3, we get a better idea of what happened to Klaus. Upon arriving in the 60s, he got kicked out of a restaurant for not being able to pay his bill and ends up charming an old white rich woman. And she was the owner of the house that he was sleeping in. And Klaus uses his powers to fool these people into thinking that he's a god, having Ben pick him up. But to everybody else, it looks like he is levitating. In 1961, he travels to Baja, Mexico, and picks up some more followers. In 62, he heads to India and picks up even more. And in 63, he heads to California, but at this point, he's burnt out and doesn't want to do this anymore. And that's when he picks up and heads back to Dallas, Texas. Now we'll get back to present day, where Diego was saved by Lila, who was following him and found him lying in the alley. And she's brought him back to Elliot's place and is patching him up, but he's in pretty rough shape. And when 5 shows up, he unties Elliot, and Elliot has set up a bunch of equipment to track electrical anomalies, and one of the pieces of equipment starts picking up something on sound waves. And that's because Vanya, when she took the car, ended up running into the Swedes who tried to kill her, but she ended up fleeing into a cornfield. And she does end up running into one of the Swedes, but instinctively uses her power to push him back and get away. And she's been hiding in this cornfield ever since. And because of Elliot's radar, number 5 is able to find her the next morning, where he introduces himself as her brother. But at the moment, he doesn't really have a whole lot of time to discuss what's going on. He just wants to get out of there and away from the Swedes. So he gives her the options of either staying here and running into the IKEA Mafia or coming with him. And she doesn't understand why they're coming after her, and he explains how you're not supposed to be in 1963. And as they're walking back to number 5's car, you're able to see the destruction that Vanya's powers caused in the field. So Vanya and 5 head to a diner where 5 asks, do you really not remember anything? And she says, no, I remember being dropped off in that alley and being hit by a car, and that's about it. So 5 explains everything and how the world's going to end, her whole backstory, and it's a lot to take in. So she runs to make a phone call to Sissy, who is dealing with the fact that Harlan is having an episode after the record player broke. But Sissy is just relieved to be hearing from Vanya. Vanya apologizes for stealing the car, but explains how she ran into her younger brother. And that's when 5 hangs up the phone on her, and she's pissed at first, but 5 goes, we have 8 days to save the world. And those guys in the field, they're going to continue to come for us. So we need to stick together and find the rest of our brothers and sisters and find out how to stop the apocalypse. And while 5 was explaining to Vanya the severity of the situation, Diego wants to go after Reginald Hargraves. He feels like Reginald is in the middle of what happened to Kennedy. But he's also pissed off because he feels like Reginald cheap-shotted him by shanking him like that. And Lila reminds him, well, the good news is he doesn't know that he's your dad. He then asks Lila, why were you following me? And she explains that she felt like he was leaving her because that's seemingly what everybody does. And when she found him lying in the alley, it reminded her of when she found her parents lying face down dead, and that was at the age of 4. That's something she's never told Diego before. And after this heart-to-heart, the two end up hooking up. Now, Luther woke up that day, and after finding out that Vanya was around, he's got Allison just running through his head. When he arrives at Jack's club that day, Jack reminds him that he has a big fight that night, and he's worried about him, wondering if he's going to be mentally ready for it. Because Jack is putting a lot of money on this fight, but Luther says, yeah, I'll be ready. By the way, you have those people that can find other people. Can you find somebody for me? And he writes down Allison Hargraves on a napkin and gives it to Jack, and Jack says, is this like your ex or something? And Luther says, yeah, something like that. And Allison is trying to find somebody of her own, but that happens to be Klaus, and she's been able to locate where he's staying, and Klaus is thrilled to see her because they haven't seen each other in 3 years. And Klaus tells her what he's been up to, and she tells Klaus how she remarried, and she's now a political activist. She also no longer uses the I heard a rumor trick because it took her over a year to regain the ability to talk. Eventually, her husband comes up, and Klaus remembers that name, saying, I served time with that guy. And Klaus feels like he should help get him out of jail. After meeting with Klaus, Allison heads over to her salon where she's supposed to host a meeting with her civil rights group. And they've been planning on doing a sit-in, but with Ray in jail, some people don't think that they should do it. And Allison reminds everybody that with Kennedy coming to town in a couple days, they're never going to have more cameras on the town than right now. And now is the time to have a sit-in. So after a little bit of back and forth, everybody's in unison that they will do the sit-in that day. And while Allison was having that meeting, Klaus and Ben head over to the police station, and Ben uses his powers to type on a typewriter, release Raymond Chestnut or die. And that scares the hell out of the cops, so they end up releasing Raymond, who comes out of lockup and sees Klaus there and is shocked, saying, "You're the one who got me out?" But Klaus says, "Hey man, anything for family." And Ray just thinks this is a phrase, but Klaus says, "No, you're my brother-in-law." Yeah, family cookouts are about to get wild. Klaus and Ben then head over to a hardware store where Ben realizes why they went back to Dallas, and that's because of Dave. Dave was Klaus's Vietnam lover, and even though this young version of Dave has no idea who Klaus is thrilled to see him after Dave died in his arms. But Ben thinks that this is very selfish, what he's doing. He thinks he's going to screw with Dave. And a stressed out Klaus snaps at Ben, saying that Dave told him he enlisted for the military the day that Kennedy got shot, and that's in a few days. So if he can somehow convince this kid not to enlist, maybe he can save his life. So Raymond heads home, but what he finds is Luther on his doorstep, because Luther has gotten the address from Jack Ruby's contacts. Although when he sees Raymond, he thinks that he's at the wrong house and says, "Yeah, I'm looking for Allison Hargraves." And Raymond says, "No, her name's Allison Chestnut now. That's my wife." And this has Luther shook. He can't believe that she remarried. And Raymond says how Allison mentioned she had family up north, but nobody that looked like you. Although Raymond then gets a phone call that the sit-in is on and he has to leave. And he asks Luther, "Hey, do you want me to leave a message for Allison?" And he says, "Yeah, just let her know that I need to talk to her." The whole time, not taking his eyes off the wedding pictures. So Luther heads on to the fight that night, but he is not in the right mindset. And he's fighting a guy that he could easily defeat. I mean, he could break this guy in half by sneezing. But because of what happened that day, he just wants to feel pain. And he begs the guy to keep punching him. And this isn't just in front of Ruby, because Vanya and Five have also shown up. And they're wondering what the hell is going on with Luther. But the guy does what he's told, and he keeps punching Luther in the face until finally he knocks him out and wins the fight. And Ruby leaves pissed off, having lost a lot of money, as Luther is just lying on the ground staring up at his former home, the moon. And this all has to do with Allison, who is going through the sit-in at the same restaurant that kicked her out the day that she arrived in the 60s. And Raymond shows up late, but he's also not in the right headspace. And Allison can sense the fact that something's wrong with Ray. And he says, "Yeah, well, I just had a hell of a day. I mean, this crazy guy bailed me out and said that he's my brother-in-law, and then the biggest guy I've ever seen is sitting on my doorstep, and he also says that he's your brother." But while they're having this conversation, one of the guys that works at the restaurant pushes a cup of hot coffee onto Allison's lap, and that's when all hell breaks loose, with the cops busting in and arresting a bunch of people, and also beating the hell out of Ray. And Allison's begging the cops to stop, but they're not. So finally she just says, "I heard a rumor that you walked away," and the cop walks away. But this is in front of Ray. And this is the second time that Ray has heard her say, "I heard a rumor," but now he's seeing the powers. And this, on top of the family that seemingly popped up out of nowhere, has Ray wondering, who the hell are you? Ray tries to get away from Allison, and Klaus runs in and says, "No, Allison, we gotta go right now," and pulls her away. Now that same night, as Diego is sleeping, having no idea what's going on with his brothers and sisters, Lila wakes up in the middle of the night and heads to a pet store. And she starts fishing around in one of the fish tanks and finds a hotel room key. And when she heads to the hotel room, she asks the other person there, "Hey, can I order room service?" And that's when the handler walks out saying, "Yeah, sure, you earned it." And Lila says, "Thanks, Mom." In episode 4, you get a better look into Lila and the handler's relationship. In 1993 in England, the handler killed Lila's parents, but then realized that there was a child in the house. So instead of killing the child, she took her in, raising her as her own, and training her like Hannah. And if you're not familiar with Hannah, I have a recap for seasons 1 and 2 of the Amazon Prime show. Very good. So we move back to the present day, where the handler informs her that she has to protect number 5 at all costs. And Lila doesn't understand this because the handler got demoted because of number 5. But the handler says, "Well, he's worth more to me alive than dead, so protect him." They then move on to the Swedes, and Lila's very surprised to find out that the handler knows who they are. The handler's surprised to find out that they were there, but Lila's pissed because they were coming after her and she could have died. The handler says, "Well, if they wanted you dead, you would have already been dead." She then reassures her that nobody is trying to kill her. Now, over on the other side of town, Luther wakes up pretty banged and bruised, but he's got a visitor, Vanya. And Vanya found out where he lived from Five, and the two have a conversation about how much of an asshole Five is, but also how much Five filled her in. But the one thing she wants to know is what caused the apocalypse, and Luther says, "Well, you did. But just to let you know, I was a part of it." The whole time, Luther is trying to justify it, but this is shocking news to Vanya. And she can't figure out how she did it or why she did it, and Luther says, "Well, you just got angry. You blew up the moon." The two interrupted, though, when Jack Ruby burst through the door because he is pissed off at Luther. Luther cost him a lot of money to a lot of people that could make his life a living hell. And Luther is vowing to make it right with Ruby, but Ruby says, no, you know what? I'm done, and walks out. And Luther is so mad that he punches a hole through the wall to see that number 5 is waiting for Vanya outside. So Vanya thinks that it's best to leave Luther by himself for a little bit, but when she walks outside and sees 5, she says, I'm going to the farm. She no longer wants to hang out with 5 because she's so pissed off at him for not telling her the truth about how the world ended and everything else, and says to him, do you have any other family secrets that you want to share? And he says, yeah, a bunch, but I don't have time for it. Right before she's about to leave, he says, look, the clock is ticking on doomsday. I just need to know that you're going to be ready once I call upon you. And Vanya looks at him and says, I can't help you. I don't even know who I am. And 5 says, well, you're our sister and you're a part of the Umbrella Academy. And she says, no, 5, that's who I was, and speeds off. So 5 heads back to Elliot's place where, under the cover of night, Lila has returned and she's patching up Diego, and Diego is just surprised that 5 allowed Vanya to leave. He asks, how do we know that those Swedes aren't going to go after her? And 5 doesn't know. Lila asks, hey, any idea who sent those people? And 5 says, yeah, I have my suspicions. But right now, the priority is finding out where Reginald Hargraves is, and luckily, 5 has an idea because of that invitation to the Mexican consulate. And that party is that night. And as Diego is reading off the invitation, Elliot recognizes one of the names because he's a conspiracy theorist. And that guy is a part of this group called the Majestic 12. It's the secret committee of scientists and military folk, a deep state organization that Kennedy has been pushing their members into the light. And Elliot even has a picture of most of them. 11 of them, all but one. And that's when the group realized that the 12th member is probably Reginald Hargraves. So they know where they're going to be that night. Now, Klaus is just starting his day waking up on Allison's couch, and Allison is frantically calling hospitals because Raymond didn't come home that night, and it's very unlike him. And the two start having a conversation with Allison beating herself up over using the I heard a rumor trick. And Klaus the whole time is trying to make her feel better about the situation, but it's not really working. The two end up going their separate ways, with Klaus going to track down David, and he finds him in a diner having lunch with one of his uncles. And when his uncle gets up to use the bathroom, that's when Klaus slips in and starts talking to him about the Vietnam War, trying to convince him not to enlist. Eventually, though, the uncle comes back, and the uncle is a raging homophobe, and he's instructing David to punch Klaus in the face. Klaus, meanwhile, is telling David that he doesn't need to enlist in the military, he can be his own man. But at the behest of his uncle, David stands up and clocks Klaus. And Klaus is so upset that he heads to a liquor store. And this is the first time he's using drugs or alcohol in 3 years. But the guy wants to go on a bender, and he does. And when he heads back to the mansion that day, unfortunately for him, his followers have found him, so he has to flee back to Allison's couch. Although Allison has located somebody of her own, and it's Raymond. But she's pretty mad at Raymond because he's holding a meeting in the salon without her. So the two get into it on the side of the street, and she's pissed off at him for not calling. But it's all because he feels like he's been played. He feels like that she has been planted there by somebody. He doesn't know who, but by somebody, because it's really weird. All of a sudden, she shows up. She's reading his pamphlets. She wants to join the group. He feels like he's been infiltrated, but she can't believe she's being accused of this. Ray says, all right, well then what did you say to the cop? And she says, I just asked him to stop beating on you, and he doesn't believe that. He asked her to explain because she did say, I can explain, but she doesn't say a word, and Ray just heads back into the salon with Allison left on the sidewalk. She's then just walking around town when she ends up seeing Luther shoveling barbecue in his mouth, getting drunk. And this is the first time that they've seen each other in 3 years, and Luther is relieved. And after Luther explains why his face is all beat up, he explains how he met her husband. And she doesn't want to talk about her husband at the moment because her kind of boyfriend is in front of her, and her husband are fighting, but he says, no, I'm just happy this whole time you weren't alone. She reassures him that she didn't forget about him. In fact, she didn't forget about any of them. And she figured that 5 would be back. But the last time 5 time jumped, he was gone for a long time. They then start talking about what the others are up to because each of them knows a little bit. And Luther mentions how 5 was the last one to show up a few days ago. And Allison says, well, that's usually when things go sideways. And Luther realizes she has no idea. So he says, yeah, about that. We did it again. The whole end of the world thing. Yeah, it's going to happen in like 7 days. The two then go their separate ways, and Luther goes home, but he's kicked out of his house for breaking the wall. So he goes to meet up with 5. But 5 isn't at Elliot's place. Although Elliot asks Luther, hey, do you want to get high in a nitrous tank? And the two are laughing off their sad lives, where you learn that Elliot's dad was a dentist. That's one of the reasons why he has the nitrous tanks. And he left him that building in his will. He also only leaves the house for an hour every single day because he, quote, has his reasons. And his wife left him on their 10-year wedding anniversary for his best friend. And Luther can commiserate because He just lost his job, his house, and the woman he loves is married to somebody else. But they're having the time of their life, as Luther mentions. It doesn't matter anyway, everyone's going to die in 7 days. Now, the last Hargraves kid that we need to touch on is Vanya, who got back to Sissy's farm and tells her how the Swedes are after her, and unfortunately, it's no longer safe for her to be there because she's putting Harlan and Sissy in danger. But Sissy doesn't want her to leave, and she says, well, we can go somewhere. I mean, we can go somewhere for a few days. We don't even have to tell Carl. The issue is Harlan heard all of this and goes bolting out of the house. So Sissy and Vanya go looking after him, and Vanya finds him after he fell into a lake. So Vanya, knowing that time is of the essence, uses her powers to literally part the lake, grab Harlan, and bring him back to shore. And as she's trying to use CPR, she really brings him back to life with her powers. That night, Vanya and Sissy are having a conversation, and Sissy says, yeah, we're not going to tell Carl about this. But Sissy is visibly upset. She says, do you know what it's like to have a man who doesn't see you and a son who doesn't talk to you? You don't even realize the box you're in until somebody comes along and lets you out. And that person, obviously, is Vanya. And the two end up hooking up for the first time that night. And then lastly, there's Five, Diego, and Lila, who are about to go into the party when Five tells Lila, look, I don't trust you at all. Diego might fall for your shtick, but I see right through it. They do then end up getting into the party where Diego asks her, hey, where did you go last night? And Lila lies to him saying, well, I had to go get you gauze. The two start dancing and they're having a good time until something catches Diego's eye, and that person is his mother, or so he thinks. Because when he walks up to her, he says mom, but the woman is real. And he is shocked. He asks, do you know anyone named Reginald Hargraves? And she says, yeah, he's my date tonight. And now he knows who the inspiration for his mother is. But Reginald at that time was meeting with the Majestic 12, and they're talking about Kennedy's arrival and how they're going to take him out. All the while, number 5 is sitting in the closet listening to this all go down, but he makes a sound, and Reginald hears it. So 5 has to teleport out of the closet, but when he does that, he ends up standing right in front of one of the Swedes who were acting like waiters that night. 5 and the Swedes start battling it out, and the Majestic 12 realize that they've probably been compromised, so they agree to meet in their other location. Diego comes upstairs, and he ends up getting double-teamed on. And this leaves Lila with a conundrum, because while she wants to save Diego, she remembers what her mother said. So she grabs Diego's knife and goes and frees up number 5. And the three of them are able to take out the Swedes. Number 5 makes it downstairs just enough time to see Reginald leaving, and he says something to him in another language, but Reginald definitely recognizes what he said. Although Grace, who is in the car, urges him to get in, and as they're leaving the party, Grace says, who was that? And Reginald says, nobody important. In episode 5, you get a look at Grace, Reginald, and Pogo's relationship. Grace was a scientist with NASA, and Pogo was one of the test monkeys. Pogo was sent up into space, and everything was going great until he was coming back into Earth, and he got burnt up. Grace was frantically trying to save his life, so Reginald came in and gave Pogo the same serum that he gave Luther. And together, both Grace and Reginald ended up nursing Pogo back to health and kind of raising him as their own. So back to present day where Lila, 5, and Diego are at that party, but Diego and 5 are a little bit perplexed at how Lila knows how to take care of herself that well. All of that on top of the fact that she asks a lot of questions and knows a lot leaves Diego and 5 kicking her to the curb. So she runs back to the handler wondering if the handler set her up because the Swedes were clearly going after her. What all the handler cares about is whether or not she was able to get Diego's knife, which she was. As she's patching Lila up, she tells her that you're right. The commission has no idea that we're here. I'm here to fix a wrong that's been wrong for a long time. Lila reveals that number 5 and Diego kicked her to the curb, and the handler says, oh, that's not a problem. I've got a busy day planned. So both her and Lila walk over to the house that the Swedes are staying in, and she has Lila drop off a canister message to the Swedes, pretending that it's the commission. And the message gives them coordinates to locate Diego. But when they go to the coordinates, Diego's nowhere to be found, although his knife is in a tree. And as they get closer, one of them triggers a bomb and he blows up. And that night, the two remaining Swedes have a Viking funeral for their fallen brother. Now, as Lila and the handler were taking care of the Swedes, Diego and 5 headed back to Elliot's place where Luther is cooking breakfast. And Diego's having trouble figuring out where the hell the Swedes came from, why they're after him. And 5 lets him know that they're hired guns sent to eradicate them before they do any more damage to the timeline. But we don't need to focus on them right now because we have 6 days until the end of the world, and the closest anyone's gotten to Dad is him leaving that party. And Luther says, that's not entirely true. Because when Luther arrived in the 60s, the first place he headed was back home. He hopped on a Greyhound bus and arrived at the Umbrella Academy, but it was very different. And when he walks in, Reginald is having a party, ironically enough, talking about time travel and how you can't predict the future. And Luther walks up to him and says, this is going to sound really weird, weird, but I'm your son. And Reginald says, no, you're not, completely blowing him off and dismissing really anything he has to say, even after Luther makes the case that he knows all about Reginald, the moon base, the work with chimpanzees. But Reginald just thinks that he's sent from somebody, KGB, CIA, he doesn't know. And after Luther tells him, I'm one of your kids, you adopted 7 children in 1989, Reginald says that's impossible because I have a strong disdain for kids, and I would hope that if I ever did have kids, I would expect more from them than what's standing in front of me. And then he kicks Luther to the curb. After this heartwarming story, Diego says, well, the important thing is the fact that Dad is in the middle of killing Kennedy, but Five says, ignore him. The way I see it, we have one option, and that's to get the Umbrella Academy back together. So they all go their separate ways to wrangle everybody up. And that includes Klaus, who woke up in Allison's living room and the two started day drinking, and Vanya, who woke up next to Sissy, but they had to quickly get dressed because Carl showed up early from work. And he's pumped because he just had a big sale, but he's making everybody in the room uncomfortable. At no fault of his own, he's just unaware of what happened the previous night. And Carl kind of asked Vanya to take a walk so him and Sissy can, consummate the marriage. So Vanya heads over to Elliot's where Luther and Diego are sitting, and this is the first time Diego is seeing Vanya, and he's still pissed off at her for ending the world the first time. And she says, look, I don't know what I did, but if it's any consolation, I'm sorry. And to his credit, Diego says, no, that doesn't make me feel better. I'm just going through a lot. And as he's explaining his relationship with Lila that nobody cares about, in walks Five, who has located both Allison and Klaus. And the Umbrella Academy, for the first time in the 60s, is back together. The first thing that number 5 does is apologize, but then say, we brought the end of the world back with us. And they have 6 days to figure out how to save it again. And the only lead that they have at the moment is Reginald. And this is news to Allison, Vanya, and Klaus, who didn't even know he was around. 5 goes on to explain that him and Diego have been trying to talk to their father, but with no luck. And while they know that he's probably planning on killing Kennedy, they don't know who or what triggers the end of the world in this war that's going to come on. Vanya brings up how none of them are supposed to be there, and what if it's them? Because they've all kind of made an impact in their short time. Allison's involved in politics, Klaus is running a cult, Luther's working for Jack Ruby. I mean, it could very well be them. And Diego is convinced that it all has to do with Kennedy, and they were all sent back there to save his life. But 5 cuts everybody off and says, I watched you guys die in this war. Hazel risked his life to get me this information. Now, I don't know if what we did is connected or there's a reason for any of it, but Dad will, and that's why we need to get to him. But Luther has heard enough. He's sick of every time there's an issue, everybody wants to run to Daddy. So he tries to leave, but 5 gets in his way, saying nobody leaves until we figure this thing out. Although Luther's a little bit bigger than 5, and he picks him up and throws him. And when he does that, 5 teleports into the alley. But there's somebody else in that alley, and that's Lila, who is on a rooftop, runs away, and 5 goes after her. Diego goes after Luther, trying to convince him that he's needed in this situation. It's their duty to help save the world. But Luther doesn't see it like that. He thinks they're all overrating their self-importance. Although the two get interrupted when a black car shows up with a skeleton covered in skin who gives them an invitation from Reginald Hargraves that says, to my pursuers, I'm inviting you to a light dinner, and then gives them a location. Now, Klaus, Allison, and Vanya were just left at Elliot's place, so they go off to get trashed. And they end up back in the salon where Allison is just complaining about her relationship with Raymond, and somehow it turns into telling those that we love the truth because the world's going to end in 6 days. So Klaus heads back to his cult to address them. Allison heads back to her place where she sits Raymond down and says, I'm going to tell you the truth. And then there's Vanya, who heads back to Sissy's and wants to run away with her because they discussed it in the morning, but Sissy is no longer interested in that, saying, I can't just pack up and leave. Vanya's urging her, why can't you do that? But it's just a different time. And Sissy doesn't feel comfortable just leaving the life that she has, leaving Carl, picking up her child, and going. And even after Vanya continues to plead with her, Sissy just cuts her off and says, you know nothing about the pressures that I'm under. And even though Sissy really does want to go with her, she says that she can't. Oh, and then 5, well, he followed Lila back to an abandoned warehouse where the two get into a fight, but 5 ends up winning it. And as he's got his foot on her throat, the handler pops out of the shadows, and 5 is not exactly thrilled to see the handler, who says, look at us, back together again. In episode 6, you get a better look at what happened to Allison after she arrived in the 60s. We already know that she went in that restaurant and got kicked out, but when she was leaving, a couple of white dudes were starting to give her a hard time, and she just punched one of them in self-defense, but they started chasing after her. And they chased after her right into the salon, where the women in the salon protected her. She started working there, cleaning up hair, all the while not being able to talk. But as they started to hold those meetings at the salon, she started to take more of an interest. And Raymond also started to take more of an interest in her. Slowly, she did start to get her speech back, and the two started dating and, ended up getting married. And in present day, Ray just is having trouble wrapping his head around what he just heard. The whole backstory of where Allison came from, and the fact that she has this superpower. So he says, all right, well, prove it. So they head to a tailor that normally refuses to serve black people, and Allison does the trick, and it works. they outfit Raymond in new suits. And Raymond says to her as they're leaving, why don't you use this for good? I mean, think of the good that you could do with the movement. But then we realize why she doesn't use it a lot. Because she sees that same restaurant where they kicked her out when they first arrived and they had the sit-in, and she walks in. And of course, they refuse to give her service, but she does the I heard a rumor trick, shutting the guy up and forcing him to pour hot coffee on his hand. And it gets to the point where Ray actually has to get her to stop. As they get home, something isn't sitting well with Ray, and he asks her, did you ever use that on me? And she says, no, of course not. But he asks, would I even know? And the answer to that, of course, is no, he wouldn't. But then she notices an invitation on the ground, and it's the same invitation that Diego and Luther got from Reginald. And Luther and Diego, along with Vanya, are at Elliot's, and they're discussing whether or not they're going to want to go, and Diego wants to go, but Luther has no interest in it. He just doesn't want to face his dad. And Vanya can't figure out why he wouldn't want to go, and Luther lets her in on the fact that she had such a shitty childhood and all the things that her dad did to suppress her of her powers, and that actually makes Vanya want to meet him even more. But Diego convinces them both to go, saying, we're going to go in there as a unified front. No more number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no. We're Team Zero. We're together on this. We're no longer children. We're adults, and we'll face him as such. Now, while Diego was convincing them to go, Klaus is facing his followers. And Bennett's been pressuring him to do the right thing and tell them the truth, and he does that, standing up in front of all of them and saying, I'm a fraud. But they just think this is another teaching of his. Very similar to in Fight Club, the whole his name is Robert Paulson thing. They just aren't getting it. And no matter what this guy says, they're twisting it to be a bigger deal than it is. Not actually hearing what he's saying, thinking there's a deep meaning to it, when in all honesty, there's not. And it gets to the point where Klaus walks off saying, you know what, here, I tried. Klaus and Ben then start getting in an argument about how Klaus handled it, and Klaus says, you know, you're turning into dad. And Ben gets really upset when he hears this and ends up running through Klaus. And it's a really weird sensation. It's the first time it's happened, and they both aren't quite sure exactly what just went down between the two. Although, two people that saw it, although they're unaware of it, are Ben's crush in the cult and Dave, who showed up at the mansion because he saw a flyer with Klaus's picture on it. And he wants to apologize for everything that happened the previous day, but he also was curious of how Klaus knew all that information about him. And Klaus plays it off like, well, I'm a prophet. It's the same reason I know your favorite song, your favorite food, and I know about the fact that you don't feel comfortable in your own family, and you think that joining the military is going to help with that, but it's not. Dave, who knows all of this to be true, is just trying to convince himself that everything that Klaus is saying is bullshit. And Klaus says, no, in 1968, you're going to die on a hill in Vietnam. Here. And then he hands him his own dog tags, saying, this is the only thing I have left of you. Dave, who at this point is trying to hold back tears, says, well, it's too late. I already enlisted. After our little lunch meeting, my uncle took me down to the recruitment office and signed me up, and I leave next week. And that wasn't supposed to happen. Dave was supposed to sign up for the military after Kennedy was shot. And Klaus is really upset because Dave just told him that it was actually Klaus who kind of pushed him into the military. And as Klaus is trying to process what just happened, one of the followers comes up and hands him the invitation for Reginald. Now, one person who hasn't gotten an invite yet is number 5, who takes his foot off of Lila's neck after the handler reveals that she's her daughter. And the handler has lured number 5 to the warehouse because she has a proposition for him. If he takes out the commission's board of directors, then she will make sure to get his entire family back to 2019. She wants to be the leader of the commission. She doesn't like the direction that it's headed. The thing about the board is nobody knows who the members are, and while they meet quarterly, it's never in the same location. However, she knows who they are and knows where they're going to be. But 5 brings up a good point. What about the apocalypse is going to happen in 6 days? And she says, oh, that's not going to happen anymore. And 5 says, okay, well, what about the apocalypse in 2019? Because I remember you saying that apocalypse had to happen. But the handler claims that she was just towing the company line and it doesn't have to happen. And if she's in charge of the commission, then they can freestyle more, not having to stick to the strict directives of the commission. So number 5 asks for some more time to think about it and gets out of there. The handler, however, heads over to the Swedes, who are enjoying a Spitz, and they have no idea who she is, but she gives them the location of Diego, saying that he's the one who obviously killed their brother, and if they want vengeance, to go after him. And the whole reason that she wants Diego gone is because he's having sex with her daughter. She does, however, give them directions to keep number 5 alive. So they head over to try to find Diego, who has already left for the dinner with Reginald, but they don't find Diego, they find Elliot. And they end up torturing him with his own dentist equipment and leaving a message on the ground in Swedish that reads an eye for an eye. Now, all of the kids have gotten to the location of the dinner and they're all planning on who's going to talk first, how they're going to approach this thing, what to bring up first to Reginald, but all of that gets thrown out the window when Reginald bursts the door and he wants some answers. He knows they're not KGB, CIA, FBI, but they seem to know an awful lot about him. They seem to be stalking him, and the weirdest thing is they're all calling him Dad. Why? So 5 takes the lead and explains everything, including the fact they all have powers, and Reginald wants proof of that, and while they don't want to be show ponies, one by one they all start showing off their powers. Diego then once again brings up the fact that they know he's involved in killing the president, but Reginald completely dresses him down and makes Diego feel about 2 inches tall, and the verbal tongue lashing actually brings back Diego's stutter. 5 explains though how the world is ending, they need some answers, and Reginald says, well, if you're all superheroes, figure it out yourself, and gets up to leave. But before he does, he has to have a private word with 5. And the first thing he wants to know from number 5 is why he was quoting Homer and in Latin. And 5 explains how Reginald made all the children learn it. 5 then asks what he knows about time travel, because 5 has yet to master it. And Reginald's advice is to stop jumping decades and start jumping seconds. An acorn can't become an oak tree overnight. But that's not exactly the advice that 5 is looking for. Reginald reminds him that seconds can change the world, but 5 was looking for more concrete advice. 5 then apologizes for giving Reginald a hard time when he was a kid, and he's kind of expecting an I told you so back, but Reginald just says, that's no skin off my teeth, don't worry about it. And it might be the first normal conversation that 5 has ever had with his father. But without a real idea of how to save the world, 5 is forced to go and accept the handler's offer, where she gives him the information on where the board of directors is meeting, and it's 1982 in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Now the rest of the kids have left the dinner, and as Diego is leaving, he notices that Grace is in the car waiting for Reginald. So she gives Grace the picture of Reginald on the grassy knoll and tells her how he's planning on killing Kennedy in a couple of days. And the guy that she's dating isn't as nice of a guy as he's playing it off. And she might want to ask him about it. And as Vanya is leaving, she runs into Sissy because they delivered the invitation to Sissy's house and she figured that's where Vanya would be. And Sissy apologizes for everything she said to Vanya, but she explains how while she wants to go off with her, she can't. They still live in 60s Texas. But Vanya keeps urging her to go with her, run away, leave Carl, and finally Sissy says, you know what, you're right, let's do it. But we can't let Carl know because his brother works for the state troopers, and if he finds out that I've left, he's gonna hunt me down. The two end up hooking up in the car, but they're completely unaware of the fact that Carl is watching all of this go down from a distance. So in episode 7, 5 has arrived in 1982 Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and goes to the hotel that the commission is meeting at. He grabs an axe and barges into the meeting where AJ is at the head of the table and he just starts chopping everybody up to bits. AJ tries to get away, but 5 cuts him off and smashes that fishbowl head of his. He then grabs the fish and heads back to the alleyway to meet with the handler and hands over AJ but says, all this killing, I'm done. I only did this for my family. And the handler hands him a briefcase and says, okay, well, this will get you back to 2019. By the way, you have 90 minutes to wrangle everybody up. And there was never a time limit discussed, so this really pisses off number 5, but he doesn't really have any other option. He's running out of time to grab everybody without cell phones as they're scattered across Dallas. The handler then goes to address everybody in the commission, saying that it's awful how everybody was killed, but vowing to find out who did this and bringing them to justice as she takes over power. 5, however, needs to go to the one place that he knows people will be at, and that's Elliot's, where Luther and Diego found Elliot's dead body along with the message of an eye for an eye, although they don't know what that message means because neither of them speak Swedish. And Diego actually thinks that it was done by the feds, although Luther reminds him if it was the feds, they would have taken him in for questioning. They wouldn't have killed him and left the body like this. When 5 shows up, he lets him know that it was the Swedes, but also the fact that they're running out of time and they need to get everybody to the alley within 90 minutes. So he synchronizes some watches and sends both of them out to try to find their brother and sisters. Although 5 is meeting some resistance from Diego, who wants to go and meet up with Lila. And 5 lets him know that Lila was playing you. The whole time, she was playing you to get to me. She doesn't give a damn about you. So be in the alley in 90 minutes. And this is really tough for Diego to hear. So Diego is in charge of wrangling up Klaus. And Klaus has given permission for Ben to possess him, all in an attempt to talk to Jill, the girl that he has a crush on. And Ben and Jill, through Klaus, do end up talking, and she even offers to have sex with him, but it gets interrupted when Diego shows up and says, let's go, we gotta go back to 2019. And Ben lets him know that he's not talking to Klaus, he's talking to Ben, and he even proves it by telling Diego something that only Ben would know. Klaus asks him for just 10 extra minutes, and Diego says, you know what, there's something I gotta do anyway. Just don't be late, be in the alley. Now, 5 went to go find Vanya, who wanted to spend the day with Sissy and Harlan, but Carl said that he needed her, and he doesn't really give any wiggle room on that demand. So the two head off to a farm where Carl says that if she doesn't leave, then he's going to send his own child to a facility where they, quote, know how to take care of his kind a little bit better. He tells her how he's well aware of what is happening between her and Sissy, but it's not going to happen under his roof. So as she is heading back to the house, she runs into Five, who tells her, we got to go. But she wants to bring Sissy and Harlan along. And Five says, no, that's not possible. She tries to make the case that they're insignificant. They're not going to matter in the timeline, but Five says, no one is insignificant. I'm sorry. It sucks, but they have to stay. Vanya says no, they're coming with me, and then tries to bully Five with her powers, but eventually she gives in and says, fine, I'll be there, but I want to say goodbye first. And he says, fine, but just don't be late. And then finally there's Luther, who is sent to go get Allison. And Allison's a little taken aback when she finds out they have about 40 minutes to leave, but the one thing that she's really focusing on is the fact that she can go see her daughter that night. Although Luther makes no promise, saying, I don't know what kind of world we're going to go back to. But she's really upset because if Five gets it wrong again, she doesn't know if she can take losing everybody that she cares about for the second time. But Luther reminds her, Allison, we don't belong here. Ray then walks in and wants to know why his wife's so upset, and Allison explains and then asks him to come with her. And he says, I can't leave the movement. But she says, the movement's still going on in 2019. But the work that he's doing in 1960 has an impact in 2019 and basically gives Allison his blessing to go. But as she gets ready to go, the Swedes have shown up, posing as vacuum salesmen. And they start attacking both her and Ray, but she uses the I heard a rumor trick to get one of them to kill the other. And he's so upset about the fact that he just killed his other brother that he ends up leaving. Vanya, meanwhile, has headed back to Sissy's farm, but it's not to say goodbye. It's to pick her and her child up. She explains that they have to go right now and not tell Carl. Don't leave a note. Just grab the coffee can full of money and leave. But as they're trying to do so, there's a police roadblock. And Sissy reveals that she did in fact leave a note. And the police in front of her is her brother-in-law, who demands that they get out of the car and Sissy head back to the farm and settle this with Carl. But Vanya isn't going anywhere and uses her powers to take out some of the police, but gets distracted and gets knocked out when one of the police hits her with the butt end of his rifle. Now, Diego headed back to bury Elliot. Everybody felt bad about what happened to Elliot, and nobody thought that he deserved that. So before Diego leaves, he wants to take care of him. But as he's burying him, Lila shows up. And he doesn't want to talk to Lila because she lied to him. She claims that she only lied to protect him. He tells her that he's going to finish that whole save the world and just forget that the two ever met. She then pulls out a flask and gives a toast to Elliot, whose body she's just now seeing, takes a swig of it and hands it over to Diego, and Diego drinks it. But she ends up spitting out her part, because whatever was in that flask had rufalin in it, and Diego is knocked out. She then drags Diego's body to go meet her mother, and when he comes to, she introduces Diego to her mom and says, this is my boyfriend. So with Diego being drugged, Vanya being knocked out, and Allison having to fight off the Swedes, all three of them miss the meetup. And it's just Klaus, number 5, Luther, and Ben. And number 5 cannot believe that they screwed up this golden opportunity to save the world. They basically had one job to do: get to an alley, and they all knew it. And he ends up having to throw the briefcase as it disappears back to 2019, knowing that they just screwed up their one opportunity to get back. In episode 8, after the group screwed up their chance to go home, 5 says, you know what, screw this, we're all on our own. Luther knows that something must have happened to the group, so he sends Klaus to go find out if everybody's okay, while he tries to work on 5. And 5 has a backup plan, although it's really risky. He knows that his assassin self is going to show up to kill Kennedy, and when that happens, he's going to be armed with a briefcase. But the issue is you're not supposed to go and talk to yourself. And when this happens and you get too close, you go through the 7 stages of paradox psychosis. And those 7 stages are, number 1, denial. Number 2, itching. Number 3, extreme thirst and urination. Number 4 is excessive gas. Number 5 is acute paranoia. Number 6 is uncontrolled perspiration. And then finally, homicidal rage. And even though it's a Hail Mary, 5 knows that he needs to try. And he wants Luther to come along as a spotter, telling him, no matter what I do or say, we need that briefcase. So the two head off to the bar where they know that older 5 is going to be. And Luther says, why don't we just run up and grab the briefcase? But 5 says, you idiot. We're trained to protect those things with our lives. We can't do that. I think the best method is just to go up and talk to the guy. So Luther volunteers to go up first, saying that it's going to be a little weird if your mini-me walks up to you in a bar, so let me just warm him up a bit. So Luther walks up to the older 5 and mentions how he's number 1. He's calling 5 by name, and then finally it clicks with the older 5 that, oh my god, Luther is standing in front of me. What are you doing here? But Luther can also tell that the older 5 is a little freaked out because he's got his hand on the briefcase and he's ready to jet out of the bar. So Luther says, whoa, wait, before you go, I have someone you have to meet and talk to. And that's when 5 reveals himself to the older 5. So the 3 sit down to have a beer, and older 5 wants to know why exactly he's talking to his younger self. And 5 explains how in an hour on the grassy knoll, he's going to break his contract with the commission. He's already thought about doing it, but he actually goes through with it. However, when he portals back to 2019, he gets the math wrong and he's stuck in a prepubescent prepubescent boy's body. Luckily for the older 5, however, younger 5 has fixed the math. Here's the thing though, 5 needs the older 5 to jump, because if he doesn't, then 5 ceases to exist. But when he jumps, he's going to leave a briefcase behind, and that's what they need. So it seems like a win-win. 5 is going to give the older 5 the good math so he's not stuck in the body of a 12-year-old, and in exchange, they're going to get the briefcase that he's going to leave behind anyway. But instead of getting an answer, older 5 just gets up to use the bathroom, which is one of the signs in paradox psychosis. And when he does that, 5 turns to Luther and says, I don't like this, something's off. So they both are going through some of the symptoms. So Luther follows older 5 into the bathroom, and when he does that, he sees that he's looking at the eyeball, and Luther explains that the eyeball is inconsequential, and the whole backstory with Vanya, how she actually is the most powerful one. But when Luther's done going to the bathroom, older 5 says, look, why don't we just ditch that guy? Me and you will travel back to 2019 with the good math, and we'll save the world. We'll just be nice to Vanya, apologize for everything. But Luther's worried about 5, and older 5 explains how it's not like he's actually killing 5. He'll still be alive. They're really just killing that mutant 12-year-old that's pretending to be 5. And somehow this is making sense to Luther. Luther is concerned, though, that older 5 is going through paradox psychosis, but older 5 reassures him that he's never felt better, which is denial. When older 5 comes out of the bathroom, though, he tells younger 5 that he has a deal, but he wants to get to Dealey Plaza. And they both are paranoid, scratching themselves, sweating profusely. They're both going through it. And Luther never brings up the fact that older 5 just conspired against 5. Now, during this time, Klaus is trying to find Diego, Vanya, and Allison, and Diego was brought in front of the handler because Lila wants to hire him. She wants to recruit him to work for the commission. Lila tells the handler that Diego can handle himself in the field and he'd be a great addition. And maybe more importantly, there aren't a lot of people that like the handler right now, and it would be in her best interest to hire some new blood that might be loyal to her. So after a little more convincing, the handler finally agrees, okay, fine, take him to orientation, but if he screws up, you have to kill him. So the two head off to orientation, where Lila describes to Diego how the commission works and how they keep the timeline in order. She then drops Diego off at orientation, and he just waits for the video to start. Now, Vanya was taken in by the FBI in question because they're pretty convinced that she's a Russian spy. She seemingly popped up out of nowhere with no identification, a Russian name, and it doesn't help the fact that when they speak to her in Russian, she responds in Russian. They're definitely not buying the fact that she doesn't really remember anything. But she gets tired of it and tries to use her powers to get out of there, although another person in the room uses a chloroform rag to just knock her out. So when she comes to, she's chained up to an electric chair with her feet in water, about to be tortured for information that she doesn't have. And to coerce her into talking, they give her some eye drops that might be LSD, might be a truth serum, but whatever it is, it has Vanya tripping hard. And when this happens, she goes kind of to a sunken place at the Umbrella Academy with all of her brothers and sisters and Reginald Hargraves. And she's the last one to arrive at this table. And when she arrives, Reginald is asking her for the answer, but she doesn't understand. And Ben is really the only one to stick up for her, saying it's not her fault, she wasn't prepared, while the others kind of laugh her off, saying how she's lazy, she got hit in the head. And Reginald says, no, that's not true. She deliberately chooses not to remember. Everyone then gets plates put in front of them, and when the lid is lifted, they all have a brain in front of them. And for whatever reason, Vanya just lost her appetite and doesn't want to eat, but Reginald says, why don't you just try it? It'll help you remember. Some memories come rushing back into her, and also on the other side of town, Harlan is now mimicking her actual body, which is being tortured in an electric chair by FBI agents. And when this happens, the lights in the building start to flicker, and the FBI agents decide to turn up the voltage on the electric chair. But back in the sunken place, she's continuing to get chastised by Reginald as he tells her that she can no longer deny her true self. And if she eats one more bite, then she can go. So she decides, all right, I'll eat one more piece of brain. But when she does that, even more memories rush back. Everything that she forgot comes back. But back to actual physical Vanya, the FBI agents still don't know what's going on with her, so they up the voltage yet again. And her powers are starting to come through. Now, back with Diego in orientation, something in his video piqued his interest. It's called the Infinite Switchboard, and in the video they claim that it's the key to everything. So Diego sneaks out of the orientation room and finds the Infinite Switchboard and goes in. But he gets caught by Herbie. But when he finds out that Herbie recognizes him, he uses it to his advantage because Herbie is a massive fan, telling him that everybody knows who he is, everybody knows who all of the Hargraves children are, they're celebrities. Unfortunately, though, celebrities still aren't allowed in the Infinite Switchboard room. And Diego looks at him and says, now, that's no way to talk to a celebrity. Do you know how to use this thing? Because I need to look at November 22nd, 1963, the day that JFK was assassinated. And Herbie, being such a fan, agrees to show him it. But when they rewatch the video, JFK isn't shot. In fact, it's the opposite. The motorcade comes around Dealey Plaza, but the federal building, which is down the block, ends up blowing up. And that causes the motorcade to speed away. And when this happens, the United States blames the USSR, which kicks off a nuclear war. But when they zoom in on the federal building exploding, Diego sees that it's Vanya. And he remembers something that Five said the first time this happened. Vanya is the bomb. and he realizes that Vanya is always going to be the bomb. So he tells Herbie, I gotta get back to Dallas and save my family. And that's when Herbie enlists the Resistance. And while they're not much to look at, they are able to get Diego back to 1963. Diego and Herbie teleport into Allison and Ray's living room, and Ray has had quite a day. He's got a dead Swede in his living room. Klaus just showed up, and then some new guy just teleported into his living room claiming that he is yet another one of Allison's brothers. It's just a lot to take in for Ray. And Diego pulls Klaus and Allison aside and explains how Allison is going to blow up the federal building, and they have to head over and stop her. But before Allison does that, she needs to have a talk with Ray. And Allison tells Ray that she loves him, and she knows it's a lot to take in right now and process, but unfortunately, she has to go. And Ray understands. So, Allison, Klaus, and Diego head over to the federal building, but they're seemingly too late, because as they're taking the elevator up, they can tell that Vanya's powers are encompassing the building. And when they get to the floor that Vanya is held at, they can barely get off the elevator. That's how powerful she is. And Klaus says to Diego and Allison, yeah, we're here to help her from the federal agents, yet all of the federal agents are dead right now, so why hasn't she stopped? And it's because Vanya is still in that sunken place. And Vanya, who somehow is connected to Harlan as well, opens up her eyes, and when she does that, Harlan does that. And they both have the same eye color. Now finally, someone that we didn't touch on was Grace, who took Diego's advice and started snooping around Reginald's office, and she found a secret room, and when she went in it, she found plans for Dealey Plaza, and at that moment she knows that what Diego said is probably correct. And when she approaches Reginald about it, he asks her to trust him, but it's too much, and she leaves. In episode 9, Luther, along with the two Fives, head over to the grassy knoll, but Five is on to older Five's plot. He's figured out that he probably talked to Luther about time jumping to 2019 and saving the world with him because he is Five, and that's exactly what he would do in that situation. And Luther admits, yeah, no, you're right, but the guy's making a lot of good points. And Five reminds Luther that while he looks to be about 12 years old, he's actually 14 days older than old Five and thus has seniority. And the issue is both Fives are going through paradox psychosis. And when they arrive on the grassy knoll, the paradox psychosis is getting worse and worse, with Five making a beeline for the briefcase, to which older Five teleports out of the way and the two end up fighting. Eventually, the two both time jump into each other, and Luther grabs the gun and points it at both of them as they both urge Luther to take the other out, and Luther decides to knock down the older Five. And when he does that, Five opens up the time portal to 2019 and tells the older Five, get close to the time portal, I'll give you the good math, you leave, and we take the briefcase. So older Five does that. Regular Five explains where he went wrong in the math, but then Klaus throws that fire extinguisher through the portal and it knocks down Luther. And when it happens, older Five makes a break for the case to try to escape with it, but when he does that, the portal is quickly closing. So Luther gets up and kicks older Five into the portal back to 2019, but damaging the briefcase in the process. Now, back over with Vanya, Diego, Klaus, and Allison have all tried to get to Vanya, but unsuccessfully. And the only person that's able to do it is Ben. He reaches Vanya and possesses her. And when that happens, he goes into the sunken place with Vanya, where she is crying, mortified at what she did to end the world the first time. She now remembers it all and she's disgusted and doesn't feel like she should live. And Ben goes, no, that's ridiculous. You're not a monster, you're my sister. Reginald was so scared of your power, he never taught you how to use it. He just drugged you, and that's not right. Dad treated you like a bomb before you ever were one. But there's still time to fix it, because you have your family out there trying to save your life. You're no longer alone at the table anymore. You can do this. But then Ben starts to disintegrate, and Vanya wants to know what's going on, and Ben reveals that he can't go back. Immediately, Vanya feels terrible about this, but he says it's fine. I've been holding on for far too long. I died 17 years ago, and the rest of this, it's been gravy. Ben then asks Vanya if she can give him a hug as he's going, and she gladly does that. And then he whispers something in her ear to tell Klaus. Vanya then wakes up in the FBI building, surrounded by all of the dead people that she just killed, and finds Diego, Allison, and Klaus out in the hallway. And they're relieved to see Vanya alive, but they're also relieved because she didn't blow up the building, which means that there's still time to save Kennedy. All right, let me clarify. The only one that's pumped about saving Kennedy is Diego, because Diego is convinced that Doomsday was caused when the building blew up. And now that the building didn't blow up, Kennedy doesn't have to die. So he heads down to the grassy knoll as the motorcade approaches, and he tackles who he thinks is his father, but in reality was just the driver that was delivering the invitations to the Umbrella Academy. And the driver hands him a note that's on Reginald Hargrave's personalized letterhead, and it just says, I told you so. And then gunshots rain out as Kennedy is assassinated. Now, Vanya was somehow connected to Harlan. And when Sissy and Carl went to go check on Harlan, he was in that possessed state, but he also spoke. He just kept repeating Vanya over and over. And Carl is like, what did she do to our child? He then picks him up and takes him to the car because he's going to, quote, get him the help that he's been needing. But Sissy grabs a shotgun and stops him from doing that, holding the car up, saying, "You're not taking my boy anywhere." The two get into an argument about Vanya where she admits that she does love Vanya, and she no longer wants to be in a relationship with Carl. But during this argument, Vanya has left the sunken place, so has Harlan. And he gets out of the car and goes near his mom, and when he does that, Carl makes a break for the gun. But the gun ends up going off and the bullet goes towards Harlan, but now he has Vanya's powers, and he ricochets the bullet away from him and ends up killing his father in the process. Harlan then goes in the barn where he's having one of those electrical anomalies that Vanya was having in the FBI building. And that's something that's definitely going to get the attention of the commission, but with the commission, Lila heads in to go talk to her mother, who's getting outfitted to address everybody as the new leader of the commission, when they have a conversation about how Diego only lasted 10 minutes in orientation. And the handler says, okay, as per our agreement, you have to go kill Diego. But Lila doesn't want to do that, and she realized that her mom kind of set her up knowing that this would happen, knowing that she would have to go kill Diego. The handler then orders Herb to come in and tell Lila what happened with Diego, and Herb says how Diego stole a briefcase and headed back. But as the handler and Lila are arguing, Herb notices that AJ, who is sitting on the handler's desk, is trying to get his attention in his fishbowl. And when Herb goes over, he sees the number 743. So Herb heads over to the records and finds file 743. And then he goes to find Lila, who wants to know where exactly Diego went, and Herb admits that he helped Diego escape. But then he shows Lila what was in file 743, and it's the file on the execution order for her parents. She was always told that it was a burglary, but this file states that it was number 5 who killed her parents. And it was signed off on by AJ. And this is depressing news for AJ to hear because he knows what really happened, and he knows that the handler must have gotten into the file and changed it, because she's actually the one who was there, and she's actually the one who ordered the killing. Lila is pissed off, and the handler spins this, saying that Diego used her to get this information for his family. And while he's not smart enough to actually orchestrate this, it was all at the behest of number 5. He was the puppet master. So she has completely turned Lila's attention to number 5. And after Lila leaves, the handler knows what AJ did, so she decides to swallow him whole. But right before her coronation, she gets a phone call about the anomaly that's going on in Harlan's barn. And she ends up stabbing the guy who noticed it and then recalling all of her personnel, saying that she's going to go to war. Now, after Kennedy was killed, the Majestic 12 end up meeting up in the same restaurant where Reginald met the Umbrella Academy. And Reginald is pissed because they're all patting themselves on the back on a job well done, but he says Kennedy wasn't supposed to be harmed. That wasn't our agreement. But the one member of the Majestic 12 says, well, he pissed off too many people. He just had to go. But hey, we all got what we wanted. The rocket technology that's going to enable us to beat the Russians to the moon. And in turn, when we do arrive to the moon, your interest in the dark side of the moon won't be affected. But Reginald looks at the group and says, you all will never contact me again. And as he's leaving, the same guy says, well, we will be contacting you about all that technology, because if you don't answer, we're just going to tell the world who you really are. And that's when Reginald shows them who he really is, taking off the mask that he wears and revealing himself to be an alien as he slaughters the entire room. In the season finale, you get a better look at how Ben was connected to Klaus. After they had that quick memorial for Ben, Ben appeared to Klaus but said, hey, I gotta go. There's some guy waiting for me in the light. And Klaus urged him not to go, saying, you can go whenever. And then the two were connected. Now, back in present day, they all head back to Elliot's and turn on the television to find out that they're all wanted in connection with the Kennedy assassination. They're making Diego out to be a Cuban immigrant, Vanya out to be a Russian spy, Luther working as a boxer, Allison as a social rights activist, and Klaus as a cult leader. Even number 5 is wanted in connection with this because they think he was kidnapped because he looks like a kid. They start talking about what they're going to do, and a lot of them want to go on the run, but 5 says, no, you can't do that because the commission will hunt us down. We'll never get away. Diego then concurs with that, and 5 asks, how do you know about the commission? And Diego tells him how they headhunted him. But 5 can't believe that, saying that Diego is not exactly commission material. And the two start bickering about whether or not Diego is in fact commission material. Vanya doesn't want to listen to this, and she heads upstairs to go call Sissy, but then she gets that feeling that something has happened to Harlan. She gets a memory flashback of touching Harlan when she tried to bring him back to life after he drowned, and she knows the two are connected and she needs to help. So she heads back downstairs and tells her brothers and sisters that she's gonna have to go. Something happened to Harlan and she knows that she's the cause of it. But she wants their help. She wants them to come with her because she doesn't want to do it alone. But just like in the past, they tell her no, saying that they have other priorities and best of luck. So she sulks to the car, but when she gets in the driver's seat, Klaus joins her. And he asks, hey, did Ben say anything to you about me? And she says, yeah, he did. Ben told me to tell you. He was just scared of going in the light. You never kept him here. Which is a big relief off Klaus's back because he felt like he was keeping Ben from something. But one by one, they all start getting in the car, saying that they're not really worried about the commission at this point. They'd like to do some good before they leave. And they also want to be there for Vanya because she's family. And Vanya has a big smile on her face. But when they get to the farm in the middle of Texas, the farm is under a snowstorm. And Sissy comes out with a shotgun demanding to know what Vanya did to her son. She also wants to know if Vanya was lying the whole time about being a Russian spy. But Vanya says, no, I'm not a Russian spy. We didn't kill Kennedy. We're the good guys. And in fact, I'm the only one who can save your son right now. So why don't you step aside? So they all head in the barn, and Vanya is trying to make contact with Harlan, who is in the middle of this kind of tornado-like state, when Klaus notices that somebody is outside in the field. And when he calls over Diego and Five, they say, oh, that's the handler and Diego's girlfriend. So Diego and Five head out to see what they want, and the handler says how she wants to get vengeance for the person who took out the commission's board of directors. And Diego has no idea what she's talking about, and Five says, no, that was me. But I did it to get you guys back to 2019. Diego turns to Five and says, I can't believe you killed the board of directors. You have no idea how messed up the commission is right now. And the handler takes umbrage with this, saying, what do you mean? And Diego tells her how everybody hates her at the moment, and even the janitors think that the commission is going to shit. But they want to end this conversation, so Diego and Five say, look, you have 2, we have 7, we like our odds. And that's when the handler reveals that she has more than 2, because she recalled all of her agents and she has an army, and they are way outnumbered. So Diego and Five end up trying to run back to the farm, and amazingly, even though they're outnumbered probably 100-2, and the 100 have guns and they're shooting at them, no one's hit. I just think the commission needs to head to a shooting range. Five tries to jump to safety, but he ends up running out of energy and the 2 are pinned down. So Diego uses his powers to kind of stop the bullets from hitting Five, as Five makes a break for the house. And Five is able to arrive in the house, but they're all pinned down. It looks like they're cooked. And the shooting even caused Harlan to fly into the basement. And when that happens, Vanya says, all right, enough of this. I'm going to take care of him. She floats out of the barn and uses her powers to wipe out everybody. Everybody except for the handler and Lila, because they were protected by this energy field. And that's when you find out that Lila has the same powers that Vanya has. And Lila does the same thing that Vanya did, floating up and saying, okay, now it's my turn, and throwing every one of the Umbrella Academy members back. And when this happens, Allison lands in a pile of hay. Klaus is caught by 2 cowboy ghosts. Diego hits the ground, and then a tractor pins his leg down so he can't move. Vanya getting smacked against the barn and being knocked out, and Luther ends up landing in the house that Five was at. As the dust is settling, though, the fireplace ends up caving in, and Five pushes Luther out of the way to save him, with all of the bricks landing on Five. And that's when Lila shows up and reveals to Luther that she also has superhuman strength, and she ends up throwing him out of the house. Allison tries to come to Luther's aid, and then Allison and Lila get into a fight, with Allison trying to pull the I heard a rumor trick, but Lila spins it on her. Lila says, I heard a rumor, and then Allison throws it back at her and says that you can't breathe, and all of a sudden Allison is gasping for air. As Luther is giving her mouth-to-mouth, trying to bring her back, Five has gotten out of the rubble and tells Lila, hey, I heard you were looking for me. As Five is distracting Lila, Luther, Allison, and Klaus go save Diego. And they're all discussing how it seems like she has all of their powers. And Vanya says, well, if she can do everything that we can do, she's probably one of us. Klaus says, there was only 7 of us. And Vanya shoots back, well, maybe it's time we consider that there's more of us out there. And Allison thinks this makes sense because Reginald never really told them the whole story anyway. So they all head to the barn and have a conversation with her as she's explaining to Five why she desperately wants to kill him. And Five remembers that murder, but he tells her that that murder was ordered by the handler. And in fact, the handler was there that day, which is very uncommon. Five asks her, come on, think about it. Why did she pick you? Why did she raise you? She never cared about you. She never cared about your parents. She wasn't after anything in that house except for you. Because after seeing what you were able to do here today, it all makes sense. And that's when the rest of them have arrived and they say, it's because you're one of us. She's in a little bit of a state of denial, and Diego walks up to her and says, our father took us. The difference is our father didn't have our actual parents killed. Yours did. The handler doesn't care about you. You should come with us. We can be your family. And I get it. You're scared because you know that she's dangerous. That's why you dragged me to the commission. Because deep down, you know that she's obsessed with power. And that is it. And if you just let us, we really can be your family. The family that you deserve. But that's when the handler comes in the barn and shoots them all up. She had been down in the basement where she knocked out Sissy, claiming that she was Harlan's new mom and she was trying to convince Harlan to come with her. But after hearing this crap from Diego, she decided to just end them all. So she's killed everybody in the Umbrella Academy, and Lila walks up to her and says, it's true, right? what they just said. And the handler says, I just hope we can get past this. But when Lila tries to make a move to kill her because in her mind they can't get past it, the handler ends up shooting her as well. The handler then notices that 5 is not dead yet. She goes to kill him, but she ends up getting shot because the last remaining Swede has come back to get vengeance for his fallen brothers. He then walks over to 5 to end the job that the handler couldn't, but 5 remembers what Reginald said, master seconds. And that's when 5 uses the last remaining energy that he has to go back in time about 15 seconds before they were all killed. He stands on the side of the barn waiting for the handler to arrive, and he ends up taking the gun away from her. Lila confronts her the same way, and the Swede ends up killing the handler. Really, the only difference is the Umbrella Academy wasn't killed. It then looks like 5 and the Swede are in a Mexican standoff, but they both put down their weapons saying, alright, it's enough. The Swede, then really with no purpose, ends up joining Klaus's old cult who is leaving town. However, shortly after the Swede leave, Lila makes a beeline for the case, and Diego actually knocks Luther out of the way, letting Lila get away. Luther asks him, why did you do that? And Diego says, it's because I love her, man. Vanya then hears Sissy calling from her down in the basement and heads down there and tells Harlan that she is able to take the power away from him. And she is in fact able to do that, and it seems like Harlan is okay. Sissy is relieved, and Vanya turns around to see all of her brothers and sisters standing behind her, proud of her, and she finally feels a part of the group. 5 and Diego then walk out to the field where Herbie has shown up, and Herbie's overlooking the decimated agents, and the first thing that Diego does is reveal that the handler is actually dead. Herbie then tells him that he has been voted in as acting chairman as they await to vote in a new board of directors. 5 says, look man, the only thing we need from you is a case to get back to 2019. And Herbie, looking around at all of the dead agents who all had cases with them, says, take your pick. But before they leave, they'd all like to say goodbye to a couple of people. Vanya wants Sissy to come with her, but Sissy says that's crazy. I can't do that. I can't go to the future. So Vanya tells her to go to California with Harlan and forge a new life and be happy. But as Sissy is driving to California, you find out that Vanya wasn't able to take all of the powers away from Harlan, as he's gotten this wooden bird that's just floating over his hand. Luther tries to get in touch with Jack Ruby, but he is transfixed on the television and grabs a gun to go take out Lee Harvey Oswald. Allison had left a note in a book that Ray had gotten her. And the note says that the good news is that they were able to do it. They were able to save the world. But, unfortunately, she is long gone. And while she wishes she could be with them, she doesn't belong in 1963. But her time there has truly changed her. And not just her, but all of her brothers and sisters. Unfortunately, Klaus wasn't able to say goodbye to Dave, who shipped off for basic training for the Marines. So the group then gets together and they pack up, grab a briefcase, and head back to 2019, and they arrive in the Umbrella Academy. And luckily, there's a newspaper sitting there that is dated the day after the apocalypse was supposed to happen. So they did it. They saved the world. But when they walk in the living room, they notice that there's a picture of Ben over the mantle that wasn't there before. And then Reginald speaks up, saying, I knew you'd come back. And they're all shocked to see him alive. And he says, well, why wouldn't I be? And Luther says, no, you're right. I mean, it's just good to be back home. But Reginald says, you're not home. Allison then says, what are you talking about? This is the Umbrella Academy. And Reginald says, wrong again. This is the Sparrow Academy. And then they turn around because on the second floor, there are 5 new kids and a floating orb. And then Ben shows up saying, Dad, who are these assholes? And that is how season 2 of the Umbrella Academy ends. I absolutely loved it. And what else I love is the fact that you actually made it to this point of the recap. I really appreciate it. Now, season 3 kicks off right where season 2 left off, with the Umbrella Academy staring at the Sparrow Academy. And Reginald Hargraves got the Sparrow Academy the same way he got the Umbrella Academy. He bought the kids. After running into the Umbrella Academy in the 60s, he realized what a mistake he would have made. So he just bought different kids. And those kids are Marcus, who is number 1. His superhero ability is he's basically Luther. There's Ben. He's number 2. We know what his superhero ability is. Number 3 is Faye. Her superhero ability is the fact that she sees the world through ravens that she's able to summon out of her body. Number 4 is Alfonso. Unfortunately for Alfonso, he looks like a ball sack, but his superhero ability is pretty cool. He's able to inflict pain on others by taking pain. So you can punch him as hard as you want in the face, but you'll be the one to actually feel it. Number 5 is Sloane, and she can levitate, but also she can pick people up as well. Number 6 is Jamie. Her superhero ability is the fact that she's a great fighter. She looks like a poor man's Anne Hathaway, and she has the ability to shoot out a venom-like liquid from her mouth that if it hits you, you end up hallucinating quite a bit. And then number 7 is Christopher. And besides just being a floating cube, he also has the ability to have a fear inducement, paralysis inducement, cold inducement. He induces a lot of people. Well, the Umbrella Academy is thrilled to see Ben. He's not thrilled to see them because he has no idea who they are, especially while they're talking about him being dead. Both parties start yelling at each other about whose house it really is, and the Umbrella Academy is appalled when Reginald tells the Sparrow Academy, I met these people in Dallas, they claim to be my kids, but they're not. So in a nutshell, it's confusing for both parties. Because the Umbrella Academy won't leave and insults start flying, everybody gets into a fight. And it doesn't end well for the Umbrella Academy. They get their ass beat pretty good. In fact, the only one that has any luck against them is Vanya. But even she got beat up quite a bit. As a last-ditch resort, Vanya unleashed her powers and it threw all of them back, and it allowed her to escape. But to make matters worse for them, during the fight, Grace ended up taking the briefcase. So they're left on the street, beat up, and no way back. And in this alternative timeline, the Sparrow Academy are celebrity stars. It's as if getting these new kids, Reginald was able to fix the mistakes he made with the Umbrella Academy and make the Sparrow Academy what he thought he could do with the Umbrella Academy. As they're kind of just miring in self-pity and collecting their bearings, they realize that the Sparrow Academy's probably going to come looking for him. After all, they did break into their house. They need some place where they can lay low, and Klaus knows just the place. It's called the Hotel Obsidian. It's perfect for people that are trying to keep a low profile. In her heyday, she was a big celebrity hotel, but now she's just kind of a place where people go not to be judged. Although, when they walk through the door, they get a lot of unwanted attention. But Klaus assures the group that this is the place they need to be if they're looking to hide. They end up heading over to the front desk, scaring the bellhop's dog, but securing a room when Luther trades his watch for 2 keys. As they're walking to the elevator, Five says, just meet in the bar in 2 hours and we'll go over a plan. Diego already has a plan, though. It's to break back into the Sparrow Academy's house, kick their ass, and make their dad admit that they're the better academy. But nobody wants to do that plan after just getting their ass kicked less than an hour ago. The group split up. It's boys in one room, girls in another. And while the boys are talking about stupid crap, Allison and Vanya are talking about the ones they left behind. Vanya can't believe that she kissed Sissy goodbye a few hours ago. And Allison can't believe that last night she was sleeping in her own bed with her husband, but now that she's back, her mind has gone to her daughter. In fact, since returning, that's all Allison can really think about. And Vanya tells her, you need to go home. Hug your daughter. Allison's worried if she does that, though, the Sparrow Academy might attack. But Vanya reminds her, we fought the entire commission. We can handle 7 jerks in uniforms. So after a little more urging from Vanya, Allison takes off for the airport and heads to Hollywood. As the Umbrella Academy was settling in, the Sparrow Academy was not celebrating their victory. As they're working out and rewatching the tape of the attack, the only thing they're focused on was how Vanya was able to throw virtually all of them back in a period of 5 seconds. Marcus starts yelling at the group, do you guys have any idea what would happen to our reputation if anyone saw that video? But then he thinks to himself, we haven't faced decent enemies in years. Maybe this could be good for us. That is, only if we're smart with our next move. Reginald ends up walking into the room and Marcus asks him, what's your assessment on them? And Reginald rips into the Umbrella Academy, basically just saying they're dysfunctional and not very loyal to each other. But Reginald does warn the Sparrow Academy not to underestimate the Umbrella Academy. Even though they're dysfunctional, he did watch them save the world. That sits with Marcus. He goes out to the top of the Sparrow Academy to do his daily routine. Down below, there's a bunch of adoring fans that are waiting to catch his towel that he throws every day. But then he notices one isn't a fan at all. It's Vanya. He decides to go meet with her and see what she has to say. She explains that her brothers are convinced that the Sparrows are going to come after them, and she doesn't want a war. Marcus makes it clear that the Sparrows are the only superhero game in town, and Vanya tells him, we're not going to do anything, but he doesn't think he can just take her word for it. And he tells her, I'm sorry, but if you came here to beg me not to make the next move, and she cuts him off and says, I came here to tell you mine. Tomorrow morning, when that busload of fans shows up, I'm going to be on your front lawn. And then I'm going to call you out for a fight, just me and you. Because while your team is good and probably better than mine, I don't think you're better than me, Marcus. I ended the world twice. And you're just meat and spandex. And I'm sure you don't want the whole world watching as I prove it to you. At this point, Marcus is pretty scared, and he asks her, what do you want? And she tells him, I want the briefcase. So Marcus is going to head back to the Sparrow Academy, grab the briefcase, and then meet Vanya the next day to hand it over. But while they thought they were having a private conversation, they weren't. The whole conversation was being watched by a raven from Faye. And she ends up telling Ben, Marcus is making a deal with them, and that doesn't sit well with Ben at all. You get the feeling there's a little battle over who's in charge, Marcus or Ben. And as Vanya was trying to make a deal with Marcus, her brothers had gone down to the restaurant in the hotel to grab dinner. Five lets them know that, in his professional opinion, they are in the clear. There is one small thing. Reginald didn't adopt them as children, but there are children still in this timeline. It means there's another Diego, another Luther, another Klaus running around. They just grew up in a different place with different people. Now here's where the problem comes in. If you're near your doppelganger for too long, you'll go insane. But it should be pretty easy to avoid the doppelganger. They don't know where they are. Klaus points out that he's kind of offended about the fact that their dad not adopting them didn't really seem to change anything. But Five tells him, I didn't say that. The point is, we did it. We saved the world. And whatever timeline we're in now, we can handle it. We won, guys. All of a sudden, Diego's chair is hit with a knife, and when he looks behind him, and it's Lila holding one of the briefcases. Diego chases after her, and he can't believe that she showed up, but she tells him, I'm just here to do a little bit of a drop-off. And that drop-off is Diego's son, Stanley. At first, Diego thinks it's a joke, but Lila tells him it's not a joke. She's had Stanley for 12 years, and now it's time for Diego to do his part. She then takes off and leaves Diego with this child. But unbeknownst to everybody in the hotel is hit by a sort of shockwave. It permeates throughout the hotel, and then it reverts back to where it came from. And when it reverts back, it kills the bellhop's dog. And the shockwave came from the basement of the Sparrow Academy. When Marcus went to go find the briefcase, what he found was Grace writing a bunch of hieroglyphics down as she sort of prayed in front of this orb-like black hole. Grace tells Marcus to listen closely to it because you'll be able to hear a message from God. And Marcus gets close to it and he tells her, I can hear it. That's when the shockwave bursts out of the orb. And when it goes back, it not only killed the dog, it also disintegrates Marcus as well. Now, far away from all of this, a man named Lester Pocket leaves his small cabin in the woods, packs up a suitcase with 6 sandwiches, and heads into town. He's also got with him a bunch of cassette tapes with just ASMR sounds like bees, whales, running water, and he uses those things to kind of keep his sanity. In episode 2, Luther starts his day out with a run, but it doesn't go well. He's chased by a bunch of ravens, and that's because the Sparrow Academy is after him. With Marcus missing, they figure that Luther, who is number 1, must have had something to do with it. And if he didn't, maybe they can pull off an even trade. So using their powers, they knock him out and take him back to the Sparrow Academy. When Luther wakes up, he's ready for a fight, but all he finds is breakfast. They go around the room and introduce themselves, and he's pretty surprised about their hospitality. But that all changes when the topic of Marcus comes up. Luther is very confused, but they tell him that the last time Marcus was seen, it was with Vanya. And Luther knows that Vanya is not the kidnapping type, so this is all weird. Must be a big misunderstanding. And Luther just figures he'll be able to go back to the Umbrella Academy, find Marcus, and send him back. No harm, no foul. But when he tries to leave, Ben stops him. He's not going anywhere. And just so he understands, he's told that if he does try to escape, Faye's birds will peck his eyes out. Most of the Sparrow Academy is pretty rude to him. The only one that's nice to him is Sloan, who's number 5. Sloan and Luther really hit it off. They have a thing for each other. And he starts telling her about all the differences between the Umbrella Academy and the Sparrow Academy and how everything changed for them when their Ben died. He tells her all about his trip to the moon, and she thinks that's amazing because deep down she doesn't want to be in the Sparrow Academy. She wants to live her life. She wants to travel. So she thinks that's awesome. But then Luther starts wondering if she's just trying to trick him into telling her where Marcus is. Now back over with Luther's family, the truth is they haven't even noticed he's gone. One person has returned though, Allison. She went to Hollywood and it didn't go well because she found out that her daughter doesn't even exist. Her husband does, but he's remarried with a completely different child. That's a really tough pill to swallow, so when she gets back to the Hotel Obsidian, she is depressed. Vanya ended up heading to the hotel's library to find out any information she could on Sissy. And there's a whole section about the Umbrella Academy in there, but they're dubbed the Kennedy Six. And unfortunately for Vanya, she finds out that Sissy died in Oakland, California in 1989. And this sucks for Vanya. Sissy was really the first person who saw her the way that she wanted to be. She remembered what Sissy told her about being stuck in a box until somebody lets you out. So Vanya decides she's no longer going to be stuck in that box. Her whole life she's felt like she should be a man, so she decides to become a man, getting a haircut and changing her name to Victor. She rolls up on her brothers eating breakfast, And they're very surprised by her look, but when she tells them, this is the real me, I'm Victor, they're completely cool with it. Diego then reveals to the group that the kid in the corner is his son, and Lila is running around somewhere, so now they have that to worry about. But Victor came with some good news, the trade-off with Marcus. She has no idea that Marcus is no more. And while Victor thinks this is the obvious move, get the briefcase back, get out of the timeline, Diego thinks that she's being played. But there's one member of the Umbrella Academy that doesn't want to leave, and that's number 5. He likes it there. He looks at it like, I'm retired now. He couldn't care less that they've been replaced. 5 then gets up to go get some breakfast, but the hotel is hit with another shockwave, and he notices that there were lobsters in the tank before, and now they're gone. He thinks it's weird, but Klaus walks up to him, pitching the idea of going on a road trip together. He does a pretty good job of it because 5 agrees to go. But while Klaus pitched this as just guys on the open road, there is an agenda. Klaus has the address of his birth mother. He wants to go meet her, find out why she gave him up for $3,000. And by the time 5 finds out about the true motive of this road trip, it's too late. While stopped off on the side of the road looking at the giant ball of yarn, Klaus tells 5 that one night while snooping in Reginald's office, he found the canceled checks from the purchase of all of the kids. He took his mother's information and he always kept it. The two then get back in the car, and when they get to the address, they find that it's in the Amish country. Klaus starts looking around and he finds a woman that would probably be the age of his mother, and he asks her, but she says, no, not me. When he starts asking her, do you know Rachel, which is his mother's name, a man comes out and starts yelling at him that there is no Rachel there and he needs to go away. But Klaus can tell the woman wants to give him some kind of information. So while he leaves, he doesn't go too far away. While Klaus was walking back to the car, yet another shockwave radiates out of the Sparrow Academy. This time, 5 notices it. And he definitely notices when the shockwave goes back, all of the cows that were in the meadow end up disappearing. Klaus, however, doesn't notice it. He needs to get this woman one-on-one to find out what she might know about his mother. He does that in the middle of the woods, and she tells him Rachel's been dead for 30 years. She died of a brain hemorrhage. Klaus then asks her, what about her son? What happened to him? But the woman's confused and says, what son? Klaus asks the woman, when did she die? What was the date? And the date was October 1st, 1989, which is all of the kids' birthdays. The conversation gets interrupted when the Amish men find Klaus talking to this woman, and they chase him out. Klaus gets to the car, but right before he leaves, the woman stops him and gives him a folder full of information. She tells Klaus Rachel's death was unusual, and she wasn't the only one. She then sends him on his way, and Klaus and 5 get the hell out of there before they get attacked by John Book and company. As they're speeding away, Klaus tells 5 that Rachel died before he was even born, and that is a complete shock to 5, who slams on the brakes because he's so surprised. Diego spent his day with Stanley, trying to bond with him, heading to the store to get some medicine for Stanley's disgusting ear problem, but they end up running into Alfonso and Jamie from the Sparrow Academy and getting into a bit of a fight. And it's a good thing for Diego that Stanley was there, or else he really would have gotten his ass kicked. Stanley, being all of 12, can actually handle himself pretty well. They end up knocking both Jamie and Alfonso down and pelting them with cans until they're finally able to flee. While all of the guys headed out, Vanya went to go check on her sister. She finds Allison in bed, just beating herself up over the decision she made to come back. Victor tells Allison about the plan to get 5's briefcase back, and that does end up boosting her spirits a little bit, at the very least getting her out of bed. They walk over to go meet up with Marcus to do the trade-off at a coffee shop, and as they're walking, they have a conversation about Vanya becoming Victor. Allison is super supportive of this. The two women have a seat, and they realize just how important getting this briefcase back is for both of them. For Victor to see Sissy again, for Allison to see her daughter again. But as time goes on, Marcus isn't showing up. As they're waiting around, the waitress pours some more coffee for Allison, but Allison freaks out because when she looks up, she doesn't see the waitress. She sees a guy from the 60s telling her that they don't allow her kind in there. She's pretty spooked by it, leaves the diner, and that's when she sees a really weird guy looking at her. And that weird guy is Lester Pocket. Allison tries to follow him, but she ends up losing him in an alley, and by that point, Victor has caught up to her. The two head off to the hotel bar to go meet with their brothers, and everyone's kind of drowning their sorrows a little bit. 5 and Klaus then return from their trip and tell everybody to gather around, and that's when they finally realize Luther isn't there. For the time being, though, they have bigger issues to worry about, and that's when 5 shows them what the Amish woman gave them. It's news clippings of their mothers, and they're all dead. And they all died before they were born. So when they jumped there, they created a time paradox. But not just any paradox, they created a grandfather paradox. As Five is explaining all of this to his brothers and sisters, his one brother is still stuck at the Sparrow Academy. After Alfonso and Jamie got their ass beat, they decided to just let Luther go. It's a gesture of goodwill, but they do want Luther to tell the family to let Marcus go. As Luther is walking out, he looks back at the building, and that's when he sees Sloane staring at him, motioning for him to join her. He's very into it. She uses her powers to levitate him up to her bedroom, and the two end up hooking up. Good on you, Luther, because she's really attractive. I really like her. In episode 3, we get the full meaning of the grandfather paradox. The first guy that invented time travel, he hated his grandfather. So when he invented it, he wanted to do something about it. Go back in time and kill him. The problem is when he killed him, he didn't wait long enough for his mother to be born. Thus, his mother was never born because his grandfather never met his wife, and it means that he was never born. In a nutshell, Elmer killed his grandfather, so his mother was never born. But if his mother was never born, Elmer no longer exists. But if Elmer no longer exists, how could he possibly kill his grandfather? Thus, you're seeing the paradox. So that's what number 5 figures they've opened up. The thing is, if somebody killed their mothers, they shouldn't exist, but clearly they do exist, and it seems the universe can't handle it, which is the big problem. 5 tells the group that all of this is theoretical, until now at least, and he doesn't quite know what it means, but he has noticed things disappearing. All 5's noticed are animals. He's not noticed the people, but the shockwave that's taking things away has continued. Lots of people are starting to go missing. Klaus wants to figure out who killed their mother, and Diego's just convinced that it was Reginald. All of it makes sense. He knew where they were born. He hated them in 63. Not hard to figure out. But Klaus isn't so sure. Allison figures this should be an easy fix. Just go get the briefcase back and go home. But 5 looks at it like this is our home and you need to accept that. Hard to tell a woman that just lost her child and her husband. 5 can't take discussing this with people that just don't understand it. So he goes and has his conversation with somebody who does understand. Lila. He finds Lila enjoying a nice bath and the two start trying to kill each other. When the fight finally dies down, he asks Lila, what do you know about the grandfather paradox? And she tells him, I know what you know. He asks Lila to hand over her briefcase so he can go and talk to her about the commission to figure out how this whole thing happened. But when she gestures to where the briefcase is, he says, Lila, how do you have 2? And that's because Lila's briefcase wasn't working, so she stole the other briefcase from the Sparrow Academy. But that one also isn't working. And it's very unlikely that 2 briefcases wouldn't be working at the same time. They're going to need to figure out how this happened, which means they're going to have to work together. As they're walking out of the bathhouse, they run into Diego, who wants Stanley to be disciplined, and the only person that Stanley's going to listen to is Lila. But her message to Diego is, figure it out. Just be a dad. The other issue for Diego is he's still hung up on Lila, but to Lila, it's been 12 years. She's over him. The only connection they have is Stanley. And for now, Stanley is Diego's problem. 5 and Lila then head down to the basement because they're going to try to use the power from the hotel to just hotwire the briefcase. When only 5 tries to do that, it doesn't work. But when Lila and 5 try to do it, it does. When they use their powers together, they're able to get to the commission, although it's not the commission they remember. It's freezing cold and a shell of itself. But they head in to get some answers. With Lila gone, Diego tries to get rid of Stanley, but he's unable to. He wanted Stanley out of the hotel so he could fortify it just in case the Sparrow Academy comes calling. And by fortifying it, he's planning on making some Molotov cocktails. He also wants Luther to help out with this, but Luther's head over heels in love with Sloane, and all he cares about is making a mixtape. So this is going to be all on Diego. But when Diego gets the supplies for the Molotov cocktails, there's Stanley standing there, waiting to learn from old Pops. So with father-son time going down, and number 5 at the commission, that leaves just Allison, Victor, and Luther to try to figure out the rest. Luther confirms to the group that people are missing too, and Allison and Victor figure that must have been what happened to Marcus. That's why he didn't show up. The bad news is they're probably not going to get the briefcase back, so Victor suggests just going over there and being honest with them. It's not the best idea, but if they pitch it well, they'll get the briefcase back and restore order. But over at the Sparrow Academy, it doesn't really seem like Ben is itching for Marcus to come back because without Marcus, Ben is now the number 1. Although Faye reminds him, the last time you had your chance to be number 1, it didn't end well. And that's when Ben, who is a much angrier Ben than we remember, grabs one of the ravens. And as the raven is shrieking, it's hurting Faye. Cooler heads, though, eventually prevail, and Ben explains that while he respects Marcus, for the time being, the hierarchy is Ben is the 1 and Faye is the number 2. And if Marcus returns, then yeah, it'll go back to the way it was. But if they play this right, the Sparrow Academy will be all theirs. The two then get word that Allison and Victor are in the courtyard, and they go and meet with them and hear what they have to say. First thing Ben asks is, where the hell's Marcus? But before Victor can explain, Allison pipes up and says, he's fine, for now. But that'll all change real quick if you don't do exactly as we say. This really pisses off the Sparrow Academy, so Victor jumps in and explains that it's really not their intention to keep Marcus. They opened up a paradox. It's a time travel problem. She's not great at explaining it. That's kind of Five's job, but this whole paradox is swallowing things. They need to fix it. They need to work together is what they need to do. As Victor is trying to explain this, Allison jumps in and says, just give us the briefcase and we'll give you Marcus. But neither Faye or Ben have any idea about any briefcase. That doesn't stop Ben from yelling out, deal. So it's kind of set. The Sparrows are going to hand over a briefcase that they don't have, and the Umbrella Academy is going to hand over a brother that they don't have. Faye and Ben head back into the house, and they figure that if a briefcase was found, it would be down in the basement. And while they don't find a briefcase, what they do find is Grace genuflecting in front of that orb that sucked in Marcus. Grace is convinced that this orb is some kind of god, and she reveals to Ben and Faye that that orb sucked Marcus in. They ask Grace when this thing got here, and she says, 2 days ago, with our new visitors. And unbeknownst to them, one of those new visitors is in the house. It's Klaus. He couldn't believe that Reginald, even with his gruff disposition, would actually have their mothers killed. He needed to get some answers, so he snuck back in the house, and Reginald says, no, I didn't kill them. Klaus then needs to hide because Alfonso and Jamie come in with Reginald's food for the day and also the pills that he has to take. And Klaus can overhear the conversation, and they're not very nice to Reginald. They bully him into taking the pills, and they also bully him into signing something that they won't even let him read. It actually makes Klaus feel really bad for Reginald. The two start having a little bit of a heart-to-heart, and Reginald actually starts to like Klaus a little bit. Klaus continues to stay with Reginald, eating ice cream, watching TV with him, but eventually Reginald falls asleep, and he groans one word, Oblivion. Klaus definitely thinks that's really interesting, but then he hears Grace singing. And when he follows the voice, he finds Grace down in the basement, praying until she starts speaking in tongues. Back at the hotel, Allison and Victor walk back in, and they find Luther and Diego discussing a party. Luther really wants to throw Victor a welcome to the Brotherhood kind of party, and Diego's more concerned about saving the world for a third time. So when Victor walks in, Diego looks at him and says, you feel loved? And he says, yeah, I do. They then all sit down and start talking about what they're going to do when the Sparrow Academy shows up looking to make this trade. They can't even really formulate a plan because the Sparrow Academy shows up early. As they're kind of posturing, Sloane is mouthing to Luther, run. And that's when Ben says, yeah, deal's off. Chris starts attacking each one of the members of the Umbrella Academy. And that is when Lester Pocket shows up. He had checked into the hotel earlier in the day, and he unleashes a blast from his body, the likes that the Sparrow Academy and the Umbrella Academy have never seen. This power wipes them all out. And it even seems to kill Alfonso and Jamie. Ben yells for the group to pull back, but the group is just him, Christopher, and Faye. Sloane is knocked out, being attended to by Luther. The Umbrella Academy starts looking at Lester Pocket like, who the hell's this guy? But that is when Victor recognizes him, because Lester Pocket is actually Harlan, all grown up. We'll start off episode 4 at the commission. It's not the commission that either Five or Lila remember. They start looking around for Herb, but all they find is a video. In it, you see Herb yelling that there's been a rift in the space-time continuum. It's swallowing everything. Herb then says this is the end, and he also disappears. While Five doesn't get any more answers, he doesn't really need them. He tells Lila this is way bigger than the timeline. This is the entire universe. It's basically the opposite of the Big Bang. Instead of the universe expanding, it's now collapsing on itself. Hope isn't lost, though. Layla was able to find the Master Handbook, and in it, it states that in the event of a grandfather paradox, the founder and any essential personnel will be immediately put in the operations bunker. So they head off, looking for it. They end up finding it all the way in the basement. The only problem is they can't get in. There's a retinal scan, and it doesn't accept Lila. But Five has been noticing that he's been going through paradox psychosis. He's starting to show signs. So he decides to take a stab at the retinal scan, and it works. The door opens up, And it's a pretty nice room, but it only has one person in it, and they're being kept alive by this tank. It's this old, wizened guy. He's the founder, although nor Lila or Five have ever met this guy. And through their first impression, they're not very impressed. But that's when Five realizes that he was going through paranormal psychosis because the founder is himself, all grown up on death's door. Lila starts laughing because the whole time he's been complaining about the commission and he's the one who invented the damn thing. Five has no recollection of this, but it appears that way. The founder explains to both of them that he constructed that room as a panic room, just in case of a collapse in the time continuum. And he realizes they must be there because of something called the Kugelblitz. The Kugelblitz is that orb-like figure in the basement of the Sparrow Academy. In a nutshell, it's a black hole, but a really special one. One that seemingly can't be fixed. Because when they ask the founder, he starts laughing, and he says, "You don't fix it." The founder is having a really tough time breathing at this point, but he does tell them, all that will be left is oblivion, the same word that Reginald used. Lila leans on the tank, and it ends up opening up. They're then able to see the full magnitude of what happened to older Five. He's got no arms. He's old as hell. He does have a tattoo. He's got that going for him. But, yeah, it's not painting a pretty picture. Five is frustrated, and he starts yelling at the founder, asking how to fix this thing. But the founder's only answer is, whatever you do, don't save the world. And then he dies. Five then asks to have the room with his former dead self, and he decides to take a souvenir. He cuts out the tattoo. Now, over with Five's brothers and sisters, Klaus shows up right as the fight ends. Perfect timing. He figures that it was Victor, but then he's surprised when everybody's looking at this old dude. Harlan doesn't quite know what to do, so he runs away. Victor goes after him. When Sloane wakes up, she looks over and sees her dead brothers and sisters. She's mortified, so she runs away. Luther, Diego, and Allison go after her. They chase her all the way into the showers, and she starts thinking that Luther set her up the whole time, even though he didn't. But as she's levitating Luther up, Diego grabs her from the back and holds a knife to her throat. If she had any doubts whatsoever that Luther set her up, they go out the window because Luther starts yelling at Diego to let her go. She had nothing to do with it, and vowing to put him in the grave if he even harms her. They don't harm her, though. Allison just makes her talk, using her "I heard a rumor" power. Although Allison takes it way too far. When it becomes clear that Sloane has no idea about the whereabouts of the briefcase or even that it existed, Allison continues to try to use her powers until eventually Sloane is bleeding from the nose. They finally let Luther take Sloane upstairs, still kind of holding her as a hostage. But there's an unnerving trend with Allison. She's become angrier, way more on edge, and she even goes into the bathroom and uses the "I heard a rumor" trick on herself. Fighting through it the whole time, but saying, "I heard a rumor you were happy." Yeah, she's not in a good state. She smashes the mirror, takes a shard of the glass, cuts her hair off, and walks outside to see Victor talking to Harlan. Harlan has learned how to talk after all these years, and he tells Victor a little bit of his backstory. They moved around constantly after Victor left them, changing their name to the Pocket family. But everywhere they were at didn't last too long because Harlan couldn't harness his powers. Even till this day, he can't harness his powers all that well. He really wasn't built for this. He decided to go move out in the woods, but when they returned, he felt something. It was like a tuning fork. He had to follow it. Because when Victor saved Harlan, she created like a connection between the two that he could constantly feel. So Allison interrupts the trip down memory lane to let Victor know that the Sparrows never had the briefcase. This is yet another blow in their attempt to just get back. Victor tells Allison she'll deal with it later, and her and Harlan head up to the room to continue to get caught up. He tells Victor that his mother never blamed Victor for leaving them. She always thought one day that Victor would come back, and she never gave up hope. It's really Harlan the one who kind of blames Victor because he needed her in that moment. Victor tells him they figured Harlan would be better off with Victor not around, but in hindsight, he wishes he stayed. Luther then walks in and tells Victor that there's a meeting downstairs, family only. But as Victor and Harlan were getting caught up and enjoying some quality time together, so was Klaus and Stanley. After finding out exactly where Klaus was, Diego ends up pawning off Stanley on Klaus. Stanley's going to have to clean the hotel for damages to it, and he needs a babysitter. Klaus doesn't really do anything, so Diego figured that Klaus could look after him. At first, they're hesitant to buy in, but after spending a little bit of time together, it's clear that Stanley and Klaus actually like each other. They surprisingly have a lot in common. But Klaus is not going to be able to make that family meeting. As they're going room to room cleaning it, there's one room called the White Buffalo Suite, and even though it's not on the list to be cleaned, Klaus decides to break on into it. Klaus, having stayed at the hotel, might want to check it out for nostalgia purposes. When they get inside, Klaus is transfixed on the white buffalo head that is mounted to the wall. Reginald had a painting of a white buffalo in his office that is very similar. He starts walking around. Then he says, all right, let's hurry up, Stanley. We got to go see a man about a white buffalo. But when he turns around, Stanley shoots him through the chest with a spear. Complete accident, but it ends up killing Klaus. Klaus's brother and sister have no idea about this because they're in the family meeting. And the family meeting was called by Luther because him and Sloan have come up with a plan to let Sloan go as an olive branch. Sloan will take the bodies back, and once she is back, she'll convince the Sparrow Academy that Harlan wasn't with them and the Umbrella Academy had nothing to do with that guy. Tensions are still pretty high, and the real question is Harlan with them or not? While he wasn't initially, after saving their lives, the Umbrella Academy is inclined to say, yeah, he's with us. But that kind of screws up the whole Sloan going back to the Sparrow Academy and saying that guy wasn't with them. They also start questioning Luther's loyalty because he's clearly sleeping with the enemy, but it's Victor who steps in and reminds everybody that having somebody on the inside could help. At the end of it, Allison storms out, Diego follows her, while Luther and Victor call at the Sparrow Academy to do the trade-off. And poor Sloan doesn't realize what a fractured house she's walking back into. There's a real strife between Ben and Faye. Ben and Faye are convinced that the Umbrella Academy is going to come back and finish them off, and they need to come up with a plan, but Ben doesn't really consult Faye on the plan. So when Sloan is handed over in a back alley, Ben demands that Victor and Luther hand over Harlan as well. Victor yells, that's not a part of the deal, and even Sloan comes to their defense and says they have nothing to do with that guy. But Ben shoots back, well, if he wasn't working with them, they won't care about handing him over. He then looks right at Victor and Luther and says, this is simple. Bring us the man who killed our siblings, and this will all be over. If not, well, and then he gets in the car and heads back. Now, Alice and Diego, they weren't a part of the trade-off. Diego, recognizing that there's something going on with his sister, chased after her to find out what it is. Allison tells him that since losing Ray and Claire, her daughter, she doesn't really know where to put any of this anger she has, and it's festering. The two really have a nice heart-to-heart, but Diego finds a place for Allison to take out that pent-up frustration. It's a bar that is proudly supporting a Confederate flag, so they had it coming. Back at the hotel, with Victor gone, Harlan got bored in the room. He decided to leave and start looking for Victor, and he walks into Victor's room only to find all the newspaper clippings about their dead mom. And for whatever reason, he starts getting enraged about it. As he starts walking back to his room, Victor shows up and asks, what are you doing? And he shows Victor the news clippings and asks him, what are you doing with this? Victor asks him, do you know them? And then Harlan grabs Victor's shoulder, and since there is a connection between the two, he allows Victor to see the past. Turns out Sissy died the exact day the Umbrella Academy was supposed to be born, and the exact day all of their mothers died. And all of their mothers died because of Harlan. When Sissy passed away, he let out that scream, but it didn't just stay contained in the hospital. One by one, it picked off all of their mothers. In episode 5, Ben and Faye get into an argument about what's more important. Ben feeling like they should go after the guy who killed their brother and sister, and Faye thinking that they need to deal with whatever it is in the basement. Eventually, Faye kind of wins out. Ben decides that if they're going to beat this thing, they need to know what's on the other side of it. So he has Grace use her eyeball. He basically puts the eyeball inside of the orb, and Grace starts getting sucked in. Eventually, the eyeball gets snapped off inside, and it leaves Grace with just a wire sticking out from where the eyeball should be. And Grace tells Ben and Faye that basically a black hole. Faye reminds Ben that this is big. They're going to need help. But Ben says no. Harlan first, then we'll deal with this. Now, over at the hotel, Victor wants answers from Harlan, but Harlan kind of tries to run away. Instead of giving Victor an answer, the two end up getting into a pissing contest over who could destroy who. It doesn't really end great for both of them. They end up getting hurt. Not mortally, but, it's going to leave a bruise. Harlan finally explains to Victor that it was all an accident. He was angry, and on the day that his mother died, he felt Victor. It was that tuning fork that he had talked about earlier. But when he reached out, he realized it wasn't Victor at all. He had no idea that it was their mothers. He didn't mean for any of that to happen. He tried to break the connection, but it was too late. That was the moment that he decided to hide himself away just to be safe. Until now, that is. Harlan then says, I need to tell your family what I did to them. And Victor cuts him off and says, no, you can't. What you did has bigger consequences than you'll realize. A lot of people got hurt, so we're going to have to be very careful about how we tell them. Victor then heads down to the lobby, runs into Luther, and Luther notices that Victor has a cut on her face. He figures Harlan did it. Then Diego shows up, and Diego has a bruise on the back of his neck. Luther also figures Harlan did that as well. Allison shows up a little while later, and she's got bruises all over her hands, and Luther is convinced that Harlan did that. Even though Harlan didn't do any of it, this is enough for Luther to say, let's hand him over. But Victor isn't quick to do that. As they're all kind of standing around, Five and Lila come through the portal. They're back. One problem, the briefcase they used to get back is destroyed, and it's the last briefcase on Earth. When Allison hears about the briefcase being the last one, she gets really pissed off because her hopes of going home are dashed. But the big surprise is Lila. After hearing what she heard from the founder, she gives Diego a big hug, telling him, turns out there's less time to hold grudges than I had planned. Luther then pulls Diego aside and asks, did you and Allison get in some kind of fight last night? And Diego says, oh yeah. I mean, I saw her do things I've never seen her do before. She just needed to blow off some steam. And even though Diego says she's good, Luther does not believe it. He's as concerned for his sister as Diego was. Five then tries to call a family meeting, but Diego sees Stanley walking around with a cleaning supply, so he goes after him. He misses the family meeting, and he misses it when Five says, our family reunion here in this timeline has brought a Kugelblitz. Five tells him the best plan is to go back in time and destroy the paradox. That would stop the Kugelblitz before it starts, but they're not able to do that because of the briefcase situation. They need to start thinking about Plan B, and that's when Klaus and Diego join them. Klaus was dead. He went to the great beyond. He even talked to his mother, who gave him a message. She tells him he's spending all this time and energy running from the exact thing that he's chasing. He simply can't see what's right in front of him this whole time. And then when he looks down in his soup, the ingredients create a buffalo. He then comes back to life, just as Diego and Stanley are enjoying some father-son time by trying to get rid of a body. Klaus starts trying to get his bearings straight. Everybody's kind of thinking of a plan, and that's when the hotel gets hit with yet another Kugel wave. Although this time, it takes out more than just a few people. Five figures they have 4, maybe 5 days before the rest of existence is gone. Luther then tells the group that the Sparrows said if they just hand over Harlan, they can get past this, start working together to save the world. Victor, however, is continuing to protect Harlan at all costs. Luther asks Victor, why are you protecting this guy? It's clear he's got some kind of hold over you. And Victor just feels bad for Harlan. He tells the group, Harlan didn't ask for any of this. If we hadn't gone back to 1963 and I hadn't saved him. But Luther cuts him off and says he's the reason we're in this mess. And he's also our only way out of it. They start arguing amongst themselves. Victor saying, we'll just overpower the Sparrows. And most of the group saying, hand over Harlan. He's insignificant. We need access to the Kugelblitz. In the end, Victor's kind of guilt-tripped into agreeing with everybody. But she tells the group, I'll go get him. And when she goes upstairs, Harlan knows. The connection they have, Victor can't hide anything from him. She apologizes to Harlan that they couldn't fix things, but Harlan says, we never tried together. And Victor, who is open to just about any suggestion that doesn't involve handing over Harlan and the Sparrows, is all for trying. As Luther awaits Victor handing over Harlan downstairs, he sees Allison drinking by herself, and he asks, should I be worried about you? Allison then looks at him and says, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep losing people. It's not fair. Luther walks over and gives her a hug, but that hug turns into a kiss. Luther pulls away because he's got Sloane now, and when Luther even mentions that name, it sets Allison off. She yells at him, you're blowing me off for some knockoff you've known for 5 minutes? And Luther yells, what do you even want from me? If you had Ray or Claire back, would you even be here? Look, I get you need a distraction, but you can't use me for that. And she yells, I can if I want to. She then uses her I heard a rumor trick to say, I heard a rumor you want me. He walks over and kisses her, but he does it a little too aggressively. And Allison's wish kind of becomes a nightmare. She ends up having to push Luther off of her. When Luther eventually snaps out of it, they're both disgusted. Allison starts walking back up to her room, and that's when she catches Victor sneaking out Harlan. Victor tells Allison, I can still save him. I can take back his powers. I can get him out of town. After that, I can focus on the Sparrows or the Kugelblitz. Allison tries to tell Victor that's a bad idea, but Victor yells, look, I owe him this. Allison agrees to be the one to take Harlan somewhere safe, and Victor is very appreciative of that. Victor then walks into the hotel lobby where Klaus, Five, and Luther are waiting, and they notice she doesn't have Harlan, and they figure that she must have let him go. She explains that Harlan's death is not going to stop the Kugelblitz. It's just going to be another tragedy on top of another tragedy. Victor vows to find another way, but Luther's fed up and says, well, congrats. You destroyed everything. Again. Five and Klaus then decide to start having a drink, and Five is pretty broken up about seeing his future self die the way he did. He always kind of thought he'd be able to outrun death, but now seeing this wizened old man with no arms die with a bad tattoo didn't sit well with him. He throws the tattoo on the table, and Klaus recognizes the symbol. It's the symbol for a biker group called the Mothers of Agony. That's just the hint that Five needed. He goes, finds the Mothers of Agony clubhouse, walks all the way in the back where members are getting tattooed, and that's when he finds them. Pogo. So Five ended his night in a biker bar. Luther headed over to the Sparrow Academy because he ended his night with Sloane. Diego and Lila ended their night together in bed, having sex. And I ended my night alone. In episode 6, Luther wakes up with Sloane, and they're trying to keep their relationship a secret, but they don't do a great job of it. Sloane's room is right next to Faye, and Sloane's bed is pretty creaky, so Faye knew that Luther was there. She knocks on the door in the morning and tells Luther, Ben wants to have a word with you. Ben asks Luther, all right, I need to know, what's with your family's weird fetish with me? And Luther explains that Ben was the best of all of them. He just died way too soon. And even though the version in front of him is kind of a jerk, he'll take it, because it means at least he's got his brother back. Ben tells him, I'm not him, you moron. And Luther says, yes, I'm aware. My Ben was selfless and kind. And when Luther tells him, maybe there's a little bit of my Ben inside of you, Ben just shoots that down saying, no, not at all. He then gets to the real reason of why he called the meeting. Without Marcus around, they need a big brooding force. Luther can be that. So he has Grace bring him Marcus's old uniform. He wants Luther to join the Sparrow Academy. At first, Luther says no. He's already got a family of his own. But Sloane slowly starts to convince him, and he starts to consider it. It is, by the way, a move that Faye completely disagrees with. Now, everybody is completely unaware of the fact that Luther isn't the only umbrella that is in the house, because Klaus has snuck back in. He needs answers on what is going on with the buffalo. Reginald really doesn't want to talk to Klaus very much, but Klaus forces him to, because as he tells him, everything is leading me back to you. The painting, the white buffalo suite, and Reginald cuts him off and says, you know about the white buffalo suite? And Klaus says, yeah, that's where I died. I just feel like there's something I'm supposed to be doing, and it's important, but no one's telling me what it is. And I'm scared that I'm going to miss out because I'm always screwing things up. And I'm tired of it. So I need you to help me understand certain things about who I am. Like, for example, why did you lock me in a mausoleum and slow down my heart rate until I came to in a pool of my own vomit? That's something that when he died, the girl on the bicycle showed him. Reginald has Klaus sit on the chair and start telling him exactly what he saw. And as Klaus is telling him, Reginald is drawing these really weird symbols. He finds it absolutely fascinating. And he tells Klaus that everything's been fascinating since he's been weaned off those pills. It's a trick that Klaus taught him. Because of that, he wants to return the favor and help Klaus understand who he really is. Klaus is all on board. So Reginald hooks Klaus up to an electromagnetic machine and shocks him. And Klaus drops to the ground like a stone. As Klaus tries to find out who he really is, Diego is trying to find Stan. He wakes up with Lila, but Stan is nowhere to be found. He then notices that right around the area where the arrow went through Klaus, it looks like there's a secret door, and when they open it up, they find Stan's lucky lighter just sitting there, and they figure that he must have gone down this tunnel. They start following it, but it looks like the Jamiroquai video for Virtual Insanity. There's a throwback for you, but a lot of mirrors, a lot of lights. And when they get to the end of the tunnel, they're in a very identical room to the one they just left. But there are differences. Like instead of a buffalo's head mounted on the wall, there's the backside of a buffalo mounted to the wall. The paintings are also different, and it just seems like it's a very Asian-themed room. They head downstairs, and the Hotel Obsidian is now called the Hotel Oblivion. It is also empty. Diego goes to ring the bell that's at the front desk, but Lila stops him because there's a sign written in Mandarin that says, "Don't ring the bell." And Diego can't understand why they would put a bell there if they don't want them to ring it. But he gets distracted when Lila says, "Trudy's going to kill me." And he says, "Who's Trudy?" And Lila tells him it's Stan's mom, because Stan isn't actually their child. This was all a setup. Lila just wanted to see how Diego would react if he found out he was a father. Diego finds this absolutely insane, and Lila reminds him, "You met me in an insane asylum." Which, she's got a point with that one. Stanley's also in on it, and Diego is so mad that he starts stuttering again. Now they both are completely stressed out because this isn't their kid, it's somebody else's. They have to find Stanley. Even though the sign says not to, Diego walks over to the front desk and rings the bell, and immediately he regrets it. The hotel starts getting dark. There's a lot of ominous vibes, and they hear something that is big, growling, and coming their way. They go to a part of the hotel where there's a little bit of light coming through, and they're waiting for this thing to show up. Diego grabs a knife, but before he can even throw it, a big axe comes his way and chops off 2 of his fingers. They then notice that there is a giant samurai figure walking towards them, and he doesn't look happy. They don't even grab the fingers. They quickly get the hell out of there, and they're able to go back through the tunnel and back to the Hotel Obsidian. And when they get to the other side, there's Stanley, drinking a slushie and eating a Slim Jim. But then Stanley disappears, because the hotel was hit by yet another Kugel wave, and now it seems like he is gone for good. Now, one person who is gone, at least for the time being, is Five. Pogo wanted nothing to do with him, so Five followed him to his trailer in the middle of the woods, and he was able to convince him to give him the full backstory. Pogo was training the Sparrow Academy just like he trained the Umbrella Academy, but he had a falling out with Reginald. Reginald flat out kicked Pogo out, and some of the kids were pretty heartbroken about it, like Marcus seemed upset, and Pogo gave him a box that was filled with a bunch of pills. Now he's a part of a biker gang and he does tattoos. Five is able to successfully convince him that they do actually know each other from another timeline. Five then slaps on the tattoo, and Pogo admits, "This does look like my work, but I haven't done it." And Five says, "Well, not yet you haven't." He explains where he got the tattoo, and Pogo just says, "So it's happened." He opens up a notebook, and there are a bunch of symbols, and all of the symbols match up to at least a part of the tattoo. Pogo tells Five that Reginald was obsessed with those symbols. It's called a sigil. It's a symbol that's thought to have magical powers, which doesn't make sense to Five because their dad was always a very scientific man. He wouldn't believe in such a thing. But apparently the Reginald in this timeline does. Pogo tells him that Reginald referred to it as Project Oblivion. And that definitely catches the ear of Five because it was the last thing that older Five told current Five before he died. Pogo then goes into one of the reasons why he was kicked out. Reginald was training the kids for a kamikaze mission. Pogo didn't think it was safe. And that is why he gave the children the pills, the same pills that Reginald has since stopped taking because of the tip from Klaus. When Pogo finds out that Reginald is off the pills, he says to Five, "Project Oblivion is starting again, and you are all in danger." With that information, there's only one thing left to do. Get the tattoo. And even though Pogo said he wouldn't, he ends up tatting him anyway. And then finally, there's Harlan. He was taken to an old abandoned drive-in movie theater and kept safe by Allison. Not too long later, Victor shows up, and they know that they need to hurry this up because they're running out of time. So Victor and Harlan get to work. Problem is, they don't really know how to go about this whole thing. Harlan tells Victor, "Try what you did back in 1963. I know it didn't work, but I'm not a kid anymore." He then starts showing Victor what he means. He starts glowing, and then he asks Victor, "Did you hear it?" But Victor says, "No. I heard wind." And Harlan says, "No, deeper than that. Every living thing has an energy wave. It's a sound of its own. Listen for it." He then starts doing it again, but this time way more powerful than the first time, creating kind of like a force field around both of them. The whole while, Harlan is yelling at Victor, "You gotta listen." It's not like Victor isn't trying, but it's putting him in a lot of pain. Allison sees what's going on and tries to get Harlan to stop, but he won't. She then enters that kind of force field that Harlan had created, and she yells at Harlan, "Stop, it's too much." And her voice really carries, knocks Harlan off his game, and it does end up saving Victor. Although Harlan's pissed. He yells at Allison, "You had no right, we were making progress." But the way that Allison looked at it, Harlan was about to kill Victor. She also has no idea how she just did what she did. It was as if her powers were amplified. She then goes and checks on Victor, and Victor says, I'm fine. You don't have to be here if you don't want to watch. So Allison doesn't, going off and thinking about her previous life. Victor and Harlan continue to train. Harlan tells Victor that when he left, Harlan realized that he had this power inside of him. He had no idea what it was. He hoped he could use it for something good. The reality is he had no idea what it was, though. He called it marigold. And he tells Victor, you gotta stop listening with your ears. Harlan then puts his headphones on Victor's ears, and the two create yet another force field, although this time they start levitating above the ground. It's super powerful. Allison is scared for her brother, but then all of a sudden, Harlan yells, and you literally see the power go from him and back inside Victor. When that happens, their bond is seemingly broken, and they drop to the ground. Victor's pretty wiped out. Allison goes to check on him, but all Victor cares about is Harlan, and Harlan confirms that the power is gone. They let Victor sleep it off because he's really wiped out. And Harlan asks Allison, what do I do now? She says, you go home and we clean up your mess. Harlan asks Allison, why don't you like me? Is it because of what I did to your mothers? But Allison has no idea what he's talking about. And it doesn't take more than a couple seconds for Allison to realize that it was him. Harlan was the one who did it. Harlan starts apologizing, saying that he couldn't stop himself. And you once again see that mean streak from Allison. As Harlan's trying to apologize, Allison yells at him, sorry is what you say when you spill a glass of milk, not obliterate somebody's child. She then decides to take matters into her own hands. She kills Harlan, putting him in the trunk of the car and telling the Sparrow Academy that she's coming over. When she arrives, she's got a welcome party waiting for her. Faye, Ben, and Reginald all standing outside, and that's when Allison shows them the body of Harlan in the trunk. She then starts making her way into the house so they can all figure out how to get rid of the Kugelblitz, but she notices there's another member there of the Sparrow Academy. It's Luther, wearing Marcus's uniform. And all Allison can do is shake her head and walk right by him. In episode 7, after Allison makes peace with the Sparrows, Reginald decided to leave the kids to it. He grabs the car and puts the dead body of Klaus inside, and he starts driving, until eventually Klaus starts banging to be let out. He tells Klaus, you were dead for 22 minutes. You were vulnerable. I could have done anything with your body. If the world is ending, you're running out of time to master your gifts. So they start training. They head to what is apparently the busiest road in the middle of nowhere, and Reginald starts throwing a ball, and Klaus goes and grabs it, but he gets hit by a car and dies. And Reginald just starts timing how long it takes him to come back to life. Slowly, Klaus starts improving his time until eventually it's like he never died at all. After he's mastered that, there's really only one thing left to do. Face his fear. They head to the cemetery. Klaus has no interest in going in a mausoleum whatsoever, and Reginald can't understand it. He asks him, why do you, of all people, have a fear of the dead? And Klaus once again reiterates, yeah, it's probably because you locked me in there as a little kid. And Reginald cuts him off and says, exactly. We can't change the past, but we can confront it. So Klaus tries, but the moment he sees a ghost, he takes off running. He runs up to Reginald, and Reginald says, what are you afraid of? I'll tell you, you're not afraid of those ghosts. You're afraid to even try. You'd rather quit than disappoint me. In any timeline, I'm simply too far brilliant of a teacher to have left you so untutored. This was no accident what I did to you kids. I made you feel small and confused about your own power so I could control you. Now, don't focus on that. We can focus on that later. But what I witnessed today, you're a warrior. It's these spirits that should fear you. Klaus asks him, how am I supposed to fight these? And Reginald tells him, I don't know, but I believe in my heart that you do. Go show them. So Klaus stands up, and as he's surrounded by the ghosts, he finds the power to wipe them all out. Now back over at the Sparrow Academy, Ben calls a family meeting. Both families. That means Victor and Sloan are going to have to go round up the troops. They find Diego, Lila, and Five sitting in the Buffalo suite, arguing about how exactly they were able to get the tunnel open, and the fact is they just don't know. Five really wants to know because his older self said Oblivion. Then you've got Reginald's super secret mission called Oblivion, and this secret tunnel is leading to the Hotel Oblivion. He wants to follow it. But understandably, Lila and Diego have no interest in that, especially after Diego lost his fingers. Five's going to have to wait because when Luther comes in and tells them about the family meeting, after a little bit of pushback, they give in and follow him over to the Sparrow Academy. Everybody arrives except Victor and Klaus. There's a lot of petty insults thrown back and forth, but eventually they get the meeting on track, what to do about the Kugelblitz. As they're discussing what they're going to do, Victor runs into the room and says, "Where is Harlan?" Victor assumes it was the Sparrows, but Allison pipes up and says, "They didn't do anything. It was me. I killed Harlan." This sparks a big fight between Victor and Allison, to the point where Ben and Five start taking bets. It gets nasty. It gets contentious. Allison reveals to everybody that she found out Harlan killed their mothers. And it segues from Harlan into their own personal issues with each other. As tensions build, Allison screams at Victor, "Shut your mouth." And when she does that, her eyes glow yellow and Victor starts to choke. Five asks her, "How did you do that without saying I heard a rumor?" And Allison tells him it's just a little residual gift from Harlan. So she still has some of Harlan's powers. It finally ends when Allison tells Victor, "We should have left you in the basement," and Victor slaps the crap out of her. Victor then runs off to Ben's bedroom to hide, but she notices something interesting. Ben is drawing a picture of a woman, and it's the same woman, and her name is Jennifer. And in the Umbrella Academy's timeline, their Ben died in the Jennifer incident, so there might be some truth to what Luther said when he told Sparrow Academy Ben, "There's some of my Ben in you." The rest of the Academy then heads downstairs to the basement so everybody can get eyes on the Kugelblitz. Sloane is just about as smart as Five, if not smarter. And she's come up with a plan. It's to trap the Kugelblitz. Grace is tracking the Kugel waves, and there's another one in 3 hours. Sloane has run the math, and this could work. This is probably their best bet. But for this to work, they're going to need Sloane, Lila, Christopher, and Victor. So Ben, of all people, goes upstairs to convince Victor to help, although he does it in a very unique way. When he enters the room, Victor tells him, "I have no interest in helping if Allison is still down there." And Ben starts to insult him. He says it's pathetic that she's been sitting up there the entire time waiting for somebody to chase after him. And in the end, it's not even going to matter. They're all going to be dust in a day or two anyway, and Harlan's going to have died for nothing. As everybody kind of waits for Victor to join, downstairs, Lila and Allison start bonding. Lila wants to know from Allison if there's any tips or tricks to get Diego to accept her apology. That kind of morphs into what Allison's going through, feeling lost and confused because, well, she's lost everybody she's loved. Lila's suggestion is you got to pick a focus point, something concrete to lock onto no matter what changes around you. Allison asks Lila, "What if I had one and I lost her?" And Lila tells her, "Find another one, or you're going to fall down." Five then enters the room and tells everybody that they're ready to begin. All four of them start working together to shrink and trap the Kugelblitz. But that's when Grace tries to interrupt them. She's been so transfixed by the Kugelblitz, she really believes that it is her god. And now that these kids are downstairs trying to get rid of it, she can't let that happen. She grabs a flamethrower from the armory, and she comes downstairs and tries to stop them. Luckily, Five is able to get her from the basement to the living room and kill her. It allows the group to continue to try to get rid of the Kugelblitz. And it works. They're able to shrink it enough where Christopher is able to trap it in, and when the next wave is supposed to hit, it doesn't. Now it's party time. Everybody starts drinking, dancing, tearing it up, except Victor and Allison. They're the Debbie Downers in the corner. When the drinking and the partying settles down a little bit, Luther heads up to the roof because he's got a gift for Sloane. It's a travel guide to Italy, or at least what's left of it. But there's also an engagement ring inside. Luther proposes to Sloane. Sloane says yes, and the two are going to be married. That's not the only relationship that's up for conversation, because back inside the house, Lila needs to have a serious conversation with Diego. We found out about the backstory of Lila and Stanley. Lila had no briefcase when she returned to the commission. They wouldn't allow her one. They were willing to send her anywhere in the world, so she asked to go to 1989 Berlin. She knew that her mother had hidden a briefcase in the Berlin Wall. So as teenagers were tearing it down, she found the exact spot and found it. But then she got into the act of tearing down the wall until a woman comes up and asks to borrow her sledgehammer. That woman was Stanley's mother. She was also the lead singer of a punk rock band, which Lila eventually joined as the drummer. When Stanley's mom took off one week with a bassist, Lila was kind of looking after him, but asked Stanley if he was up for heading back to the States to kind of torture one of her exes. That's how they got into this mess. She now kind of realizes, though, what a messed up thing that was. She tells Diego, I brought Stanley to you because I'm a coward. I wanted to drop a kid in your lap and see if you'd reject us and run. That felt safer than telling you the truth, because the truth is, I'm pregnant. Diego, of course, thinks this is yet another lie, but Lila swears, no, I really am pregnant. What really upsets her is the fact that she knows that she wasn't going to be a good mother, but when she saw him with Stan, she knew that he would be a good dad. Now it looks like they might not even have to worry about that with the world ending. Diego asks, what do you want from me? And she says, I want a family, and I want it with you. He asks if he can think about it, and the two just sit there. Upstairs, Five decided to go visit Victor. He thinks that it's about Allison, and while Five is concerned about Allison, this conversation is going to be about Victor. Victor starts trying to explain his side of things, that she was just trying to do the right thing while Allison intentionally killed somebody, but Five reminds her, you know the reason we even survived the last apocalypse is because I slaughtered a boardroom full of people, right? Five wants Victor to forgive Allison. Kind of get over it. But Victor's just not ready to do that quite yet. He also has a message for him. Don't go rogue again. If you ever need anything, I'm there for you, but if you lie to us again, I'll kill you myself. And murder isn't just on Five's mind, because all the way downstairs in the house, Faye tells Ben, we're going to kill them in the morning, right? But Ben says no. She can't quite figure out why, but Ben says, I'm not done yet. Me and Dad have a plan. They start once again fighting about Ben's crappy leadership, but then Christopher starts freaking out. They don't quite know what's wrong with him, and the Kugelblitz explodes out of him, killing him, sucking Faye in, and destroying the academy. In episode 8, the group that's left, which is Luther, Victor, Sloan, Ben, Five, Allison, Diego, and Lila, they all get together and start discussing exactly what they're going to do, because obviously the last plan didn't work. This leads them to start arguing amongst themselves, whose plan is better, why the last plan didn't work out, until finally Five pipes up and says, we're not meant to save the world. We're just not. We have to face facts. He tells them all how he had a conversation with his 100-year-old self, and his 100-year-old self clearly said, do not save the world. So he's ready to just embrace the apocalypse. This takes everybody by surprise, because usually Five is the one with the plan, but he just says, not this time. If you guys have something on your bucket list, I'd do it fast. And Luther and Sloan certainly do. They tell everybody that they're getting married. And there's no time like the present, since the world is quickly ending. While Luther and Sloan are discussing their nuptials, Klaus and Reginald arrive at the hotel. And Klaus is very surprised when the bellhop greets Reginald, because they know each other. And that's because Reginald owns the hotel. Years ago, Reginald was searching through, at the time, just a field, when all of a sudden he felt like he had the right spot. He shot up a flare, and the flare revealed a sort of door. He decided to build the Hotel Obsidian right there, at that exact spot. And the door? Well, that's where he built the Buffalo Room. He knew something was on the other side, so he hired a group of mercenaries at the time to go in there and take care of whatever it is they'd find, but nobody returned alive, and Reginald just closed the door, figuring that one day his kids would do it. That is the Oblivion mission. Reginald and Klaus then go find the rest of the group, but they're not really welcome. Nobody really wants to see Reginald, except Ben. And in turn, Reginald can't believe that they're wasting time planning a wedding as the world is about to end. Although if Reginald had any ideas of going to that wedding, Luther squashes that pretty quickly by saying, yeah, space is limited and, you're not really invited. But Reginald is acting more like himself, which is something Sloan realizes, so she asks him, have you been taking your pills? And he admits, no, I haven't. And it's all because of this young man right here. And he points to Klaus. He says something that Klaus has been waiting to hear his entire life. Reginald tells all the kids, I wish you were more like this man. All of you could learn a thing or two from this impressive young man. While Reginald wants to get working on trying to save the universe, nobody other than Ben really seems interested in doing it. So Klaus ends up escorting Reginald up to the Buffalo Suite, and the two have a conversation about Reginald's bedside manner. It sucks, and Klaus tries to teach him that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. The conversation then goes towards the wedding, and Reginald doesn't want to go, but Klaus says, oh, we're going. I know it seems like they don't want you there, but they just want you to earn being there. Try being a dad, not a boss. And trust me, you showing support for Luther, it's going to go a long way. But Reginald isn't the only one that's not thrilled about this wedding. Diego certainly is not happy about it. He doesn't even want to go. Lila tells him, "You're going. You're my +1." And Diego can't understand why she wants to go because she's with their child. She, of all people, should really want to get the universe saved, but it doesn't seem like she really cares. She tells him, odds are we don't even survive this one. But Diego shoots back, "I'm willing to try if it means I get to spend more time with you and the baby." Well, she really appreciates that. She tells him, "You could either spend your night fighting some apocalypse with your brother and your father, or you could spend it with me." He chooses to spend it with her. That night, everybody's enjoying themselves at the bachelor party, but there's one guy that wasn't invited. It's Ben. It's because nobody likes him, and when he sees everybody having a good time, he feels very left out. During a rousing rendition of karaoke, though, Luther goes up to his best man, Victor, and asks a favor. He wants Victor to make amends with Allison. Victor really doesn't seem like he's willing to do that because Allison just killed his friend. But as Luther puts it, if you want to compare body counts, it's not going to end well for you. She's always been good to you. Better than the rest of us. They then get called up to sing the absolute banger, "Time of My Life." While the Umbrella Academy is having fun downstairs, upstairs, Ben goes to vent to Sloane about why she's still going through with this wedding. He starts pushing the narrative that her going through this wedding, it's actually turning her back on the Sparrow Academy. She doesn't really care, though. He starts preaching that Reginald wants them to get back to training, but she doesn't care about that. She knows that his hatred for the wedding has to do with one thing. He wasn't invited to the bachelor party. He doesn't actually care about Faye or Christopher or Marcus or any of them dying. He doesn't care about the world. He cares about getting left out. He tries to act like she's crazy, but she says, "This isn't crazy. We've never been alone. It's always been the 7 of us. But now, it's just you. So congrats, Ben. You're finally number 1. Everybody then gets ready for the wedding. And when Luther comes downstairs, he does so with Victor, and the first person they see is Allison. And Allison and Victor start trading insults, and Luther has to remind them, "This is my day. If you two could just get along for a couple hours, I'd really appreciate it." Sloane then comes down, and Klaus marries the two. During the reception, Klaus decides to start trying to go person to person and convince them to go along with Reginald's plan. 5, though, is a hard out. Klaus tries to make his way over to Diego, but Lila stops him, telling him that even though he's unkillable, she'll find a way if he goes over there and says anything about trying to save the world. Klaus heads over to the bride and the groom, but Luther nicely reminds Klaus that it's their wedding and they don't want to think about it. But Klaus's job is done when Reginald surprisingly shows up. Luther actually gets pissed off, and it's Sloane who convinces him to just let the guy stay. Don't let him ruin their day. But truthfully, nobody wants him there. As Reginald grabs a plate and eats by himself, Lila decides that it's time she met the father of the guy she's in love with. She all but forces Diego to introduce the two. And Reginald could not be nicer. They actually get along really well. And as they're heading back to their seat, Reginald tells Diego, "Wow, she's incredible. Well done. It's just unfortunate timing. You would have made a superb father." Somehow, Reginald just knows. Reginald then stands up to make a speech, but two people that aren't listening to it are Victor and Allison. Victor tried to go over and do what his brother wanted him to do. Apologize, make amends, but Allison isn't into it. Victor proceeds, though, telling Allison, "You are the most important thing to me in the entire world, and I'm sorry I betrayed your trust. Will you forgive me?" But Allison says no. Allison then goes in on Victor. And afterwards, she just walks off. And it's a shame that they missed Reginald's speech because it was really nice, really heartfelt. It takes all the kids by surprise. After he puts the microphone down, everybody just dances the night away. Eventually, most of them make their way outside. They're all just watching literally the world end. And that's when Klaus shows up with a very drunk Ben, proclaiming this is the new Ben. Because alcohol has a way of people telling the truth, and Ben asks Klaus, "Why don't you guys like me?" And Klaus was honest with him. He said, "Dude, you're an asshole." So, because of Klaus's guidance, Ben is going to try to be a little bit nicer, at least until the world does end. But the night is wrapping up, so is the universe. 5 checks out. He is pretty blitzed. He starts heading back to his room, but he sees something super interesting. It's Reginald talking to somebody in the Buffalo Suite. He can't see exactly who he's talking to, but he sees that they've come to an agreement on something, and then 5 passes out. In episode 9, everybody wakes up extremely hungover and still alive. Klaus makes a comment to Ben like, man, that was such a fun night. And Ben agreed, it was a fun night. But when Klaus tells Ben, I knew there was some of the old Ben in you, Ben takes a little bit of offense to it. And Klaus tells him, you're a good person, but you're trying really, really hard to be a bad one. That sparks New Ben. New Ben's back. Victor wakes up with Reginald at her bedside, giving her breakfast to deal with the hangover. She's quite surprised and says, since when did you care? But he reminds her, I'm not the Reginald you grew up with. And being the only sober person at the wedding, I'll remind you, I was the one who was privy to watch your argument with Allison. Reginald starts giving Victor a speech on family, but at this point, Victor is out on it completely. And when he looks outside, the world's about to end anyway, so what does it matter? But Reginald is actually the topic of conversation in the honeymoon suite. As Luther and Sloane wake up, Luther still isn't willing to give this new Reginald Hargraves a chance, and Sloane reminds him he is different. Luckily for both of them, though, they have their clothes on because Allison walks in and apologizes to Luther for just being crappy lately. Luther tells her, if you're handing out apologies, Victor needs to be at the top of the list. And Allison knows Victor is on the list. She's going to get to him. She turns around to leave, but then she remembers something and says, oh, wait, your dad called a meeting at noon today. Suddenly, Luther becomes very suspicious, but Allison reassures him, no, he's got a plan that can really save the universe, so please, come to the meeting. Luther says no, but Sloane says, we'll be there. And Luther just learned the first rule of marriage, which is, you listen to your wife, like every time. 5 seems to be the only one that woke up alone. He can't get that visual of Reginald making a deal with somebody out of his head. He's trying as hard as possible to figure out who Reginald was talking to, but he can't. He decides to go to what literally is the edge of the world at this point, sit, have a drink, and think, and that's when he's approached by Reginald. When Reginald approaches, 5 knows why he's there, and he says, I'm going to save you the time. No, I'm not interested in whatever plan you're cooking up. Sorry, I got a message from my future self not to save the world. Reginald reminds him, you ruined your life before by not listening to me. Are you prepared to do it again? And that's all Reginald needed to get 5 to agree to attend the meeting. Right before Reginald leaves, 5 has to know, and he asks him, who were you talking to last night? But Reginald lies and says, no one. I was alone, thinking that 5 was too inebriated to remember anything. They then head back into the Hotel Obsidian together, and everybody's waiting for him. He tells the group that as a boy, he heard the legend of the 7 bells. There are similar stories out there, and they're pretty much all the same. The village is under threat by a flood, by a fire, by something. Then a shaman brings his disciples to a sacred cave. He tells them that if they can ring the 7 magical bells, the village will be saved and it'll be restored just as it was. Now, while these are stories, there is truth to these myths. The universe is going to be gone by the end of the day, but whoever wove together space and time, they made a way so you could put it back together, just in case they faced this situation. He then tells the kids about the portal to the Hotel Oblivion, and that on the other side of that portal is the answer to resetting the universe. There is just one problem, though. The Guardian. That's the person that Diego met. Victor asks, why would the people who created this even need a Guardian? And Sloane pipes up and says, well, to protect it from people who want to use it for nefarious means. But because this Guardian's so powerful, it's going to take all of them. Ben is the first one to stand up and say, I'm in. Because Ben did it, Diego then gets up and joins him. But Victor wants to take a vote. And while Reginald thinks it's ridiculous because they're running out of time, Luther and 5 agree with Victor. They are going to risk their lives again. They don't know if it's going to work. They don't know if it's going to be worth it. So the group takes a vote. They don't take it right away, though. Reginald walks away, and it gives the group a little bit of time to talk amongst themselves. It also gives Allison a little bit of time to pull Victor away and apologize. She tells Victor, last night you're right. I mean, Claire and Ray are gone, but hating you isn't going to bring them back. And my pain doesn't give me permission to hurt you. Allison then starts slowly pitching Victor on the idea of going through that portal. While those two are talking, 5 and Luther go and have a conversation. Luther's mind is made up. 5, though, is on the fence. But 5 tells Luther all about what he saw the previous night, and he feels like there's something their dad isn't telling them. Deep down, 5 just feels like this is a trap. Everybody then has a little bit longer to think, and a little while later, everybody meets back downstairs to cast the vote. Allison gives a very impassioned speech on pro-saving the universe, which Lila joins her in that vote. But as soon as Lila says yes, Diego says no. Klaus is the ultimate daddy's boy, so he agrees to go on the mission. Ben is right there with him. Victor can't shake the feeling that they don't know what they're getting themselves into, so he votes no. And boy, that pisses off Allison. Sloan and Victor are also out. And that leaves Five, who is the only one on the fence. He tells the group that he saw the future and it told him to sit this one out. So the nays have it, 5-4. Allison just shakes her head, looking at the people who said no, says, "You're all pathetic." And then she walks off. Ben asks Reginald, why can't we just go in there, just the 4 of us? But he tells him that's going to mean certain failure. There must be 7 of you. Reginald tells the kids, look, I'm not happy about this, but now I see that the blame, it's on me. I clearly failed you when you were young, and I've failed you now. And in doing so, I've doomed the entire universe. Everybody then kind of goes their separate ways. Luther wants to spend the last few hours he has with Sloan, but in order to do so, he's going to need ice. So he grabs the ice bucket, starts looking for the ice machine, but he finds the Buffalo Suite's door is ajar and Reginald is sitting in it just drinking by himself. Luther decides, all right, I'll go in there. Reginald tells Luther that this is the failure of his life. He feels like all of this has been wasted, all because a different him was unkind to his children. Luther explains it's not that simple. Reginald then looks at Luther and says, you are a remarkable man, and I really hope that you can forgive me, Luther. Luther is so taken aback, doesn't say a word, so Reginald asks the question again, and Luther says, yeah, of course I'll forgive you. And Reginald gives him a big hug, which is something he has never done before. It's at that moment that Luther realizes this really is a different Reginald Hargraves. But that's short-lived, as Reginald stabs Luther right in the chest. And it's with one hell of a weapon. Luther is bleeding out, very confused, and Reginald tells him the best way to bring a family together is at a wedding or a funeral. We already had the wedding. Luther then drops to his knees, and Reginald gives him one final death blow across the chest. Now, right down the hall, Five runs into Victor, and Five tells him, I just feel like the old man is still hiding something. And Victor understands because people have been acting weird. He tells Five about how Allison apologized to him. And it's weird because last night she was ready to just rip his head off. All of a sudden she's ready to forgive and forget. And that's when Five realizes the person that Reginald made a deal with was Allison. She wasn't out there with the rest of them. And she's willing to do anything to get her daughter or Ray back. They then hear screaming in the distance, and it's Sloan. And when they rush to see what's going on, Sloan is sitting there because she had found Luther's dead body, and Reginald is nowhere to be found. Everybody comes to the Buffalo Suite, and Reginald is the last to run in, acting surprised, and his plan starts to go into motion, because Ben mentions how if they just attacked first, Luther would still be alive. Reginald had set this thing up so it looks like the Guardian had attacked Luther. But they don't have a lot of time to mourn, because time is up. The hotel gets hit by the black hole, and it is quickly disintegrating everything around them. So they have two choices: stay and die, or go through the passage to the Hotel Oblivion. And Reginald's little plan works, because those that voted to stay end up going through the portal, including Five, who knows something's fishy, but he just hasn't figured it out yet. The last person to try to go through the tunnel is Klaus, but he is stopped by Reginald. He tells Klaus, you've done a fine job bringing me back into the family fold, but you're just more trouble than you're worth. Sorry, Klaus. Then he shoves him back, and he closes the door for good. To give himself any hope of coming back, Klaus doesn't let the black hole suck him up. He jumps up and impales himself with the horn from the mounted buffalo. In the season finale, the group comes on the other side of the portal, and they see just what a weird room they're in, that everything's backwards. But then they quickly realize that Klaus isn't with them. Reginald closes the door and says, I'm sorry, I did everything I could, but he got sucked into the black hole. And that is extremely fishy to everybody because he was right behind Five. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. But unfortunately, it's too late. There's nothing to go back to. They're stuck in the Hotel Oblivion. And Klaus has joined Luther on the other side. They're just kind of chilling. And while Klaus is used to it, Luther does not take it well because he just found the love of his life and now he's dead. It then hits Luther that it was Reginald who killed him, which Klaus can relate to. Luther starts screaming at Klaus, "You gotta go back, you gotta warn the others." But Klaus is done. He's realized that he just belongs in that afterlife. He also figures that everybody's just gonna join them soon enough. There's no guarantees that they outran the Kugelblitz. But Luther isn't willing to accept that, and he takes his wrath out on dead Klaus. Anger turns to pleading, and Luther says, "If you don't want to help out the family, fine, but do it for me because the love of my life is in danger." And Klaus tells him, "I don't even know if I can. I mean, who knows where they even went?" But Luther, wanting him to at least try, boosts his ego up and says, "You can do anything, man." But it does work. Klaus agrees to at least try it out. But the group they're looking for is currently in the lobby of the Hotel Oblivion. And Reginald is really taking it all in because he's never seen the other side. Diego warns everybody, do not ring that bell. To take out this thing, we need to be in the right state of mind. Reginald tells the group that this hotel is a test and a trap and a means of salvation all at once. But the thing is, Reginald doesn't really know what to do. And as he's trying to figure it out, there's a little bit of infighting. Lila is certainly not happy with Diego after Diego said, "Well, I'm not going." She also kind of picks a fight with Ben. And then there's Five, who definitely thinks there's something else going on. He doesn't think it's a coincidence that Luther died and then suddenly Klaus couldn't make it on the other side. He feels like it is absolutely the doing of Reginald Hargreaves. Victor isn't so sure that he'd even be capable of that, but Five reminds him, "Do you remember how we came back together in the first place? It was Dad's funeral. He pulled the strings before, he's just doing it again." I mean, think about it. He lost the vote to come through the tunnel, yet here we are anyway? I think he could kill Luther, Klaus, and the rest of us without breaking a moral sweat. And what's worse is I think Allison's involved. And while Victor has trouble believing the Reginald part, he absolutely does not believe that Allison could be capable of anything like that. Five, though, points out that Allison's been unraveling since they arrived in the timeline. Sadly, it's just not something that they can rule out. But unbeknownst to both Five and Victor, Allison didn't have anything to do with it, and she's also suspicious of Reginald. She approaches him and says, "We need to talk." "Luther and Klaus, did you kill them?" Reginald brushes it aside, saying, "That's ridiculous. There's a guardian lurking in this hotel. We need to defeat it for this mission to succeed. Why would I kill off 2 members? But Allison points out that's not an answer. Reginald tries to walk off, but Allison stops him and says, "If I find out you're lying to me, the deal that we have is off." He assures her that he will keep his side of the agreement, but he expects her to do the same. Ben walks up, and he caught the tail end of that conversation, and when he asks Reginald, what was that all about, Reginald just tells him it's none of his concern. Ben thinks it is his concern and says, "I made all of this happen," but Reginald laughs that off and says, "No, you didn't. Allison killed Harlan. I united the families. What did you do?" And that is a shot to Ben's ego. Reginald then walks downstairs into the lobby and addresses everybody. He tells them that the legend of the 7 bells is just a metaphor for the sigil, the same thing that is now tattooed on Five's chest. Once they find the sigil, they're one step closer to resetting the universe. But the sigil is hidden somewhere in the hotel. They all need to find it. The problem is, Reginald doesn't know what they do when they find that sigil. His plan only went up to a certain point. Allison ends up agreeing with Reginald and saying, "We need to find the sigil. It's our best chance of getting out of here and resetting the universe." And that's when Five says, "Man, you really agree with Reginald all of a sudden. Interesting." Reginald brushes that comment aside, and he has the group split up. It's Sparrows on one side, Umbrella Academy members on the other. Although Diego and Lila, they're on their own, because as Reginald puts it, nobody wants to listen to them bicker. So all 3 groups go their separate ways with plans on meeting back in the lobby in 30 minutes. Reginald starts walking towards the elevator with Ben and Sloan, but when they get in, he says, "Oh wait, you know what? I forgot my journal. Just go ahead, I'll meet you on the 5th floor." But he didn't forget his journal. Instead, he goes back and waits for them to all get in position with plans on ringing the bell. And as he's sitting there biding his time, that's when Klaus magically shows up, which takes Reginald completely by surprise. He did not expect it. Klaus starts asking him why he did the things that he did, i.e. kill him, kill Luther. And Reginald tells him it was all necessary, but he also doesn't have time for this crap, so he ends up killing Klaus yet again, knocking him in the head with an object. With that done, he rings the bell, summoning the Guardian. All of the kids are unaware of this. And upstairs in the room with Five, Allison, and Victor, 5 confronts Allison about the meeting she had with Reginald. Allison just gaslights him, but 5 is steadfast that the two met. They came to an agreement. 5 says, your deal is costing people their lives. And Allison asks him, you think I'd make a deal with Dad to kill Luther and Klaus? That's the final straw for Allison. She leaves the room. Victor chases after her. But when 5 leaves the room, he somehow transports from the 3rd floor, which is what they were on, to the 5th floor. Although it takes Allison and Victor a little bit of time to notice that he's not behind them. And they're very confused on what happened to their brother because they were too busy fighting. As they continue to look for 5, Victor is just more concerned about making things right with Allison. He asks, how do we go about doing that? But Allison says, I just don't know if we can. But they aren't the only ones who are fighting. On the 6th floor, Diego and Lila, they're fighting about their current relationship. And on the 5th floor, you've got Ben going at it with Sloane. Sloane can't understand why it's so important for Ben to get acceptance from Reginald. As she puts it, he's not even our real dad. And Ben says, oh, it's really easy for you to say. You've got a new family. That's when 5 walks up on him. He's got bad news, though. He can't get back to the lobby. Whatever direction he chooses, he just ends up in the same spot. Something's going on with the hotel. They start looking for a way out, and that's when they see the Guardian. But they aren't the only one, because down on the 3rd floor, Allison is the first one to actually be attacked. Victor saves her life. There's more than one of these things. In fact, every group seems to be facing one Guardian. With Allison's arm pretty banged up, after Victor knocks down the Guardian, she runs into the bathroom to try to patch her up. And that's when Allison admits, yeah, you're right, I made a deal with Dad. It had nothing to do with Luther and Klaus. That wasn't me. But I did this deal for all of us. I promise you, if we get through this, everything's going to be okay. But getting through it's going to be an issue, because the Guardian is proving to be really unkillable. And because of that, Diego wants Lila to sit this one out. She's got the baby to think about. But Lila is not about to do that. So Diego takes matters into his own hands, locking Lila up in a closet, guaranteeing her safety. He tells Lila, if I don't make it out, just tell the baby about the man that I was. And then he goes after this Guardian. Lila isn't in there long, though. When Victor walks by, she's able to harness Victor's powers and busts out. But they've got yet another Guardian to deal with. I mean, these things are just coming at him in waves. But with both Victor and Lila harnessing Victor's powers, they're able to get rid of it pretty quickly. In the 5th floor, though, the Guardian that Ben, 5, and Sloane are facing is having a field day with him. He's injured Sloane, he's knocked down 5, and Ben does his best, releasing his tentacles and wrapping him up. But the Guardian just busts out, injuring Ben. There is a soft spot, though. Right on the Guardian's back is a design for the sigil, and when 5 takes an axe to it, it ends up killing him. One by one, everybody makes their way back into the lobby, and they see Klaus's body. They're very surprised to see it because they were told that he died, but there he is. Probably with a bad headache, but he's alive. He tells the group exactly what Reginald did, including ringing the bell. And Reginald walks up and says, I had no choice. You refused to come together as a team. But he also says, what I told you is true. Somewhere in this hotel, there's the sigil that will reset the universe. As they're all yelling at Reginald and Reginald is trying to get them to pay attention, 5 realizes that the sigil is on the floor. But there is one issue. There's one Guardian left. And that Guardian busts through the ceiling, throws what looks like a sickle. I'm sure people in the comments section will correct me on that. But it chops off 5's arm. So that's why older 5 didn't have an arm. This Guardian appears to be the toughest one to face because all of the kids are going at it, but they're all being beat up pretty good. Sloane tries to control him as best she can, but she's slowly losing her power, and then she's saved by Luther, who, thanks to Klaus, is back, grabs the Guardian and throws it backwards, knocking him out. He gives Sloane a giant hug, but then he sees Reginald. He yells at him for using him, wasting his life on the moon all those years. And Reginald tells him, I left you to guard the most precious thing in the universe. You'll all soon know what that is. And I'll tell you right now, it's Abigail. Her body, which may be dead, may be alive, was hidden on the moon. Luther just looks back at Sloane, happy that he's back, but then he realizes he's not. He's slowly reverting back to a ghost. Klaus is doing his best to keep Luther in the present, but he's so banged up that he's having trouble. So Luther tells Sloane, I will love you forever, and then he disappears. The kids then realize that they need to get on the stars on the floor, which will represent the 7 bells, but they need to do it fast because that guardian that was thrown back, he didn't die. He gets up, ready to attack the kids, but they're able to get on the stars just in the nick of time to destroy him for good. All of the kids then seem to be locked in place, everybody except Allison. She was the only one that wasn't standing on a star. The hotel starts transforming, and the desk becomes a control panel. Reginald starts going to work, but Allison's more concerned with her brothers and sisters because they're clearly in pain. Allison begs him to stop, but he says, no, I can't. It stopped the machine. We're stuck in a machine in another dimension. The hotel was just a facade. Whoever created the universe built this place, and the particles inside their bodies are the only things that fuel the machine. 5 is really straining, but he tells Allison he killed Luther, he killed Klaus. He's not going to stop until we're all dead. Allison once again turns to Reginald and says, you need to stop. You're killing them. But Reginald says, no, I'm almost done, and once we're done, we'll get what we came for. Allison's not about to let her brothers and sisters die, so she grabs one of the Guardian's weapons and chops off half of Reginald's head. It frees the umbrella and the sparrows, and it reveals that Reginald was just an alien the entire time. But there's a giant red button that Reginald had created that's flashing. 5 starts screaming at Allison, don't touch the button. We don't know what it does. But I don't care how old you are. When there's a giant red button and people are telling you not to touch it, it makes you want to touch it more. Allison ends up touching it. And then all of a sudden, she's back at her California home where she rushes upstairs to see that the universe was reset. Claire is back. But the biggest surprise of all is that Ray is also there. Back over with the other kids at the Hotel Obsidian, it's not really a hotel anymore. It's a memorial park with a statue of Reginald Hargraves at the center of it. He graciously donated it the first day of October 1989. And their big surprise is Luther is back. But Luther is also back to being a regular person. He's no longer half man, half ape. But when he starts asking for Sloane, she's nowhere to be found. Because the only people at the memorial are the Umbrella Academy members and Lila. They then realize that they reset the universe. Right down to Diego's fingers. They're back. While everybody's kind of excited about this, Luther is not. He walks up to 5 demanding to know where Sloane is, and 5 has no idea, but Luther isn't taking no for an answer. 5 tries to use his powers to get away from Luther, and that's when he realizes he doesn't have them. In fact, none of the kids have their powers. Ben starts freaking out, asking, how do I get these back? But Luther just leaves saying, I gotta go find my wife. That's the only thing he can think about. Klaus chases after him, Ben leaves, and one by one, they kind of just go their separate ways. But when they reset the universe, they also brought Reginald back. And he is standing at the penthouse of a giant building with a massive H and E on the outside of it, and he is not alone, because there's Abigail, very much alive. There is an end credit scene. It's Ben, who seems to be sitting on the same train that his mother gave birth to all those years before, but he's just reading a book and he smiles. And that is the end of Umbrella Academy Season 3. Thank you so much for getting this part of the recap. I really appreciate it. Subscribe to the channel. Hit thumbs up if you liked it. Smash that thumbs down button if you thought it sucked. I do have a Patreon. The link is in the bio. Go support. Hit that. You'll get stuff. But be nice in the comments section. Pass this along to everybody. I got merch. Go buy a shirt. All right, I'm done begging for money. Have a good one. Now, Season 4 picks up 5 years after the events of Season 3. Everybody has gotten used to this new timeline, and everybody's gotten used to having no powers. They've all kind of gone off and found their way in life. Victor left the family altogether and runs a bar in Nova Scotia. He rarely talks to his brothers or his sister. Luther, he's a stripper, and not a very good one. He's got terrible rhythm and really no moves. I don't know how he's made a living doing it. Ben, meanwhile, has spent his time in prison. He got arrested for a crypto scheme, and when he gets out, Luther is there to pick him up. And Ben's not too thrilled about that, but he needed some place to crash and some place to put down as a home address for his parole officer, so he's forced to bunk up with Luther. Diego and Lila have had a nice life. They have a daughter named Grace. She's turning 6, but Diego's frustrated with his life. He works for a UPS FedEx type company, and he sucks at it. He and Lila fight like crazy. And he's got ambitions of joining the CIA, FBI. He still thinks that he has these skills that he doesn't actually have. Allison has found her way in this new timeline as an actress. Even without her powers, she's been pretty successful, albeit not as successful as she was in her old life. She's kind of a C-list commercial actress. But she lives with Claire and also Klaus, who's been 3 years sober and has become a major panophobic, which is basically the fear of everything. Klaus, however, loves being an uncle to Claire. The two have gotten really close. And then there's number 5, who actually does work for the CIA. And lately, he's been infiltrating a group called the Keepers. The Keepers are a small yet growing community that believe they're in the wrong timeline. They all have memories of things that didn't really exist, and mainly they have memories of the Umbrella Academy in one way or the other. So 5 has a vested interest in this group. It's like a more serious group dedicated to the Mandela effect. But while number 5 believes that this is important, his boss, the CIA, does not. He orders 5 to just push it aside and start focusing on other missions because this one he feels like has no legs. 5, however, has no plans on doing that. They're all, though, going to have a little bit of a family reunion when Diego and Lila have a birthday party for Grace, and everybody's invited. People like Victor and Ben definitely do not want to go. And Allison also doesn't want to go. She feels like her brothers probably hate her for what she did, and she doesn't want to face them. But one way or the other, they all show up. Everybody except Victor. Victor does show up, but before Victor can actually make it into the birthday party, he's stopped by somebody who kidnaps him. For the rest of them, the birthday party is a little bit awkward because a lot of them haven't seen each other in the same setting for years. It gets especially awkward when Lila drags Allison inside. But Luther, recognizing that this is a bit awkward, just proceeds to act like nothing's wrong. The awkwardness finally comes to a very merciful end. And when it's done, Lila has a book club to get to, or at least that's what she tells Diego. In reality, Lila is going to a meeting of the Keepers, that group that number 5 is trying to infiltrate and find out more details on, although number 5 had no idea that Lila was a part of it. When he's brought to a more serious meeting of people in the Keepers, he's very surprised to see Lila, but he doesn't blow her cover. He just quietly walks up to her with his horrible disguise. It's really just number 5 with a fake mustache and a Jeff cap. And he asks her, "Hey, Nancy," because that's the name that she's going with this group. "Hey, Nancy, what are you doing here?" And she explains that the transition from full-time assassin to caregiver for 3 children and an overweight husband has been a little difficult, so she figured that she would do this because it's cheaper than therapy. Their conversation stops when the presentation begins and 2 people walk into the room. Their names are Jean and Jean, and they started the Keepers. They are convinced that they're on the wrong timeline. And while these 2 people look harmless, they're not. I mean, not only are they really, really good card players, but they're also dangerous. During the presentation, they start showing items that prove that they aren't crazy and they might be on the wrong timeline. Some of these items they acquired in a shady parking lot deal with a guy that they eventually killed to get their money back. But the items are like action figures of the Umbrella Academy, videotapes that had Allison Hargraves as a star instead of the person that their current timeline says starred in the movie. It's really just more proof that everybody in the room didn't just mistakenly think that this stuff happened. No, it actually did happen. And they're calling it the Umbrella Effect. And the person they feel like is responsible for the Umbrella Effect is, of course, the ruling class, Reginald Hargrave. Female Jean says that all of these items are proof that they are living in the wrong timeline. And all these items are the key to something called the cleanse. Number 5 turns to Lila and says, "Well, what exactly is the cleanse?" But Lila has no idea. The fact that the 2 are talking, though, gets the attention of female Jean, and she says, "Hey, can you guys in the back stand up? I can't really see you." And she does immediately recognize Nancy, but she doesn't recognize number 5. 5 introduces himself as Jerome, and he does ask, "Can you tell us more about the cleanse?" Male Jean starts to say, some believe that it's the end, but he's stopped by female Jean. When he continues, he tells number 5 that others believe the cleanse is a great restoration. And when number 5 asks, "What do you believe?"
Female Jean says you're in luck. We're actually preparing a very special lecture on that topic. And if they're interested, they're willing to send them an invitation. They just need their address, phone number, contact information, all that. After the meeting, both Lila and Number 5 go and grab coffee, but in reality, they just want to talk about what exactly just happened. Lila says, if these artifacts are from different timelines and now they're just showing up, and Number 5 nods and says, it's possible the old man's reset didn't take. He has no idea what that means, but whatever it is, he tells Lila, don't say anything to the family just yet. As the two are discussing this, outside, Diego's actually watching it. He doesn't know that Number 5 is the guy that Lila's talking to. He just has so many marital problems that he's convinced Lila wasn't at book club, and now he thinks Lila wasn't at book club because she was having a date with this mustachioed gentleman in a Jeff cap. Everybody, however, gets a phone call late that night from Luther. Luther's been living in a condemned building that's an old Hargrave's home for wayward boys. When he and Ben got there, Ben noticed a letter, and initially Luther just figured it was from the city, but no, it's a letter saying that your brother Victor has been kidnapped. Follow my exact instructions and no harm will come to him. When all of them see this letter, they start making guesses on who could have kidnapped Victor, and initially, the finger points to Reginald, but as Klaus points out, Dad doesn't give a crap about us. While they don't have any idea of who kidnapped Victor, and even though they don't have any powers, they all eventually agreed to head to the location and find out what they can and hopefully save their brother. And the location is at a dry cleaner's. They all enter very cautiously, and they do find Victor tied up. They're pretty relieved that he's okay. And then the kidnapper comes out of the shadows, holding a gun but shaking it. He's clearly nervous. He explains that he's never kidnapped anyone, but he didn't have any choice. He couldn't leave anything to chance, especially when it came to the Umbrella Academy. And that takes them all kind of off guard because no one's called them that in 6 years. 5 says, sorry dude, the Umbrella Academy doesn't exist. The kidnapper, whose real name is Cy Grossman, shows them a newspaper clipping about the Umbrella Academy saving the Eiffel Tower. They have no recollection of ever saving the Eiffel Tower, but Cy explains that he got it from a box that was found in the trunk of his daughter Jennifer's car. About a year ago, Jennifer met new friends. They started going to strange meetings with people that call themselves the Keepers. Over time, she just stopped talking to Cy completely. That was about 3 months ago. He hasn't seen her since. And they used to be very close, so it's not like a situation if she's got daddy issues. He's concerned. The cops don't take it seriously, so he felt like maybe the Umbrella Academy could help. It took him a while to track all of them down, and he does apologize for doing what he did to Victor, but he just wants to find his daughter. And as most of them start to explain to him that they just aren't the people in the picture, Number 5 grabs the box and says, give us 24 hours, we'll find your daughter, which comes as a real big surprise to everybody else. But there's a reason why Number 5 did it. It's because as he was looking through the box of items from Jennifer's car, which a lot of it was items all about them, all about the Umbrella Academy, all about proving their existence, he saw a jar full of marigold, the stuff that can get their powers back. After leaving Cy's dry cleaner, they head to a hibachi, and they discuss the marigold. Number 5 has no idea why the daughter of some guy who owns a dry cleaner had a jar of it, but the big question is, what do they do with it? Does anybody want to take it? And even though some of them clearly do want to, they all pretend at the moment that they're happy with their lives and they have no interest in taking it. Ben, however, gets extremely frustrated listening to this. He pockets it, he leaves for a second, he comes back with sake shots. He hands them out, and he says, hey, just for me, old time's sake, let's have one last drink. He even implores Klaus to do it, who's been 3 years sober, saying that sake doesn't count. And they all drink it. None of them realizing what might be in those shots. In episode 2, they all wake up the next morning, and they feel pretty shitty. They feel like they're suffering from a hangover. But they all have their powers back. Everybody except Klaus. He feels fine. And when they meet up at Luther's place, they're trying to figure out exactly how this happened. Now, some of their powers are changed up a little bit. Like Lila, she can now shoot laser beams out of her eyeballs. So in a way, her powers are advanced. And then there's Ben. He now has tentacles as tails. But it's also Ben who tells them exactly what happened to him, how he spiked all of their sake bombs, how he knew that they needed their powers back, and how he gave them what they wanted. But initially, they're not happy about it. They feel like it was a violation by Ben to do what he did. But then they start trying to figure out why Klaus isn't sick, and he admits that he never drank the sake bomb. He didn't think it was worth it. And now that he knows exactly what was in it, he's happy he didn't. He's the only one who doesn't have powers at the moment. They kind of brush that Klaus news aside, though, and start bickering once again on why they didn't want their powers back. It all has to do with ending the world a couple times, but saving the world a couple times. There's arguments on both sides, but at the moment, there's really no seeing eye to eye. While Ben is trying to convince them that they actually do want their powers back, he gets violently ill. And while he somewhat sobers up, they decide that they do need to go back to the dry cleaners to get more information. But when they get there, Sai isn't there. There is, however, a map pointed to a place called New Grumson, Maine. They don't know exactly what's in New Grumson. It could be Sai, it could be his daughter Jennifer, it could be a trap, but they're willing to see what exactly is in New Grumson, so they all pile into Diego's crappy van and they head there. The problem is they're all feeling the effects of that marigold. They're all starting to get sick. Late at night, though, Diego, while still driving, reveals to number 5 that he knows Lila's up to some shady stuff. He followed her, he saw her in a diner with some random guy, and the thing is, he doesn't know that number 5 was the other guy. So number 5, not telling Diego exactly what actually happened in that coffee shop, just says, Diego, whatever you think it is, it's not. Lila's not throwing away what she has with you. The next morning, they get to the outskirts of New Grumson, and 5 looks through the phone book. There is no Jennifer or Sai, and they realize they're just going to have to go into town and look for them. Ben, however, gets so frustrated that he decides, you know what, screw this, I'm going back home. And he heads into town, but he looks for a bus station instead of Jennifer or Sai. He finds a bus station, but it's right outside of a diner, so he heads in, and he ends up insulting the locals there. The one guy actually is the sheriff, and the girl who runs the place, who's named Rosie, well, she doesn't take too kindly to Ben's attitude, so she kicks him out of the diner. The rest of them head into town, and they do split up. Diego, Lila, and 5 kind of walk around this Christmas village, while Victor, Allison, and Luther go and look at an antique store. Klaus, meanwhile, is going to sit back with the van. While over at the antique store, Allison and Victor have a little bit of an awkward conversation. Allison hasn't heard from Victor in 5 years, and she's wondering why, and Victor says, well, phones do work both ways. Look, you did what you did, and I get it. You got Claire and Ray. Even though, by the way, Allison has since lost Ray, but still, nonetheless. Victor tells her that he understands why she did what she did, but the fact is, they're never going to be friends. And that's okay. Not too far away, while they were having that conversation, Ben found his way back into the diner. Rosie, who was having lunch, saw Ben sitting out there all sad and lonely and felt bad for him, so she invited him in, and the two struck up a conversation. They start a little bit of a get-to-know-you, their backstories a little bit. She tells him that her parents died when she was young, and the guy that he insulted initially, the town sheriff, is like family. He's her uncle. He understands that because he didn't grow up with a normal family. While these two didn't start out on the best terms, they definitely have a connection. But on the outside, Ben's family is finding out that there's more to this town than meets the eye. It all really kicks off when Allison asks the woman who owns the antique store, "Do you know Jennifer Grossman?" And the woman says she doesn't know, but this little old lady who's in a wheelchair goes back inside, grabs a shotgun, and tries to take it to Allison, Luther, and Victor. They're only saved because Victor uses his powers to thwart the woman. And it's not like Diego and Lila and 5 didn't have the same outcome. While they were looking around the Christmas village, they noticed that everybody was looking at them, and everybody was armed with guns. When they tried to flee, number 5's powers transported him to a random subway stop with a bunch of symbols rather than letters. The train shows up shortly after with an automated message that most trains will have, but this one is backwards. Now, I did actually look into what was actually being said. I recorded it, I reversed it. It's really just normal train lingo. Stand clear of the closing doors, that sort of thing. It's nothing Easter eggish. But when 5 takes that train, he gets off at the very next stop. He walks up the steps,
and he finds that he's in New Grumson, but it's different because he's in a new timeline. As Allison, Luther, Victor, Lila, and Diego fight for their lives, it's not like Ben is having a good time either. When the fighting kicked off, Rosie's uncle, the town sheriff, tried to get her out of there, but Ben, having a suspicious feeling about this guy, didn't want to let her go. The guy tried to taser Ben, which caused Ben's tentacles to come out, revealing his powers. And even after all of that, Rosie decided to go with him instead of the guy that she's known her whole life, her uncle. And when she did go with Ben and they ran out the door, her uncle radioed to somebody on where they were headed. Thanks to their powers, Diego and Lila are able to take out all the guys with guns, and they start making a mad dash towards the van with Klaus. Ben and Rosie do the same thing, and what they find is Klaus is talking to a woman who claims to be Jennifer. But when Rosie hears that, she screams, "No, I'm Jennifer. I only put Rosie on my name tag so guys don't stalk me." And Klaus, who's just being naive at this point, looks at the woman and says, "Okay, so if she's Jennifer, then who exactly are you?" But the woman never answers that question. She just looks at Klaus and says, "You never should have come," and then pulls out a gun and shoots him. And since Klaus doesn't have any powers, this gunshot could be fatal. She tries to take Jennifer at gunpoint, but Ben uses his powers to kill her. Now the big concern is saving Klaus's life, but also picking up Luther, Allison, and Victor. And they're also trying to make their way out of town, but Luther notices something interesting about a few of the dead guys that Lila and Diego took out. They're wearing Hargraves Enterprises tactical gear, meaning that Reginald had basically stuck Jennifer in this town and Truman showed her. Luther doesn't have a lot of time to dwell on this because they, just like Diego and Lila, have people chasing after them. That's when Allison realizes that her powers are tweaked a little bit as well. She no longer has to say, "I heard a rumor." She literally just looks at a guy, thinking about what she wants him to do, and he does it. He turns the gun on everybody he's with, and then he kills himself. 5 reappears, and Diego picks them up a short time later. When they all pile into the van, everybody is tending to Klaus, who's clinging to life. And there's really only one option to save his life, and that's to give him Marigold. Now, there is an argument going back and forth on whether or not that's the right thing to do because Klaus was so against it, but Allison makes a decision that she has to do it to save his life, and she plugs the hole with this stuff. It works. Klaus comes back to life, and he seems to be fine. When everybody kind of calms down in the car, Ben turns to Jennifer and says, "We're going to get you back to your dad." But Jennifer looks at him and says, "My dad? Who are you talking about?" And he tells her, "Cy Grossman?" But she's never heard of Cy Grossman. And that's when their van is T-boned by Jean and Jean. When the car is hit, Ben and Jennifer's hands touch, and there's a fiery aura around them. But everybody in the car is pretty dazed. And that's when Jean and Jean get out, open the van door, they take Jennifer, and then before she leaves, female Jean looks inside and sees Lila and shakes her head and just says, "Nancy, Nancy, Nancy." In episode 3, the group is reeling and trying to gather their bearings, but Diego eventually asks Lila, "Why did that woman call you Nancy?" And at this point, number 5 isn't going to lie, so he tells the group all about Jean and Jean, the keepers, their beliefs. But when Ben asks, what do they want with Jennifer? Neither Lila or number 5 have that answer yet. Allison, meanwhile, goes to check on how Klaus is doing, but Klaus is pissed. He thinks that Allison completely crossed the line when she gave him Marigold, which he didn't want, and she ruined his 3 years of sobriety. He says some really nasty things to her. She says some nasty things to him, but eventually he just storms off. Once Klaus leaves, Allison looks at everybody and says, "You know what? Does anybody else have anything they want to get off their chest? No? No takers? Good, because I'm done being the bad guy with this family." It's kind of funny because Klaus headed straight to Allison's place, which is where he lived, but he went straight into junkie mode. He started ripping things off the walls. He stole Claire's piggy bank, and he was caught by Claire. And he immediately starts to lie about what he was doing, but Claire's concerned for her uncle in the moment. She tries to get Klaus to stay and talk to her, but he eventually just screams in her face. Claire is scared, Klaus is ashamed, but he eventually runs out of her place with TV in hand. He must have pawned it because eventually he ends up in an alleyway just floating, looking for his old dealer, which he does end up running into.
The guy's name is Quinn. He's very surprised to see Klaus. And not just because Klaus is literally floating, it's because Klaus owes him $40,000. But Klaus knew he owed this guy money. He came here for a specific reason. He proceeds to insult Quinn until eventually Quinn pulls out a gun and shoots him. Klaus, though, is invincible, and he pretty quickly wakes up, which shocks the hell out of Quinn. Quinn decides he can use this little parlor trick to his advantage. So he takes Klaus prisoner, and he figures out a way where Klaus is going to pay off that $40,000 debt. After Klaus left the group, they just carried on. They had to fix the van, so they took it to a garage, but they discussed their next point of attack. All Ben cared about was Jennifer. He does have another issue that he's keeping from the group, though. He's got this really, really bad rash. He decides, however, that the group's plan sucks, and he's going to go on his own to find Jennifer. And that plan that Ben thinks sucks is to split up, with half the group going to follow the keepers. That would be number 5, Lila, and Diego, while the rest of the group, Luther, Victor, and Allison, they go to talk to Reginald, because the fact that that whole town was set up by Reginald Hargraves means that he has some answers to their questions. Ben just starts aimlessly walking down the street, trying to find any sign of life, town, anybody. But that rash is starting to glow. And what's interesting is Jennifer has an identical one on her arm. Now, she was taken to a farm by Gene and Jean, but she's terrified. She's basically held prisoner, even though they're telling her that she's not a prisoner. They start to tell Jennifer how they've been looking for her for a very long time, and they have a lot of questions about the cleanse, but she doesn't know what they're talking about. She starts to try and leave, but she suddenly gets a sharp pain in her head and a flashback to Ben's face, but also their hands touching in that fire aura. Both Gene and Jean realize that this girl has been through a lot, so they want to jog her memory. They bring her into a barn with a bunch of artifacts from other timelines proving the Umbrella Academy. But still, Jennifer's just scared and confused. That's when Gene and Jean pull out the big guns. Figuratively. They show Jennifer a giant squid. Because way back on January 23rd of 1995, fishermen caught a giant squid, and Jennifer was stuck inside. When she popped out, the only thing she said was, "the cleanse," and then she passed out. It's worth noting that one of the spectators to all of this was Reginald Hargraves. And it seems like when Gene and Jean show Jennifer the giant squid, it does bring back some kind of memory because she just drops to her knees. Gene and Jean, though, fed up with how rude Jennifer has been, decide to lock her in that barn. Meanwhile, Ben does find somebody. He finds Sai. Sai can tell just by Ben's reaction that he did encounter Jennifer. And he gets Ben to admit that he can't stop thinking about Jennifer. And Sai says, well, now you understand how special she is. Ben tells Sai that Jennifer was taken by two weirdos named Gene and Jean. And upon hearing this, Sai says, you need to listen to me very carefully. She's in grave danger. Ben then gets the same sharp pain in his head that Jennifer had. And Ben asks, what is happening to me? And Sai tells him, it's her. She's calling out to you. I told you, she's special. And you're special, Ben, so listen to your body. You have everything you need to find her within you. So Ben does that. He listens to his body, and it does lead him to the farm where Gene and Jean are holding Jennifer. Ben arrives later that night, and he kills a whole lot of people, but he is able to get Jennifer back. While Ben was busy with Jennifer, Diego, Lila, and 5 headed to Keeper's HQ, an address that's linked to Gene and Jean. While heading over there, Diego ended up confronting Lila about this mystery guy that she was meeting with, and Lila cracks up laughing, saying, Diego, that was 5. We've been working undercover trying to infiltrate the Keepers. To finding out this information, Diego says this is worse than her having an affair. The fact that she was working undercover and she didn't ask for his help. Yeah, there's giant marital problems there. And when they eventually do arrive at Keeper's HQ, the trio kind of split up, with Lila and 5 doing their own thing, and Diego looking for any evidence he can find on what the group was up to, Jennifer, that whole bit. Lila forces number 5 to blink, and they head right back to that train station, the weird one. He tells her that he didn't want to go there, but ever since Ben gave him that marigold, every time he does blink, this is where he shows up. He tells her all about the different timeline by taking the train, but she wants to see it firsthand, so they take a train. And when they show up at the next timeline, they're at Gene and Jean's apartment, but it's the apocalypse, the one that 5 started, and the one that 5 stayed in for 40-something years. In fact, they start getting shot at by young number 5, so they have to get back in the train station. When they blink back to the Keeper's headquarters, Diego has found something. In the trash, he found a file that said the Umbrella Academy had 2 casualties, and it was the day that Ben died. Jennifer is mentioned in this file. Diego starts to break it down for them, that a random dry cleaner shows up out of the blue and hires them to go to New Grumson, Maine to rescue a girl named Jennifer. The whole town is nuts. They end up getting T-boned, and the girl gets kidnapped by 2 vigilantes in a station wagon. Now, in their trash, they find a foreign document that has something to do with the death of Ben. So Diego is now convinced that whatever's going on with Jennifer has something to do with Ben. Now they just have to track down Luther, Victor, and Allison and show them what they found. And Luther, Victor, and Allison headed to Reginald's house. They were able to get in, but they didn't initially talk to Reginald. Instead, they talked to his new wife, Abigail Hargraves. And she's nothing like Reginald. In fact, she's really warm and welcoming. She takes the edge off of the trio a little bit, who came in ready to fight with Reginald about anything. She even does a little get-to-know-you with the group until Reginald shows up, and he's pissed off because he got word about what happened in New Grumson, Maine. He's quite pissed off at what they did, but it's Abigail who actually calms him down and tells him he's being rude. They fill Reginald in on everything, why they went to New Grumson, getting hired by Cy, all of that. And he tells them that he built that entire town to protect Jennifer. Protect her from the Umbrella Academy. Allison laughs and says, okay, so she is like us. But Reginald shakes his head and says, no. She's nothing like you. In fact, she's the complete opposite in every way imaginable. And she has more power than all of you put together. That's when Diego, Lila, and 5 walk through the door and show the group the file about what went down the day that Ben died. 5 tells the group that the file is called the Jennifer Incident, and it explains how Ben died. And Luther says, we already know how Ben died. He starts reciting exactly what he thinks happened, but the thing is, everybody starts reciting the exact same thing. Because this generic memory of how Ben died was put in them by Reginald Hargraves. Nobody actually knows how Ben died. None of them can actually explain what went down that day. Initially, Reginald has no interest in putting the memory back in their heads, but it's Abigail who convinces him to do so. So he takes the group to a separate room, he straps all of them up, everybody except number 5, who doesn't want Reginald anywhere near his head, and Lila. She's not interested either. Right before the group has this experiment done on them, Lila drops a bomb on Diego. She thinks that they should probably take some time away from each other. He doesn't really have a lot of time to process this because Reginald flips the switch and they start getting that memory back. In episode 4, you find out what happened the night Ben died. The kids went on a mission and they were told very specific instructions by Reginald, which Luther planned on following. But Ben, who didn't want to go on the mission, didn't give a rat's ass what Reginald said. So when he heard someone talking from a container, curiosity got the best of him. He opened it up, and he saw a girl there, and it was Jennifer. And even though Luther warned him, hey, this isn't what Dad told us to do, Ben wasn't about to listen, so he let Jennifer out. And that's when he and Jennifer were shot by Reginald Hargraves. When Allison, Luther, and Victor find out the truth, they lose it on Reginald, but he reminds them, I'm another timeline's Reginald. The Reginald you're actually mad with is not me. But that doesn't mean Reginald disagrees with the decision of the other timeline's Reginald. He actually defends it, saying if these 2 kids were left to their own devices, they would have destroyed the world. But as the kids get more and more mad at the Reginald in front of them, Abigail steps up and says, it's not his fault, it's mine. She explains that she created Marigold, but unbeknownst to her, at the exact same time, another element was formed. It's called Durango. When Marigold and Durango interact, it causes a reaction. A physical, unstoppable reaction. The extinction of everything they know, aka the cleanse. By the time she realized this, it was too late for her own world. Now, why this is important is because Durango is inside Jennifer. And if they come in contact with Jennifer, stop me if you've heard this one before, they're going to end the world. That's kind of an issue considering Luther let Ben go to find Jennifer, which Ben has done. He and Jennifer acknowledge they do have some kind of connection. But as Luther explains to the group what he saw on Ben, aka the rash, Reginald gets sick of listening to it, so he grabs a rifle because he's planning on hunting either Ben or Jennifer and killing one of them. Everybody pushes Reginald back on this idea, including Abigail, but Reginald only sees one path to victory on this, and it gets to the point where Allison throws something at his head and says, "I don't think you're listening clearly, you're not in charge anymore." But that pales in comparison to what Victor does. She unleashes all that pent-up frustration right onto him, flat out telling him that he won't be killing anybody, but also, well, he's got some daddy issues. He only stops when Abigail comes over and gently touches his shoulder. This does work, though. Reginald realizes he's going to have to come up with some other plan. But then he gets word on what Ben did at the farm, and they all head over there. As they're admiring Ben's handiwork, they do learn who the farm belongs to, which gives them a lead. Lila decides to pull number 5 aside and asks, "Why don't we just use that train of yours and go back in time, stop the coming Armageddon? We'll just travel back to the original Jennifer incident and stop your Ben from ever touching that Jen." 5 gives a bunch of excuses on why this would never work, but Lila brings up a good point. It's worth a try. So 5 gives in. Before they leave for this train station, Diego does pull Lila aside and has to have a conversation with her about what she said before Reginald flipped a switch. There's a lot of marriage drama. She tells him where she's coming from on this, and then she leaves him standing there bewildered. While Lila was giving the tough news to Diego, number 5's boss from the CIA comes and gets an update on what exactly is going on. He's not happy. 5 tells him that he does have a few leads on what happened at this farm, but he needs a favor. He points to both Diego and Luther. He explains that they're his brothers, and they're kind of getting in his way. So he asks his boss to take him back to headquarters and basically babysit him, which, reluctantly, the boss does agree to. When Diego and Luther arrive at the CIA, well, at least Diego thinks that this could be a job interview. They have no idea what the actual intention of this tour is. This frees up number 5 and Lila to go time traveling a bit. Number 5's plan is to go one stop on the train, go to the apocalypse timeline, and then warp back to 2006. When they get down to the train station, though, Lila notices that there's a map just sitting on the bench, so she decides to grab it, and they take the train. They get up to the apocalypse timeline, they warp back to 2006, but there's one slight issue. They don't encounter the Umbrella Academy or the Sparrow Academy. They encounter the Phoenix Academy. Although the Phoenix Academy does have members of both the Umbrella and Sparrow Academy. Nonetheless, it is the wrong academy. They're in the wrong timeline, and number 5 and Lila have to get the hell out of there before they're killed. Lila starts trying to figure out exactly how to get to where they need to go by reading the map, but she can't, and 5 isn't about to wait for her, so he just hops on the next train. But it wasn't the train they needed, and number 5 and Lila are on an express train. Where they're headed, they have no idea. While those two were train hopping, Victor pulled Reginald aside and told him, "I can save Ben." When he gets him alone, he explains how he can take out Ben's marigold, which Reginald doesn't think is possible. But Victor says, "I've done it before." This spurs on a conversation of why Victor would even want to do it, and he explains how Ben is his brother, which Reginald doesn't understand. Reginald thinking this is a meaningless connection, Victor explaining how siblings are a pain in your ass, but when you need them, they'll always be there for you. The conversation ends with Victor telling Reginald off for being an asshole and leaving. As for Allison, she had to head home. She found out exactly what Klaus did and mainly what he did to Claire. She was concerned. What Claire can't understand is why Allison keeps giving second, third, fourth chances to Klaus, why she allows this kind of behavior. And as Allison defends it, Claire just stops her and says, "Uncle Klaus is invincible. So why do you keep trying to save somebody who can literally save themselves?" This likely means that Allison is no longer searching for Klaus, and it would be tough to find him anyway. Quinn has him locked up, and the way he's utilizing Klaus's skills is he's having Klaus be a medium, but a sex medium. If your husband or wife passed away, you come to Klaus, the deceased takes over his body and you can once again have sex with your deceased spouse. He does, however, make a connection with one woman who, after having sex with her deceased husband, comes back not looking for sex, she's looking for money. Klaus is able to find out where the husband hid the money, and he tells the wife whatever she needs to hear in order to get a brooch, which allows Klaus to escape the basement that Quinn was hiding him in, and he heads to a graveyard to dig the money up, but he's caught by the wife. They're also caught by Quinn, and a shootout takes place. Most people die, except Quinn. He takes the money from Klaus, tells him that this will take care of the debt, but then he throws Klaus in the casket and closes it. And Klaus just thinks this is a joke at first until he can't get out. And then he starts hearing Quinn pour dirt on the grave. At this point, finding Jennifer is pretty low on Klaus's list, but it's the number one priority for Jean and Jean. Using their umbrella effect connections, they take over a King Reg. It's a Burger King, folks. They start using this place as their headquarters, putting out the word to their network to keep an eye out for both Ben or Jennifer or both. And then they get an interesting visitor. They've never met this guy before. It's Cy, although he introduces himself to Jean and Jean as Denny Muntz, and he has the umbrella effect tattoo that proves he's in the network. He claims to be from the Red Deer chapter, which male Jean says never heard of it, but Cy assures him that the chapter is small, but they're all true believers. Male Jean says, all right, well, what's your business here? And Cy/Denny says, I came to talk about the missing girl. And that's the question on everybody's mind. Where are Ben and Jennifer? Well, they're holed up at a place called the Overpass Inn. And they had their first little bit of a lover's quarrel, but as they sit in separate rooms, they're talking through the walls, and there is a real connection there that neither of them can deny. Hell, they're even watching the same movie at the same time. They love it for the same reasons. It gets to the point where that night, the sexual tension is too much. Jennifer comes into Ben's room, they start hooking up, but what they're unaware of is that is having a completely negative effect on the outside. As they bang each other's brains out, energy waves are radiating out of the room and destroying anything in its path, including the poor front desk guy who's probably making $10 an hour. In episode 5, the problem with Victor storming off is that Reginald was his ride, so they have to ride back together, and they converse more about this whole idea that Victor can save Ben. While on this trip, Victor is able to convince this version's Reginald to give the idea a shot, but they also get news on what happened at the Overpass Inn. Reginald's men got word on seismic activity to the point of like earthquake level stuff. When they went to go check it out, they saw the destruction that Ben and Jennifer had left in their wake. Reginald turns to Victor and says, Ben's body at this point is a vessel. The cleanse will slowly take hold. And at that moment, Ben and Jennifer are headed down to Florida. Ben had stashed some money away from his crypto scheme in the Cayman Islands, and he knows that if he gets to Florida, he and Jennifer can run away together. But one of Reginald's spies notices them, and he tips off Reginald. And Reginald tells Victor, and Victor calls up Ben on a payphone. Yes, the only payphone left in the year 2024. Ben Hargraves just happens to be in the area of. And he's very surprised to hear Victor. And Victor starts to explain the fact that... And Victor starts to explain what happened to him, the cleanse, how he's not right at the moment. But Ben isn't hearing any of it, because in his mind, he feels great. He just completely dismisses all of Victor's overtures to kind of turn himself in and stop this madness, and he hangs up and takes off. He leaves Victor realizing that this is going to be a lot harder than he thought it would be. While Reginald's men were able to get eyes on Ben and Jennifer, Jean and Jean's men have had no luck. They also have their first bit of a tiff when they disagree on Cy. Male Jean can't stand him, female Jean wants to hear him out. Female Jean wins this argument, and they decide to hear Cy out. And Cy tells him that he also has people, and he knows that they lost the girl. They go on to explain exactly how Jennifer escaped their custody, and when they finish the story, Cy says, great, because that boy that she escaped with is the missing piece of this puzzle. But that boy has a family, and if they find Ben and Jennifer before we do, everything is ruined. So why don't you let me find where the family's going and stop them? but male Gene doesn't take all that well to this kind of talk. Meanwhile, the family is split up. Guilt got the best of both Allison and Claire, and they decided to go track down good old Uncle Klaus. Luckily for Klaus, Claire had been dragged to that alley before in a cab with Klaus, so at least she had something to go on, and it ended up being a good tip because it's Quinn's place. When Allison enters this crack den, she does find Klaus's room, but she's attacked by Quinn, who hits her in the head, and it turns her powers off for a little bit. Allison definitely would have been taken in by Quinn, but Claire comes to her aid. Claire is able to distract Quinn just in enough time for Allison's powers to come back. She proceeds to use those newfound powers to get the truth out of Quinn on where he buried Klaus, while also turning Quinn into a eunuch. Both Allison and Claire rush to the gravesite, they find it, they dig Klaus up, and they give him a big, giant hug. Everybody's relieved to see one another. As for Diego and Luther, they got dumped off on the basement floor of the CIA by Five's boss, who didn't feel like babysitting them. While Luther was able to figure out pretty quickly that Sector R, the place where they were put, was a big nothing burger, Diego was convinced that it was a place for top-level units, elite stuff. Luther compared it to being put on the Sunday morning shift, legs and eggs, but there was no convincing Diego of this. So they decided to go their separate ways, with Diego waiting for something to happen in the room, and Luther sneaking off to see if maybe Number 5's boss had anything on the keepers. When Luther left, though, Diego got some really good perspective from one of the workers in Sector R. Diego noticed that this guy had a family portrait, but the CIA agent tells him that he's on his third divorce because the job has just taken so much out of him, and none of it's been worth it. He would give up everything to just be able to play catch with his boys, help them with homework. Suddenly, Diego realizes that his dream job isn't really a dream at all. For some, it's a complete nightmare. It finally dawns on him that Lila and his family are really the important thing. So he hops on the phone to call back home and talk to Lila, but Lila's mother tells Diego that she's not there. So where is she? Well, she and Five have been traveling the subway system for 7 years trying to get back home. And it got to the point where Five says, we got to go somewhere else. We got to go to just some place, lay low for a while. We're not giving up, but just a place where we can actually eat food, get a hot shower, that kind of thing. And they did that. They stayed for a while, and they fell in love. Wasn't like Number 5 meant for this to happen, but it just kind of did. All of a sudden, he became Mr. Steal Your Girl, and he was smitten with Lila. But one day, when he headed back to the subway station to find more scrap metal, he noticed that there was a book under the train platform, and it was in his handwriting, and it gave him the directions on how to get back home. But even then, he kept it for 6 months before he showed Lila, and he was shocked at Lila's reaction. She immediately wanted to go back home. All of a sudden, she forgot about the relationship she had with Five. Her whole thing was getting back home, and it caused a fight between the two. Number 5 feeling like they had everything they needed at this one house, and Lila having to remind him that what they had wasn't real. Oh, and also, she's got kids she has to get back to. Number 5 pleaded with her that her relationship was a sham, and then also, they didn't know what world they were going back to. But Lila took offense to all of that, and she was dead set on heading back home and being with her family. Her husband, though, was still at the CIA and still waiting for something to happen when Luther rushes in, because Luther's snooping ended up paying off. He went to Number 5's boss's office, and while he didn't find anything on the keepers, it turned out Number 5's boss was a believer. He had the umbrella effect tattoo, and he tried to take out Luther. He stuffed an elevator full of about 7, 8 agents, thinking that would be enough, but no, as soon as they attacked Luther, they messed around and found out. This, however, caused a bunch of CIA agents to flood Sector R and try to take out both Diego and Luther, and they were unsuccessful. Luther and Diego did great working as a team. They were able to take all of them out, and as they were fleeing, Number 5's boss said, "It doesn't matter. Nothing will stop the cleanse." Diego and Luther weren't the only ones that were attacked, though, by umbrella effect assassins. So were Victor and Reginald. There was a trap set up on the road, and when they hit it, they were completely ambushed. Victor is able to use his powers to get out of it, but as they flee the scene, Reginald does tell Victor, I can't speak to what the other Hargraves did to you, but it was wrong of him to treat you the way he did. It is now abundantly clear to this version of myself that you deserve to wear the uniform just as much, if not more, than the others. For Victor, he's been waiting his whole life to hear that. But still, they're looking for Ben and Jennifer. And their little trip to Florida does get derailed because Jennifer is feeling the effects of the cleanse. That rash that's on her arm, it's gone to her face, and she's not feeling so hot. She tells Ben, you gotta pull over. And they run into an empty department store. Jennifer tells Ben that she is terrified. But what they don't know is they were seen by Jean and Jean's spies. And over at the King Reg, one of the workers walks up to Jean and Jean and excitedly tells them, we have eyes on Ben and Jen. Male Jean tells female Jean, it's time to put out the call. And female Jean does agree, but male Jean's been acting weird. And that's because male Jean isn't actually male Jean. You see, male Jean hated Cy, and he tried to kick him out of the King Reg and tell him to get lost. In turn, Cy killed male Jean, stabbing him. And with one of his last dying movements, Jean tried to scratch up Cy's face, but realized that it was a mask, because Cy was actually Abigail the entire time. And once she killed Jean, she just took over his body. And in the series finale, the Keepers put out the call and they get an absolute mob to surround the department store. But they aren't the only ones who are interested in both Jen and Ben. A short time after both Jeans are rallying the troops, Reginald and his men show up, along with Victor. Victor still has hopes of getting in and trying to save all of this. He's still very convinced that even though there's a small percentage of success, he can save Ben. And while Reginald doesn't believe that he actually has a shot in hell of doing this, Reginald is willing to give him the time to at least try. In order to do that, though, they're going to have to get through Jean and Jean's mob. So they decide to talk to Jean and Jean and see if there's any reasoning with these two, but there isn't. In fact, male Jean, who we know at this point is Abigail, seems to take little petty shots at Reginald that seem way, way, way too personal. Reginald and Victor realize that in order to get to Ben, they're going to have to be creative. When Jean and Jean left the conversation, female Jean starts ripping into male Jean because of the way he's been acting. She didn't like the way he handled that conversation, and she hasn't liked the way he's handled himself recently. And this argument gets more and more personal. And not only that, but it's in front of their supporters, which male Jean doesn't take too kindly to. But female Jean thinks she's dealing with male Jean. She doesn't realize she's dealing with Abigail, and Abigail ain't having any of it. Abigail gets real sick of listening to female Jean to the point where she takes a katana and she kills her, to the shock of all of the Keepers. They're stunned because female Jean was the leader of the Keepers. It was her idea after all. Male Jean was kind of looked at as a lackey. But Abigail is really quick-witted. She's able to convince everybody that female Jean was straying in the beliefs of the cleanse and to keep the mission in mind. So the mob is still very much behind male Jean / Abigail, and they're not willing to let anybody in the department store until the cleanse is complete. While Victor and Reginald try to figure out a way into the department store, not too far away, Lila and Five return back home to Lila's house, and she's really nervous. She hasn't seen her kids or Diego in 7 years, even though to them, it'll only be a few minutes, maybe an hour tops. Her anxiety, though, is put to ease when the door opens up and it's Diego, who's thrilled to see Lila, because his entire mood about Lila and the family has completely shifted. It takes her a little bit off guard. And shortly after Five and Lila show up, Claire, Allison, and Klaus arrive as well. So all the Umbrella Academy are under one roof except Victor, who's dealing with the whole Ben situation. Luther does wonder where exactly Victor is, but nobody has any idea. And that's when he excitedly brags about his find at the CIA, that he was able to figure out Five's boss was a keeper the entire time, which is something that Five didn't even know after working at the CIA for years. Five, though, is a little bit distracted with his whole Lila situation. He still isn't over her. And it doesn't help with the fact that Lila is over in the corner and Diego is all over her. 5 is very much on edge. He starts to get into it with Diego, and Lila steps in to break it up. And that's when Diego notices that Lila's wearing a bracelet, and she hates bracelets. He asks her where she got it, and it becomes clear that it was given to her by 5. That's really, really strange, and Diego asks, "Wait, is there something going on between you two?" And they admit that, yeah, there is, which comes as a complete shock to everybody in the family. They didn't see this coming. Diego is completely shocked, bewildered, betrayed, all of that. But Lila has to sit him down and make him understand that they were busy for 7 years trying to get back home. They were the only company the other person had. She never stopped trying to find a way home, and when she finally got a way home, she ran back to it. By all accounts, Diego is taking this extremely well, but he does ask Lila, "Do you love him?" And Lila doesn't know how to answer that. She does get bailed out when the news pops in on the TV and mentions how Ben is the one in the department store. So now the Umbrella Academy has a lead on where Ben is. They all jump in the van and they head there. They have no idea that a mob is waiting for them. And when they arrive, that mob shoots them up. All of them are crouched down, hiding behind this van as it takes heavy, heavy gunfire. And Lila has to turn to number 5 and say, "You need to blink us out of here." Now, 5 doesn't think he can do it, because every time he has blinked, he's just gone to that subway station. But just like before, Lila encourages him to just try, and he's able to blink everybody into the department store. And that's where they see Victor knocked out. Because Victor was able to get in the department store, and she did find Ben, and Ben is looking rough. I mean, he looks like a complete monster. And he told Victor to just go away. But Victor wasn't willing to do that. Victor, still thinking that he could save Ben, made an attempt, but when the phone rang, it startled Ben, his tentacles snapped, hitting Victor in the face and knocking him out. So when 5 blinks the Umbrella Academy into the building, all they see is just Victor lying there. But then they see Ben and Jennifer crawl from the shadows, and they see what's become of them. They both are complete monsters. At this point, Ben admits he can't control it. But Victor, who has come to at this point, still wants to try to get that Durango or Marigold out of him. Ben isn't sure it's going to work, but Victor tries, grabbing Ben's arm, and it seems like Victor is extracting something. What Victor doesn't know, though, is Reginald's time is up. He tried to get a hold of Victor, unsuccessfully, to get an update, and his sniper has Ben in his sights, and Reginald gives him the okay to take the shot. At the very last second, though, Ben, realizing that a bullet is headed for Victor, pushes Victor out of the way and takes the bullet, sacrificing himself. While you might think this would end the cleanse, it doesn't. Jennifer just consumes Ben's body and starts to get bigger and bigger. The Umbrella Academy does everything in their power to stop Jennifer, but it doesn't work. No one's powers are enough. It also doesn't help that 5 and Diego start fighting amongst themselves as this is happening, and it gets to the point where Lila has to step in and say, "Can you guys chill for a second before the world literally ends?" 5, though, who is in a very emotional state, snaps at Diego, and Lila has to look at him and say, "5, it's over between us," which pisses off 5 so much, he blinks out of there. He decides he's just going to go back to the subway station, ride the train, and have a think. And he does that. He reminisces about their relationship, about the 7 years, but then he sees something really, really interesting. It's himself. He decides to get off the train and follow this number 5, and what he finds is at a particular train station, there's a delicatessen. And when he goes inside, it's a bunch of number 5s. One of them gets his attention, and he starts to explain that this is basically where all the other timelines number 5s have shown up when they've given up on trying to save the world. Because all these other timelines branched off thanks to the Umbrella Academy. And while number 5 did set up the commission to just get that one timeline back and everything back in sync, nothing has worked, ever. Every time they try, the world ends, they have to put it back together, it's a mess. So when you give up, you just show up at a deli, accepting the fact that you'll never be able to fix it. But number 5 isn't willing to accept that. He knows how to fix it. and it's going to be very, very difficult. Now, while 5 was getting this revelation, his brothers and sister were realizing that there were no match for Jennifer and the cleanse. They had to flee. They weren't the only ones, though. Everybody at this point was fleeing because this monster was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Reginald Hargraves had accepted defeat. He went to sit on a bench, and that's when he was joined by Jean. Shortly after Jean sits down, though, Jean reveals himself as Abigail, which comes as a complete shock to Reginald. And Abigail tells him that she did this because it had to be done. She explains that dying was her penance for creating something so deadly, and then Reginald brought her back to life, which she never asked for. That action, bringing her back to life, had consequences far greater than anything he could have imagined. And it was her duty to set it right. Reginald isn't mad at this. He actually admits that he was wrong, and Abigail made it right. And then the two get swallowed up by the cleanse. At this point, the Umbrella Academy had made it back to Luther's, where number 5 blinks in with his big plan. He tells the group, we have to die. That's the only way to set the timeline right. And this isn't really a big shocker, but no one's a huge fan of that idea. They say, 5, there's got to be another way, but 5 assures them, there is no other way. We have to die. If we don't, this will just repeat itself over and over and over again. We have to sacrifice ourselves. So they all kind of agree. They're going to make the ultimate sacrifice. Lila takes all of the family members, all the innocent people, all the people that don't have Marigold in them, to the train station, putting them on a train and making sure that they're going to get to safety. And then everybody gets in a circle and they wait for the cleanse to swallow them up. As this is happening, people apologize for past sins. Klaus jokes around a little bit. They all share a laugh. And then they are swallowed up by the cleanse, and the timelines are put back together. As far as we know, on August 8th, 2024, it was a perfectly normal day. Unless you watched the show and you were at this one part because all the secondary characters showed up. But hey, that is the end of the Umbrella Academy. Thank you so much for getting this part of the recap. I really appreciate it. Please consider subscribing to the channel. Hit thumbs up if you like this. Smash that thumbs down button if you thought it sucked. Go buy like a t-shirt or a mug or something. That'd be cool. You know, I got bills to pay. Oh, and if I made a mistake, just let it go in the comment section. Like, mistakes happen, folks. You know, like ending the world. Sometimes you got to put it back together. I can't put it back together, though. What I can do is just apologize, like Reginald did. All right. Thanks again.